just starting to lighten. But there was no one there. Feeling unworthy of such a gift, she said to Lament, "If you see her, thank her for me." The Ember Mare snorted in response. With that, Emeline turned and left the woods. 27. When Maisie found out Pa was home, a feast was planned, and their neighbors were invited over for dinner. Now it was nearly sunset, and Pa's farmhouse was bustling. Conversation rose up like puffs of smoke as neighbors, the men and women who'd helped raise Emeline, sat around the table stretched across his dining room. The smell of rosemary potatoes and roasted lamb made Emeline's stomach grumble. She rubbed at her eyes, feeling like she hadn't slept in a week. "Emmy!" Corny shouted from down the table. He was an enthusiastic man with an athletic build and a voice that boomed when he spoke. He and his wife owned the winery in Edgewood. "Ewan's been telling us strange tales. Maybe you can fill us in." Emeline glanced around the table, remembering how, only a week ago, she hadn't believed the stories these very neighbors had raised her on. Stories of a cruel king and his court of monsters. She thought them nothing more than delusions, uneducated ways of coping with the unfairness of life. She believed them now. And as Emeline told the neighbors about Pa tithing himself to escape Health Manor, about how she only narrowly saved him from the Wood King, who wanted her for his minstrel, they believed her too, without a second thought. After she finished, Anya, Corny's wife, leaned forward, peering around her husband. Her wispy reddish hair fell into her eyes. "What's it like riding an Ember Mare?" After Emeline told her, Abel, Grace's father, said from across the table, "I saw an Ember Mare once. It was eating apples straight from the trees in my orchard. I thought one of Corny's horses got loose from its pasture, but when I went out to catch it for him, it looked straight at me, and its eyes were red as fire." This prompted more questions. "How did you escape the shadow skin, Emmy? Did you meet any shiftlings?" The questions were followed by more stories. Esha, Grace's mother, told them about the first time she ever saw a shadow skin. The way it prowled around her house, trampling the flowers in her garden, peering in through all the windows while she hid upstairs. Anya spoke of her last shadow-skilling sighting. Coyotes had been terrorizing their horses, and, after spotting one near the stables, she grabbed Corny's rifle and tracked it into the woods. When she finally caught up to it, she found not a coyote, but a child with lupine eyes and wild black hair. As more and more of them offered up stories, Tom leaned back in his chair, remaining quiet, staring into his wineglass. It struck Emeline as strange. Tom was the only one who'd ever been to the Wood King's court, or so he'd told them. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline supposed he had more stories than any of them. Eventually, dinner resumed, and conversation turned to other things. "Ewan," Corny pointed his fork at Pa, "where's your button box? Are you going to play for us?" Pa fiddled with his watch. "Pa, you don't want to hear an old man play." "Yes, we do!" Corny's face was a little red, making Emeline wonder how much wine he'd already had. "Where is it? I'll get it for you. After dinner, Corny." Anya, who didn't look up as she spoke, continued sawing through her lamb. "What are you doing?" Corny asked Pa quietly. "Why do you keep looking at your watch?" A wall-sized painting of the farm hung above Pa's head. In it, the vineyards were half hidden by the reddish-brown barn, and beyond the farm loomed the woods. Pa shook his wrist, then turned the little brass knob. "I think it's broken." "What does it say?" Corny peered down at Pa's wrist. 11:30. "Let me see. It says 7:15. Corny's mouth turned down a little as he glanced from the watch to Pa's face, but his bright smile returned. "Same as mine. No worries. It's working fine." Pa frowned deeply, studying the glassy face of the timepiece. Emeline's heart twinged as she watched, but Corny seemed unfazed and unembarrassed for his friend. Just then, Emeline heard a knock at the door, half drowned by the conversation. Rising, she went to answer it. She was not prepared for the person standing on the other side. Joel? The glow of the porch lights illuminated a tall, wiry young man. His dark jeans clung to his lean, toned legs, and his blonde hair was cropped short on the sides, but long on the top. He brushed it out of his eyes. His bright red Volkswagen pinged in the driveway, the engine cooling from the drive. "Thank God! I've been trying to call you for days." Joe pulled her out of the doorframe and into his arms, crushing her in a hug. With him came the smell of strong coffee and Old Spice and everything familiar, reminding her there was a whole other world out there. Her world, a world she desperately wanted to get back to. "Did you drive all the way here from Montreal?" she asked, stepping out of his arms. It was almost October, and their breaths puffed like clouds in the crisp air. "Yeah, I was worried sick." His sky-blue eyes examined her. "I knew something was wrong as soon as that weirdo showed up with your note." Emeline froze. He must mean Hawthorne. "Are you okay?" She swallowed down the thought of the tithe collector and nodded. "You didn't need to come here. I told you in my letter not to worry." He shrugged. "I wanted to see you." Emeline should have been happy to see him. Instead, she felt nothing at all. He cocked his head. "Am I going to get invited in?" "Oh, sure." She stepped back through the door. "We're just having dinner." Joel followed her inside. Slipping off his coat, he threw it on the back of a chair and kicked off his tan chukkas. "Who was that guy who delivered your note? He wouldn't stop scowling at me. I'm not sure what I did to make him dislike me so much." "He scowls at everyone. I'm sure you're overthinking it." She turned away, leading him through the house. In the dining room, she pulled up an extra chair, made introductions, then fetched an extra plate of food. Joel seemed about to continue their conversation when Corny burst through the doorway. "Ewan, I found your button box." Corny, seriously. But his wife's voice drifted off as Pa slowly pushed out his chair, getting to his feet. Joel leaned in towards Emeline. "This is lively." Emeline nodded. "Dinners in Edgewood always were." "I'm not sure how much I remember," Pa said, coming to take the thick scarlet straps from his friend. Corny hesitantly held up the silver and white music box, unsure if Pa could handle the weight of it. "Do you need help?" Pa shook his head. No, I'm fine." He slid the straps over both his shoulders so the accordion hung across his chest and moved into the adjoining sitting room where there was more space. As he stood in his dark gray cardigan, with everyone's attention on him, Pa's right hand came to rest on the black and white keys running down one side of the instrument, while his left went to the silver push buttons on the opposite side. He hesitated only a moment before he started to play. Eyes closed, head tilted back. With the red velvet straps looped over each arm, he stepped slowly. His fingers moved firmly over the keys, pressing buttons as he tugged the accordion open and closed, the box fanning out and in, the red interior flickering like a tongue. Song after song he played without faltering. It astonished her. Watching him, Emeline remembered only a few minutes before, when he'd forgotten how to read his watch. Yet here he was, after not picking up his instrument in what must have been years, playing 5 songs in a row. How could he do that, but not remember something he knew how to do yesterday? On the 6th song, Pa's fingers fumbled and his breath quickened. He played the same part twice. Seeing it, Corny moved towards him. "Ewan, that was great!" As Pa slid off the straps, Corny caught the heavy box and let it sink to the floor. While Corny helped his friend back to the table, the room erupted in applause. A slow smile spread across Pa's lips, and he took a playful bow. Joel slid his arm around Emeline's shoulders. "Want to get out of here?" Emeline frowned up at him. She'd only just arrived. But Joel didn't know that, nor did he know she had limited time left to spend with the people she loved. She'd mentioned nothing of the Wood King or his court in her letter. As far as Joel knew, she'd been here all week and was probably desperate for an escape. "I'd like to stay, if that's okay." "Come on, Em. I haven't seen you in a week." He ran the backs of his fingers up and down the side of her neck. Her skin prickled beneath his touch, mildly irritated. "I just drove 7 hours straight to see you," she thought. "I'd like you to myself for a little while." Reaching for the beer, he grabbed him from the fridges some brand Pa and Corny liked. He took a sip. His nose promptly wrinkled into taste. Eyeing the can, he set it down. "You only have 2 days until you're away on tour, and then who knows when I'll see you next." Her tour! She'd been so consumed with learning the Song Mage's songs, she'd almost forgotten. In just a few days, she'd be opening for the Perennials. She'd be up on stage with them, traveling across 3 countries with them for almost a month straight. Except, no, that would never happen. Not unless she miraculously found the Song Mage's missing music. Either that, or I'd do as Hawthorne suggested and never return to the Wood King's court and let him die in my stead. A chill swept through her, turning her heart to ice. She had to at least try to find the music. But where was she supposed to start? As Joel pulled her closer, the smell of Old Spice invaded her senses. Normally, she didn't mind the smell. Tonight, she found it artificial and cloying. As his arm looped around her neck, keeping her close, she suddenly felt trapped. Emeline shut her eyes and drew in a breath. When she exhaled, though, the feeling remained. "I don't want him," she realized. This always happened, with every one of them. "I'll be right back," she said, overwhelmed by the need to get away. Disentangling herself from Joel, she slid out of her chair and fled the crowded dining room. She had no plan, just an impulse. It drove her to the garden door, where she slid her feet into someone's insulated rubber boots, Maisie's maybe, by the size of them. She pulled on a worn wool hat, Tom's by the sweet tobacco smell, then threw on one of Pa's cardigans. Outside, the night breathed its chill across her skin. The sky was black. As she started towards the trees, their branches rattling and scratching in the wind. "Emeline," they hushed, "come back to us." Emeline wanted to blame the woods for her inability to live a normal life, to not bring the forest with her to every set and stage and gig. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. To stay attracted to nice, normal guys instead of breaking things off whenever they wanted to get more serious. But staring into the darkening trees, she wondered, what if it's not the woods? What if it's me? She stopped walking when she reached the space in the hedge, breathing in the scent of bark and pine, listening to the forest's creaks and calls, so different from the jarring noises and concrete smells of the city. The forest swelled around her, vast and unpredictable. Here, something nameless and huge lay beneath the bracken, tangling with the roots of the old trees, pulsing beneath the soles of her feet. Here, the hungry song of the woods thrummed like a pulse, calling to her. The power of it terrified Emeline. What if it terrifies me because I want it? She stepped back, away from the tree line. No. Emeline had spent her whole childhood dreaming of big cities, of the bright lights and the buzzing energy. The city had always cast a dizzying spell over her. Sure, the sounds and smells were different, and it never got dark. Not true dark, not dark enough to see the stars. And yes, there was nothing wild there. There was nothing free. But she was a musician, and it was her scene. This is where the opportunities are, her manager had told her often enough. This is where you have to be. And she agreed with him. Edgewood was a backwoods town. No one ever left. She was one of the few who'd gotten out. So why was it constantly pulling her back? 28. The next morning, Emeline woke to find Joel beside her in bed, checking his phone. "Morning, beautiful." He reached to pull her closer, still staring at his screen. As his hand slid across her abdomen, the last bit of sleep clinging to Emeline evaporated. Her whole body tensed up. I need to break this off. Right now. Right now. Joel. Yeah? I can't do this. Lowering the phone, he glanced up at her. Do what? She stared at the ceiling, diligently finding patterns in the white stucco. Us. Joel went silent. The air prickled between them. You've been through a lot, Em. True, but that wasn't it. Or maybe that was exactly it. Let's talk about this when we get back to Montreal, okay? When you're far away from this place and back to your normal self. Emeline wanted to laugh. Her normal self? Who is that, I wonder? I'm not going to change my mind. He didn't hear her. Or rather, he was ignoring her. He did that sometimes when he thought she was wrong about a thing. Like he wasn't going to argue, he was just going to go ahead and do what he wanted anyway. I'm sorry, she said again, glancing over at him. Predictably, he changed the subject. Is this your mom? He reached over to the bedside table, where a picture frame stood facing them. Emeline wasn't ready to let the subject drop. She wanted this done and over with. But as Joel lay back, holding the frame up between his hands, she fell silent beside him. I guess we know where you get your good looks from. Joel grinned, then handed her the frame. He kissed her cheek and got out of the bed. Emeline stared hard into the frame, no longer seeing or hearing Joel. The photo was of her mother and a much younger Tom at the beach. They stood with their backs to the camera and their faces turned towards each other, giving Emeline a view of their profiles. The sky was pure blue in the distance. Glittering sand stuck to their skin. A gob of white lotion streaked the back of Tom's neck, and a small crescent moon tattoo stood out against Rose's pale shoulder blade. But what held Emeline's attention was the look on her mother's face. Inside the frame, Rose Lark was staring up at Tomas Perez, smiling like her heart would burst from happiness. Emeline had seen a smile like that before, on Grace Abel's face when she looked at Sable Thorn. Her hands gripped the frame so hard her fingers hurt. She and Tom never spoke of it, but Emeline knew it all the same. Tom and her mother had history. Once, when Emeline was younger and baking pies with Maisie and Eshe, she overheard Maisie whisper to Eshe that Tom and Rose dated for years. Everyone thought they were solid until Rose broke his heart, getting pregnant by another man, a man she refused to name. Back then, Tom was constantly on the move, traveling from place to place, taking photos for National Geographic. When he heard the news, he took on a project halfway across the world and didn't come back for a long time. No one had seen or heard from Rose Lark in 19 years, not since the day she walked out on her newborn baby, leaving Emeline wailing in her crib. It used to make Emeline sad, that story. Now she was numb to it. What was this photo doing on her bedside table? It should be in the garage with all the other personal items she'd boxed up before putting the house on the market. Her gaze fixed on Tom, remembering how quiet and withdrawn he'd been last night. It was Tom who'd described the King City to her as a child. Tom who taught her how to tell a shiftling by their shadow. If Tom had spent time in the Wood King's court, he might know something about the song mage's missing music. It was a long shot. But even if he didn't, he would know other things, things that might help her. Red letters blared on her old alarm clock. 12:13. Afternoon. She'd slept through the entire morning. Surging from the bed, Emeline threw on a fresh pair of jeans and a floral button-up, then hooked Sable's sheathed knife onto her belt. After creeping past the washroom where Joel was showering, she went to find Tomas Perez. The dirt path was warm beneath her bare feet as she followed it alongside Pasa Vineyards, carving across the back of Eshe and Abel's farm. It was the path she'd trod as a child, running back and forth to her neighbors' houses, and it faithfully delivered Emeline to her destination, a white clapboard house at the edge of the woods. Tom's garage door gaped open, and the metallic, oily smells of his shop wafted out. Emeline started forward, pivoting when she saw a figure standing out behind the house and heading towards him. At the sound of her footsteps, Tom turned. His chest rose from the breath he drew in, as if he were seeing a ghost. "Emmy," he shook his head. For a second I thought. The wind had swept back his dark hair, and his cheeks were ruddy with cold. "You remind me so much of your mother these days." Emeline wrinkled his nose. She didn't want to remind anyone of the woman who walked out on her baby without looking back. So she changed the subject. "When you were in the king's court, did you ever meet the song mage?" Tom's shoulders tensed. "Of course, kiddo. What do you know about him?" Tom rubbed a hand across his eyes. "That he's invaluable to the Wood King. That he isn't just a minstrel, but a kind of magus. If the king needs something done, the song mage does it, using the magic in his voice." It was strange how Tom spoke as if the man weren't dead. He turned back towards the woods. "But he sacrificed something precious in exchange for his power. He tithed his voice to the woods, and if he ever wants to return to this world, he'll be mute, a shade of his once famous self." "How do you know all this?" Grimacing, he looked away. "Your mother told me." "Emeline, my mother? What do you mean? How would my mother know anything about it?" And, because he was still talking as if the man were alive, she added, "The song mage is dead, Tom." He turned sharply to look at her. "Dead? A witch called the Vile killed him." His brow creased. "Dead? It can't be. Are you sure?" Emeline nodded and pressed on. "You said my mother knew him. How is that possible?" Tom breathed deep, running one hand through his windswept hair. "No good will come of this, sweetheart. Leave it be." Emeline stepped between Tom and the woods. No way was she leaving this be. Digging the folded photograph out of her pocket, she unfolded it and thrust it at him. "The back is dated a year before I was born." Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. How can she be looking at you like that? Like you are everything she wants in the whole world, mere months before she gets pregnant with someone else? Tom's fingers gripped the photo, as if he were drowning and it were a life raft. "I wanted to impress her," he whispered. "Or maybe I wanted to impress them." He glanced to the woods. I don't know." His Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped, as if getting the words out was a fight he was losing. "I took her to the king's city. I wanted her to see it, to love it the way I loved it. And she did. But she..." Folding up the photograph, he handed it back to Emeline. "You need to tell me all of it." Emeline stared him down. "She was my mother." He nodded, eyes shining. "She fell in love with someone else." "Who?" "She wouldn't tell me." From the look that darkened his eyes, though, he had his suspicions. She was utterly enchanted by him. She stopped showing up for her shifts at the diner, like she didn't care anymore. She'd forget to eat, wouldn't sleep. She was unreachable, living in a dream. So, when she came home pregnant after months of being at court, I couldn't bear to see her. I left." "Because the baby was his?" Emeline murmured. "But that meant my father came from the woods." She suddenly felt unbalanced. Tom touched her arms as if to steady her. The sorrow in him fled, replaced by a warm tenderness. "When I got back, after those 3 years away, I didn't want to look at you. I avoided Ewan's house for months. I avoided everyone's houses in case you were there. And then, one day, Ewan stormed over. 'Enough is enough,' he said. 'This is Emeline Lark, my pride and joy.' I took one look at you, and it all went up in smoke. One shy smile, and you melted my anger away." Emmeline's eyes burned as he pulled her to him, hugging her tight. Why did no one tell me any of this? She whispered against his jacket, breathing in the familiar tobacco smell. She didn't want anyone to know, so I promised to keep her secret. Emeline pulled away, glancing up at him. He was staring into the woods again, eyes clouded. Sometimes I wonder if I misinterpreted the signs. She looked so hollow by the end, like love was eating away at her, making her forget all the things that were once important to her. Almost as if Tom shook his head like he was trying to shake away a bad dream. I'm sure I was imagining it, just seeing what I wanted to see. And anyway, it's over now. Rose made her choice. Did she go back to him after she left me? He raised his hands, palms upturned. I assume so. I've always thought she was living happily with him in the King's City, without Emeline, without either of them. They both stared into the trees. Was it possible her mother was still there? Grace had told her that humans weren't allowed to reside in the King's City, and few exceptions were given. Emeline was under the impression that she, Grace, and Pa were those exceptions. But maybe there were others. Maybe Rose Lark was living in the King's City too. If she's there, said Emeline, I'll find her. 29. Tom's words trailed her like a shadow as she skirted around Esh and Abel's orchards. The sun hung low in the sky as she hurried past Pa's vineyards, turning their green leaves to gold. Her second day was almost over, and Emeline was no closer to finding the missing sheet music. She would have to go back to the king empty-handed, and once he realized she lied to him, Emeline would never get the chance to find her mother. If she's even in the woods at all. She opened the folded photograph, scrutinizing Rose Lark's profile as she walked. Her mother had irises as blue as robin's eggs, raven black hair, and a lovesick smile. But it was something else that caught and held Emeline's attention. Her gaze dropped to the small black tattoo on her mother's pale shoulder blade. A crescent moon. Her footsteps slowed. Marked by the moon. The farm shrank like the end of an old movie, the edges contracting into the center, the image narrowing to a pinpoint. The songs she'd spent the last week learning were all about the same muse, a woman marked by the moon. It's just a coincidence. But the more she stared at her mother's tattoo, the louder Tom's confession reverberated inside her, and the less sure she was. Was my mother the song mage's muse? Her heart was thudding hard when she arrived back at Pa's house. Instead of going inside, however, she walked into the garage. Towers of boxes loomed before her. Emeline waded into them, searching for one in particular. She pulled them down, one after another, reading their labels and shoving them aside. She was down to the last few when she found what she was looking for. A rectangular box marked Rose, written in black Sharpie. Emeline pulled it to the floor. She had packed this box. After rounding up remnants of her mother lingering around the house, she taped it shut. Taped it too well, almost as if she never wanted it opened. Luckily, Sable's enchanted knife sat snug against her hip, its sheath fastened to the belt of her jeans. Drawing it, Emeline sliced through the tape, then resheathed the blade. Sitting cross-legged on the cold cement floor, she pushed back the cardboard flaps. Inside were photos, jewelry, and a few summer dresses, all things that once belonged to her mother. Emeline started taking them out, not sure what she was looking for exactly, only that she was looking for something, some clue. In one photo, her mother's head was thrown back as she laughed. Her long, lush hair hung loose, and her cheeks were pink with joy. In another, she was grinning so hard you couldn't see her eyes. In a third, she'd just tackled a young Tom, whose back she now hung from as he recovered, grinning. All too soon, the woman in the photos changed. She was pregnant in these, her cheeks hollow, hair stringy, eyes dull. That joyful spirit was gone, snuffed like an unwanted fire. "Did I do that to you?" thought Emeline, touching the round bump of her mother's belly. "Did you not want me?" But of course she didn't. It's why she left. Emeline screaming in her crib without a backwards glance. Emeline set aside the photos, then pulled out more items. A bright yellow sundress, a fake pearl necklace, a handwritten note from Tom she didn't read out of respect for his privacy. Soon she came to the bottom, lined with papers. A vehicle registration, bills for the apartment she lived in. Why hadn't she thrown these things out? Emeline was halfway through the papers when she spotted one last object, half hidden in the crease of the box. A copper hairpin? Is that? Emeline picked it up, staring hard at the tiny butterfly on the end. She thought of the song mage's cellar, of the twin butterfly pins she'd found on the floor, and how familiar it had been. Of the moldy mattress and the bucket and the manacles. A sick feeling twisted her gut. No, it was too horrible to consider. That her mother had been trapped in that cellar? That she'd been the one to pick the locks of those chains? That she had slept on that moldy bed? Emeline recalled Aspen's words. She was desperately in love with him, but he spurned her. He loved another. My mother, Emeline murmured aloud. He loved my mother? So she killed him, Grace's voice seeped up in her mind. The vial killed the song mage because he loved Rose Lark and not her. Did the vial lock my mother in that cellar to punish her for being the one the song mage chose? The world fell away beneath Emeline. But no, it was just the papers in her hands, slipping through her unmoving fingers, scattering across the floor. And that's when she saw it. There on the cracked cement. Sheet music. 4 pages of it. His hand shook as she bent to retrieve them. 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. She stared down at the first one. In the same script as all the other songs she'd been learning, the song mage had written the title of his very last song, Rose's Waltz. It would have been the last song he ever wrote before the vial killed him. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Is that why? Was the man Rose loved already dead when those photos of her, hollowed out and pregnant, were taken? Did she look so lost because her heart was so utterly broken? Was the reason she never came back for her baby because the vial imprisoned her? If so, where is she now? The sound of shattering glass jolted Emeline out of her thoughts, followed by a shrill scream. Both came from inside the house. Emeline's heart beat swift and hard. Pa. Her mind ran through every worst-case scenario. With the sheet music gripped in her hand, she ran for the front door and flung it open. She found Joel standing in the middle of the living room, backing slowly towards the wall, staring wide-eyed into the kitchen. Pa stood between Joel and whatever lay in the kitchen. "Stay back, Emeline." Her grandfather's voice shook, even as he tried to sound strong. Emeline moved past them to find Maisie backed against the sink, a wine glass smashed at her feet. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stared, horrified, at the thing before her, as if caught in some kind of awful trance. A shadow darker than midnight rose above Maisie, hunching over her as if about to feast on her. At the sight of its elongated form and claw-like hands, Emeline's footsteps halted. A shadow skin! What was it doing in the house? Get Maisie out of there! Emeline moved towards the horror. A broken shard of glass sliced her heel, sending a stab of pain through her foot. She grabbed her neighbor's arm, pulling her away from the monster and stepping in front of her like a shield. "Go, Maisie." Maisie shook her head. "What? Get Pa out of here." The shadow skin didn't stop Maisie from escaping, only fixed its attention on Emeline. It had no eyes, and yet it seemed to see her, know her, as if she and it had some score to settle, as if she was the reason it was here. Emeline Lark. The voice oozed like blood through the cracks in her mind. To her horror, Emeline felt her body stiffen like stone. There was a sudden commotion in the living room, but Emeline couldn't turn to see. Cold fingers were slithering through her mind, and horror froze her in place. Like a fingertip running over the pages of a diary, it sifted through her secret thoughts and fears and desires. The shadow skin grinned wider until its mouth was a cracking line splitting its face in two. The image of a young man flared in her mind. With mismatched gray eyes and maple dark hair, he stood tall and strong as an oak. Hawthorne. They were in his kitchen, and she was sitting on his counter. He was so real she could smell the wood smoke on his clothes. Hawthorne leaned over her, his warm hands cupping the backs of her bare calves. His mouth crooked at the side, as if he had mischief in mind. Suddenly, the scene changed. His kitchen disappeared, replaced by a moonlit grove. Hawthorne was taken from her by two armed hedgemen and forced to his knees. They pressed his cheek against the surface of a gray stone slab, holding him down. The Wood King appeared over him. Gray lichen wrapped around the king's woody body like rotting flesh, and in his gnarled hand was the cleaver. Emeline tried to move, to come to Hawthorne's aid, but her body refused to obey. Fear rippled through her as the blade lifted, catching the moonlight. The weight of it, Hawthorne, dead, pushed all the air from her lungs. "You have 2 days, Emeline Lark. If you are not back through my gate by sunset on the 2nd day, your sentence will be carried out with Hawthorne standing in for you." Emeline shook off the vision and looked up to find a nightmare standing over her. Past its shoulder, through the windows, the setting sun painted the sky blood red. Sunset. No! The force of that one little word broke the Shadowskin's hold, giving Emeline a split second to remember Sable's knife at her hip. Normal steel can't cut through Shadowskins, but this can. She drew the glimmering blade from its sheath. "You're mine!" the monster hissed, its clawed hands reaching to plunge into her chest and dig out her beating heart. Emeline thrust the knife into the monster's throat. The cold voice in her mind went silent. The Shadowskin staggered back, dazed, as darkness seeped out of the wound, and it fell to its knees before crumbling completely. Within seconds, the dust of its body transformed into bright yellow buttercups blooming in the middle of the kitchen floor. The room solidified around her. Pa and Maisie and Joel were all there. Maisie had a shovel in one hand, poised as if ready to swing. Joel gripped a crowbar, ready to do the same. In the sky out the windows, the sunset was bleeding away. "If you do not return," the king's dusty voice thundered, "your surety will pay the price for your defiance." With the song mage's music crumpled in her fist and Sable's knife sheathed at her hip, Emeline moved barefoot through the kitchen, heading for the back door. "Baby girl." Maisie reached for her. "Are you all right?" She nodded, looking towards the woods, to that empty space in the trees. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Joel stared open-mouthed at the buttercups. Emeline hugged Pa tight before tracking blood from her sliced heel across the floor and into the woods, where she ran as hard and as fast as she could. She didn't feel the pain in her foot, didn't feel the burn in her lungs. "This way," said the trees. "Follow us." They led her to Bog, the nearest entry point into the city. As the sky darkened, that muddy form rose up from the swamp, dripping as it sloshed towards her. "I'll give you half the blood I own if you let me pass right now." "Pity," slurped Bog, pulling back its fens to reveal that mucky boardwalk. "Your passage has already been paid." Paid? Emeline didn't have time to ask how or why, but a rush of gratitude swept through her. She raced down the boardwalk, ducking beneath hanging gray vines, until at last she pulled the final curtain aside and stepped into the city. The streets were growing dark, and lamps were being lit around her. Emeline's heart thundered. She needed to save Hawthorne if it wasn't already too late. She ran. At the palace gate, the hedgeman led her inside. She didn't wait for them to bring her before the throne. She knew the way. Her bloody heel throbbed as she ran. Through the windows, the sun slipped below the treetops. The sky was pink as coral when the endless halls finally dissolved around her and the giant white birches of the grove emerged. Emeline advanced towards the king atop his throne. "Am I too late?" Her breath scraped her lungs, sweat dampened her skin. "I found your missing pages," she said, chest heaving as she thrust out the sheet music. Those black eyes peered down at her, the moon-shaped pupils glowing bright white. He held out a gnarled hand that reminded Emeline of a tree branch in winter, stripped of its leaves. She came forward and set the rolled vellum in his palm. The king unfurled the music, studying it. Emeline looked around them, but the grove stood empty. No courtiers, no guards, no Hawthorne. "Did I get here in time?" "Well done," rasped his earthy voice. "I was certain you'd lied." Emeline opened her mouth to answer him, but promptly decided not to. For several breaths she just stood there, bracing herself for the moment he decided to gleefully declare that she'd arrived too late and Hawthorne was dead. But the king only handed the music back to her. She took it. "You've proven your loyalty, Emeline Lark." He reclined in his throne, studying her closely. "You'll make a fine singer in my court." Emeline had no intention of being a permanent fixture in his court, but kept this to herself. "And Hawthorne, is he alive?" An unnerving smile slid across the king's dry, cracked lips. "Go to his house and see for yourself." Fully dismissed, Emeline fled out of the grove, down candle-lit halls, and through the palace gate. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating gauze. She half ran, half limped down the path to Hawthorne's house, and only slowed when she came to the small bridge over the prattling creek. Two armed hedgemen were crossing the bridge, heading her way, as if their business with Hawthorne was finished. Neither tried to stop her, so Emeline ran for the stone house. She didn't bother to knock, bursting through the door. Hawthorne? No fire burned in the fireplace. A bowl of wild apples sat in the middle of the table. Next to it was a mug of half-drunk tea. Emeline touched the mug and found it cold. Hawthorne? She moved to the kitchen, but it was empty. Then the bedroom, empty too. She searched every room, opened every door. But he wasn't here. No one was. Her breath came too quick. Her thoughts raced in panicked loops. "I'm too late." But why wouldn't the king have told her so? An axe splitting wood broke the sound. Her heart skipped at the sound. Emeline moved towards the front door, hanging open on its hinges, and stepped outside. When the sound came again, Emeline's pulse sped up, and she followed it past the stable to the back of the house. Her footsteps slowed as she spotted him. Hawthorne stood near a long, neatly packed woodpile, very much alive. His pine-green shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and both his hands gripped the shaft of an axe. He brought it up over his head and swung it down, neatly cleaving the log in two before replacing it with another. His eyes were dark, and his jaw was set, as if chopping wood while he awaited his death sentence was the only thing keeping him calm. He swung twice more before sensing her in the yard. Hawthorne looked up. His face changed as his gaze swept down her, taking in her unruly hair and wind-burned cheeks. Emeline! Something bright and burning flared within her. She stumbled towards him, limping through the pain in her heel. He lodged the axe head in the chopping block, then turned to her. She threw her arms around him, pressing her forehead into the curve of his neck and holding on tight. Hawthorne's arms came around her, cocooning her in warmth. He pulled her against him, one hand skimming across her lower back while the other cupped her head, tucking it beneath his chin. "You're alive," she whispered. "And you're trembling." She held him tighter. "I thought I was too late." All too soon, Hawthorne pulled away from her to glance down at her foot. Eyeing her bloody heel, he bent, scooping her knees beneath his arm, and carried her into the house. 30. As Hawthorne tended her foot, Emeline showed him the sheet music for Rose's waltz along with the photo of her mother. After pointing out her mother's moon tattoo, she recounted what Tom told her about Rose falling in love with someone in the Wood King's court. Hawthorne straddled the bench beside the harvest table, facing her. Steam rose from the bowl of hot water in front of him, and on the table was a jar of Rook's moonshine and clean strips of white gauze. Taking her heel in his hands, he checked for glass shards embedded in the wound before starting to wash it. "My mother was the song mage's muse," she told him. "I'm sure of it." As he listened, Hawthorne's hands gently wiped the dirt and blood from her foot, avoiding the cut at first, then prodding it carefully until it was clean. "I think his death broke her. I wish I had the photos to show you." She looked dead inside, the opposite of how she looked with Tom. Hawthorne was strangely quiet. He hadn't said one word since she first started talking. He unscrewed the lid from the jar of moonshine. With her foot in one hand and the jar in the other, he glanced up, asking permission. Emeline nodded, giving it. Her grip on the bench tightened as he poured alcohol over the wound, sanitizing it. She hissed through her teeth at the sting. When it was over, she sucked in a breath and relaxed. My mother could still be in the King's city. Silently, Hawthorne took strips of gauze and wrapped them generously around and around her heel, pinning them in place. When he finished, he set her foot in his lap and, very gently, dragged his thumb in slow circles around her ankle bone. "I don't know of any Rose Lark living in the city," he said finally, almost distantly. "But the song mage and his consort were before my time. I can ask around. Aspen might know something. Her father used to be the song mage's paler." It was difficult to focus with his thumb caressing her like that. It made her shiver. Good shivers. Shivers that sank down below her skin. He fell quiet. "Emeline?" She glanced from his stroking thumb to his watchful eyes. There were shadows in them, and a careful cadence to his voice. "If the stories are true, and the vial was jealous of her—" His thumb stopped its gentle motion as his eyebrows drew sharply together. "It's possible the vial killed your mother, too." Emeline pulled her foot back towards herself, nodding silently. She'd thought of that already. The twisted butterfly pin was proof that someone had tried to escape that cellar. But did they succeed? Until she found evidence suggesting otherwise, Emeline had to hope her mother was alive. "And, if this is all true," he went on, "then the song mage was your father." She nodded again, staring at the pine floorboards beneath Hawthorne's gray wool socks. My father. She hadn't said the words aloud to herself yet. They were too strange. Was that why her voice did unexpected things sometimes? She thought of her last lesson with Hawthorne, of the power coursing through her as she sang, stripping him bare, seeing things she had no right to see. Something dinged in the kitchen. Hawthorne turned sharply in that direction. The bread. He screwed the lid back on the moonshine, then cleaned up the mess on the table. "I should go," she said, rising, "if I'm going to find my mother." She only had so much time to look. She needed to be in Montreal in 2 days for the opening night of her tour. How she would get to her opening night was less certain. She doubted the king would let her leave, even if she had found his missing sheet music. But this was a problem she would deal with later. Hawthorne reached for her wrist, stopping her. Her skin sparked at the contact. "When was the last time you ate?" Emeline pressed a hand to her empty stomach. "Not since yesterday." Then stay for dinner, and afterwards we can go see Aspen and ask her father about Rose Lark. He won't be home for a few hours yet, so you have some time." Since Emeline had no other leads, she nodded. All right. If Hawthorne thought the man could help her, she could afford to wait a few hours. Gathering the gauze, the moonshine, and the bowl of lukewarm water, Hawthorne brought them into the kitchen, where Emeline heard him wash his hands. When he returned, one arm cradled a ceramic bowl covered in a red checkered cloth, while the other carried a large muslin bag full of flour. He hefted both onto the table. After rolling his shirt sleeves back to his elbows, then sliding that plain white ring off his finger and placing it in his pocket, he peeled the checkered cloth back from the bowl. A pale hump of dough sat nestled inside. She came to stand beside him. "Can I help?" He raised a dark brow. "Do you know how?" No. The process of making bread was a total mystery to her. But Maisie baked bread all the time, so she rolled up her sleeves and shrugged. "How hard can it be?" He smirked. She crossed her arms. "You don't think I can do it?" "We'll see." He reached into the muslin bag and pulled out a handful of flour, sprinkling it across the surface of the table. Emeline braided her hair back, then washed her hands in the kitchen sink. When she returned, Hawthorne held out one flour-dusted hand. "First, you'll need to punch down the dough." Emeline reached for his hand, determined to demolish his skepticism. His fingers folded around hers, pulling her between himself and the end of the table. The heat of him rushed up her back, spreading like wildfire. In front of her sat the bowl of dough. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Was she actually supposed to punch it, or was he teasing? "You're already hopeless," he murmured, his warm breath grazing the back of her neck. "First, make a fist." She heard the smirk still in his voice as his hands folded around her right one, curling her fingers into her palm. "Then, bring your elbow back." Okay, she said. "I know how to throw a punch." His hand coasted around her hip, settling on its soft arc. "Go ahead, then." Emeline fisted her hand and punched the middle of the dough. "Oomph!" The bump collapsed. Emeline watched it caving in on itself, slowly, like a deflating balloon. Hawthorne's arms came around either side of her, his hands pushing the dough down, flattening it out. She smelled the forest on him, earth and moss and pine. "Get the air out," he said, stepping out from behind her and flipping the bowl over so the dough spilled out onto the floured table. He started tearing it into 6 roughly equal chunks. "Take one in your hands and tuck it into itself, like this." He folded his dough, then rounded it into a perfectly smooth circular orb in less than a minute. But when Emeline tried to copy his movements, hers ended up a lumpy mess that stuck to her fingers. Hawthorne's mouth quirked again. "You're thinking about it too much." Or possibly she wasn't thinking about it enough. She was thinking about his hands and how efficient they were, how they knew exactly what to do. His forearm disappeared inside the bag. When it reemerged, his hand held a fistful of white flour. He tossed it across the table, back and forth, like gently falling snow. Cover it with more flour, then try again. While she worked on her lumpy mess, Hawthorne finished his second, then third, cupping the dough on both sides and moving it in circles until it was perfectly round. He worked quickly and skillfully. By the time he finished shaping his 4th loaf, Emeline had turned her first back into a sticky bulge. She pulled her hands away. "I'm ruining it." He swapped out her mess with the last chunk of dough, then held out the bag of flour, as if to say, "Again." Emeline reached inside, grabbed a handful of flour, and threw it the way he'd shown her. Or not. She'd taken too much flour, and it slipped out of her fist all at once instead of sparingly. A dusty white cloud billowed up, forcing Emeline to close her eyes. When she opened them, a white haze coated her eyelashes. Her lips tasted dry and powdery, and her button-up shirt and jeans were dusted in flour. Blinking up at Hawthorne, she found him covered too. Emeline laughed at the sight of his dark hair speckled with white. He raised both eyebrows, as if to say, "Oh, really?" Reaching into the bag, he tossed a fistful back at her. She gasped as the flower hit, splattering across her shirt like a soft snowball. A slow grin spread across her lips. "This is something I can beat him at." Grabbing the bag of flour, she hoisted it high and dumped the whole thing over his head. It was like standing in the midst of a snow squall. The room disappeared. Emeline couldn't see the table or the dough or even Hawthorne. And then there he was, lunging at her through the white cloud. Emeline dodged out of reach, shrieking and laughing as she ran for the other end of the house. Halfway to the bedroom, he grabbed her around the waist and lifted her off the floor. "We're not finished." She attempted to fight him as he half carried, half dragged her back to the table, but she was laughing so hard she couldn't kick her legs. He set her down before the table. With his arms still looped around her waist, he held her snug against him, her back to his chest. Laughter softened his voice as he whispered against her cheek, "Try again." The brush of his lips made a warm ache roar to life inside her, and her laughter fell silent. "You said it yourself," she swallowed, breathless. "I'm hopeless." She squirmed free of his hold, turning to face him, and his arm fell away from her. Only a sliver of space divided them. She leaned back into the table behind her, gripping the edge, peering up at him. He lifted a hand to her face, and as his thumb gently smeared flour off her cheekbone, a startling thought flickered through her. I want him. Not the way she wanted the others. She didn't want him to use Hihaza as a shield between her and the things she was running from, to feel normal, to soothe that lonely ache. She wanted him. His sharp edges and surprising tenderness and quiet strength. She wanted him spooning homemade soup into her mouth in his cozy, tidy house that smelled like bread. She wanted him discussing poetry in the dark with her grandfather. She wanted that fervent, desperate kiss in the palace hall. She wanted Hawthorne Fell, the Wood King's henchman. Not exactly boyfriend material, but still. He called to her the way the forest did, called to something deep and forgotten, something that longed to come alive again. Emeline reached for the hand that had smeared flour off her cheek. He let her take it, let her turn it palm up between them, tracing its calluses and flour-caked creases. Such strong, capable hands. Emeline, he was all dark hair falling into river rock eyes. Eyes that were, at present, captivated by the sight of her. Hot silence simmered between them. She stared at his mouth, so close to hers, deliriously close. Letting go of his hand, she reached for his face, savoring the roughness of his jawline against her palms. Emeline. Her name was a growl, part warning, part yearning. But whatever he'd been about to say was lost in the softness of her mouth as she arched to kiss him. Her fingers twined through his hair, pulling him closer. "We can't do this," he murmured. But his hand slid behind her thighs as he lifted her onto the edge of the table. "What about Joel?" She gently bit the curve of his jaw. "I broke things off with Joel." At those words, Hawthorne gave in to her. Securing her legs around his hips, he drew her against him. Desire burned through Emeline. Her blood hummed as he hooked his finger into the collar of her button-up shirt, tugging gently downwards. The buttons opened one after another, and Emeline sucked in a breath as cool air rushed against her skin. He pushed the shirt down her arms and kissed the smooth curve of her shoulder, his teeth grazing her bare skin. A low hum escaped her throat. His eyes glazed over. Suddenly his mouth was hot against hers, his tongue urgent. She kissed him back, pulling him closer, tighter, and still it wasn't enough. She wanted him to lay her down. She wanted him to... Her hands fumbled with his belt, trying to undo it. Realizing what was happening, what she wanted, the damage he'd done. He immediately stepped forward again, his fingers shaking ever so slightly as they buttoned her shirt. His face was flushed, his hair mussed. He looked undone. It made her want to kiss him again. Sensing this, Hawthorne abandoned the buttons and backed away. Emeline pushed herself down from the table. "Tell me why." He ran both hands through his hair. "If circumstances were different—" He glanced away from her, but not before she saw the desire raging in his eyes. "I would happily take what you're offering. More than happily." Emeline gripped the edge of the table, not trusting herself to let go. What did that mean? If circumstances were different? If she weren't a prisoner here? If she weren't secretly planning to leave all of this behind and escape? Maybe that's it. Emeline remembered what Nettle told her the night they met, that someone in Hawthorne's past broke his heart. She remembered the girl Hawthorne had mentioned the night he walked her home.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Where did she go? Away from me? You loved someone, and she betrayed you. Emeline's voice sounded raw. Is that what this is about? Because whoever she was, I'm not her. Yes. His eyes turned to stone. And no, there are things you don't know. She crossed her arms. Then fill me in. He ran his hands raggedly over his face. He looked everywhere but at her. She didn't betray me. He paused for a long moment. When he finally raised his eyes to hers, he said very quietly, I betrayed her. 31. Emeline stared across the space between them. What do you mean you betrayed her? Before he could answer, the door burst open. A gust of wind howled into the house, sending the sheet music blowing across the room. Emeline quickly did up the last of her buttons as the door swung on its hinges, slamming into the wall with a bang. Sable stepped inside, with Rook on her heels. They were both out of breath. "Shadow skins," Sable managed, her chest rising and falling in heaving gasps. Her russet hair was tangled and wild. "Inside the city?" Hawthorne crossed to them in 3 easy strides, his argument with Emeline swept away by the wind whistling through the house. "Are you certain?" It was Rook who answered, pushing his hair off his face. "There's no mistake. The entire city has been ordered to lock their doors and arm themselves as best they can." "But that's impossible." Hawthorne was already pulling on his boots. "The city walls have never been breached. The king's magic? We've always known the curse is getting stronger," said Rook, his dark brown eyes almost black. "The king can't hold it off forever. I slew 3 in the street on the way here." Hawthorne's sheathed sword was gripped in Sable's hands, the same sword the hedgeman took from him when he offered himself up as Emeline's surety. She handed it over. "There's no time to waste." He buckled it on. "I'll come with you," said Emeline, moving towards where they gathered by the door. "Maybe I can help." She still had Sable's knife at her hip. And she'd killed 1 shadow skin today already. "You're injured." Hawthorne stared down at her bandaged heel. "It will slow you and us down." "So I'm just supposed to wait here?" "Go with Rook to the palace. Once you're safely inside, stay there." Emeline was about to argue, except Hawthorne was already following Sable outside. The moment they passed through the door, it shut in Emeline's face. The tarnished brass knob winked at her and Rook. The house fell silent around them. Her hands curled into fists. "He's right," said a voice deep inside her. "What can you do? All you have is 1 little knife against a forest full of monsters." Back in the palace, as the silver moon rose in a velvet black sky, Emeline paced, trying to distract herself with Rose's waltz, the last thing the song mage wrote for her mother. Again and again she read the lyrics, but the words slipped through her mind like sand through a sieve. Rook had assured her that Hawthorne and Sable were well trained and accustomed to dealing with shadowskins, that the king's army would eradicate the threat, that everything was going to be fine. But his assurances did nothing to calm her.
Just after midnight, Emmeline's pacing was interrupted by a knock on her door. When she opened it, Sable stood in the frame, shoulders hunched, russet hair bedraggled, a bloody cut across her cheek. "We chased a pair of them into the woods." Sable sounded scared and small, and not at all herself. "It was an ambush. 4 Shadowskins held me down while they dragged him away. Him." She was talking about Hawthorne. "I kept thinking, why don't they just kill us? Why leave me alive?" Sable pressed her face into her hands. "It was as if they wanted me to watch him be taken. Hawthorne, in the hands of Shadowskins. Had they twisted his mind beyond recognition yet? Had they killed him yet? Rook is assembling a search party. It will be too late," she thought. "We'll find him. It's already too late." The truth washed over her like a cold, powerful sea, jolting her out of her shock. When Sable left, Emeline pulled on her blundstones, shrugged on her coat, and slipped out into the hall. She might not be able to wield a sword, she might not be trained to fight monsters, but she wasn't helpless. She refused to sit behind the palace walls waiting for worse news. Emeline limped quickly through the empty streets until she arrived at the city bait. It was locked and heavily guarded by more hedgemen than usual, the air around them tense. Turning back, she headed for the door that led to Boggs Boardwalk, only to find it gone. She ran her hands over the white stone wall, retracing her steps, but the door was hidden from her. She realized then that she'd only ever left the city with Hawthorne or Grace. It was possible the king's prisoner was only permitted to leave if she was accompanied. Or perhaps the entrances and exits to and from the king's city were sealed in light of the breach. She pounded her fist against the wall, frustrated, when something scratchy brushed her cheek. She jumped, glancing up into the branch of a nearby sycamore. "Come," the tree whispered. The sycamore's bark was peeling, revealing a mottled green trunk beneath, and as her gaze followed it skywards, she saw that its uppermost branches towered over the wall. The moon was almost full beyond its branches. "Climb," it said. After glancing around to ensure she was alone, Emeline strode towards the tree, grabbed hold of its lowermost branch, and hauled herself up. If she'd been in better shape, she might have scaled it easily. Instead, it took more time than she would have liked to get to the top. Her breath came fast, and sweat dampened her skin. Straddling the sturdiest high branch, she used it to shimmy towards the top of the wall. As she neared the flat white stone, the branch bent, and Emmeline's heart plummeted, sure the branch was about to snap. She gripped it tight, ready to return, but when she glanced over her shoulder, she found not the branch bending, but the tree. "Go," it said, as it delivered her onto the top of the wall. A wall, she noticed, that was starting to speckle with black mold. Emeline wrinkled her nose at the musty, rotting smell, reminded of the moldy walls of the Song Mage's house, deep in the stain. Had the curse spread to the king's city? Was that how the Shadowskins got inside? If so, she couldn't worry about it now. She needed to find Hawthorne. When her feet touched stone, she let go of the branch, teetering a little without its support. The top of the wall was less than 2 feet across, and when Emeline looked down, she found a 20-foot fall. Her stomach lurched at the sight. She quickly got down on all fours, avoiding the mold as best she could, then carefully lowered herself until she was dangling on the other side of the wall. "Thank you," she whispered to the sycamore. She closed her eyes, and after counting to 3, dropped. The ground swiftly rose up to meet her. As her feet hit the earth, she bent her legs to protect her ankles, which still spiked with pain. "Ow!" she hissed, dropping to her knees, waiting for the sharp sting to subside. When it did, she rose and limped into the woods, noticing that the trunks of these trees were turning silver with disease. Her stomach twisted with uneasiness. Patches of starlight flickered through the leafy boughs overhead. "Where is he?" she asked the trees. They murmured and swayed, as if consulting each other. "This way," they hushed, leading her to a gurgling river, which shone like a silver ribbon beneath the bright moon. Follow it west. As she hobbled alongside its whispering current, the earth began to thunder beneath her feet, as if at the mercy of hammering hooves. Emeline paused, listening. Were the ember mares running? "Don't stop," said the trees. Emeline scanned her surroundings. Something red flickered in the distance.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. She squinted, focusing on it, and found a dozen black mares galloping to a halt in a nearby grove, snorting smoke and stomping their fire-gold hooves, which sparked against the forest floor. Unlike Lament, who was steady and calm, their whinnies were shrill and piercing, and they tossed their heads restlessly. Unlike the wild ember mares she once stampeded with through the woods, these had steel harnesses welded to their faces, the metal biting into their flesh, leaving raw, bleeding wounds. Worse, there were shadow skins astride their backs. Emeline sucked in a breath as the monsters rode their captives slowly through the grove, heads turning back and forth as if hunting something. When one glanced her way, Emeline dropped to the underbrush, her pulse pounding. Her breath came fast as she listened, but nothing encroached. There was no sound of fiery hooves or horrifying footsteps. "Hurry," begged the trees. Emeline crawled forward on her elbows, pushing through leaves and burrs and thorns. If she could distance herself, keep out of sight. A rough, soft voice pierced the quiet. "Emeline?" She stopped crawling. "Hawthorne? Is that you?" His voice shook, as if he was frightened. He sounded very close. This shadow-skin hunting party? They must be the ones who took him. "Help me, Emeline." His panicked voice tugged at her, drawing her towards him. Emeline stood up. She turned away from the river and silently crept from tree to tree, trying to conceal herself as she moved towards the sound of his voice. "No," said the trees. Sharp branches scraped her cheeks and caught at her hair, as if the trees were trying to stop her. Emeline ignored them, as a shape appeared ahead, between her and the captured ember mares. Hawthorne? The figure halted, swinging in her direction with an unearthly swiftness. Two more shapes stepped out to join it. Emeline went still, staring at the three dark shadows from between the boughs of the spruce she hid behind. Their tall, thin forms were blacker than the night, and they had no eyes. "Emeline!" Hawthorne's terrified voice knotted around her heart. She moved without thinking, reaching for Sable's knife as dead leaves crunched beneath her steps. She was about to call out to tell him she was coming when a hand slammed down over her mouth. Someone grabbed her from behind, their arm fastening around her middle, hauling her backwards. She tried to squirm and kick and buck, using her elbows and feet. She tried to scream, but the hand clamped too hard, stifling the sound. "It's not him," hissed a voice in her ear. "It's not him." Emeline breathed in the tang of smoke and steel. Sable. When her hand fell away, Emeline insisted, "It is him." She was still fighting as Hawthorne called for her, and Sable continued dragging her backwards into the hollowed-out trunk of an old tree. At the center was an empty hole, letting the stars shine through. "They're hurting him." "Hush, hush." Sable pulled Emeline against her. "It's not him, I promise you." She leaned back against the wall of the hollow and sank down to the ground, bringing Emeline with her. "Stay quiet and still." Hawthorne's tortured cries drew closer, calling out for her. His voice echoed in this hollow, swelling around them. Emeline pushed against Sable, needing to get to him. Sable held on tighter. When Emeline dug an elbow into her ribs, trying to hurt her so she would let go, Sable started to sing. It began as a hum in the back of her throat, soft as velvet, the way a mother might soothe a crying child. Emeline fell still at the sound.
But it wasn't Sable's singing that entranced her. It was the song she'd chosen, one of Emeline's, an old song buried in the password-protected folder on her phone. How on earth? The tune was only a whisper, but its familiar rises and falls held Emeline spellbound. She could barely remember this song, nor any of the others she'd locked away. How could Sable possibly be humming it? Like every other song Emeline had ever heard or sung, this one came with a memory. She was maybe 14, sitting on the second-story beam of Pa's barn, her bare legs swinging as she sang. It was the height of summer, and everything stuck to her sweaty skin. Her clothes, her hair, the dust in the air. And she wasn't alone. There was someone beside her, all stretched out, lying with her back on the beam. A girl with brambly hair and bright gold eyes. She was smiling as she listened, her dirty bare foot bobbing to the rhythm of Emeline's song. Sable! The memory burst like a popped bubble. What? It made no sense. Emeline and Sable had only just met. Had something distorted the memory trapped in the song? Or had her brain inserted Sable because Sable is the one singing it now? In Emeline's confusion, the terror in Hawthorne's voice stopped tugging. His calls for help quieted, moving into the distance. Finally, she heard the truth in his voice. Beneath the familiar cadence was a sick and festering rot, like the curse itself. It was a trick of the shadow-skins, a weapon to lure her in. Sable hummed until the sounds beyond the hollow trailed into silence. When the shadow-skins had moved on, Sable fell silent, letting Emeline go. Their staggered breaths echoed in the dark space. We should go. Sable pushed upwards to her feet, before they circle back. 32. How do you know that song? Sable, whose lupine eyes could clearly see in the dark, strode several steps ahead, as if she were trying to put distance between them, as if Emeline were wrapped in barbed wire, and if Sable got too close, she'd get cut. What song? The one you were humming. It was possible Emeline mistook it. Maybe the tune only sounded like hers, and too much distance made her misremember. But she didn't think so. Or maybe her fear for Hawthorne, combined with Sable's sudden presence, made her brain alter the memory. Memories were tricky things, after all. Just look at Pa, whose memory had utterly betrayed him. I can't recall where I know it from, said Sable, guarded. The snow-white pommels of her long blades gleamed from where they crossed her back. I panicked. It was the first thing that came to mind. She hadn't seemed panicked. She'd been so calm. Maybe that was Sable's nature, though. Still as a glassy pool on the surface. Chaos churning beneath. Emeline decided to let the subject drop, for now. Not only had Sable saved her, Hawthorne was out here somewhere. They needed to find him. Thank you, she said softly, for stopping me. Sable glanced back. You're welcome. Her eyes shone like a wolf's in the darkness, and she paused, waiting until Emeline caught up. They continued on in silence, Emeline listening to the tree's directions, then telling Sable where to go. If Sable found it odd that the forest spoke to Emeline, she didn't show it. All too soon, the trees took on a sickly white translucence, their deadened trunks shining eerily beneath the starlight. The stain. The air was thick and stagnant. No breeze blew. No birds called. No insects croaked. There, rasped the dying trees. A cage of bone-white elms stood in the center of a clearing, illuminated by glowing torches lodged in the ground. The elms grew in a perfect circle, with less than a handbreadth of space between each trunk. 6 feet from the ground, they bent inwards, twisting together like a knot, trapping the shape within. Hawthorne. He lay sprawled in the dirt, hair plastered to his temples, eyes closed. Still as death. Emeline ran to him. Hawthorne? He didn't stir. Hawthorne!
Emeline scanned the elm trunks. Where's the way in? There isn't one, said Sable, walking twice around the cage, her gaze running up and down the trunks. Emeline reached through the space in the elms, feeling for a pulse. The skin of his neck was cold to the touch, and it took her several tries before her fingertips felt the slow thud of his heart. She let out a shaky breath. He's alive, at least. She reached for a slender trunk and pulled. It didn't budge. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. She reached for the knife at her hip and was about to start sawing when, on the other side of the cage, Sable tensed, her attention fixing on something behind Emeline. She spun to face it. The vial stepped into the clearing with them. She grinned, her pale gaze fixed on Emeline, as if Sable didn't exist. As if this was her reason for capturing Hawthorne. He was bait in a trap set for Emeline. Emeline stared back, hands curling into fists as a cold, dark hatred twisted her insides. Here was the monster that murdered her father and imprisoned her mother in that cellar. Sable moved like the wind, drawing the two blades simultaneously from the sheaths at her back as she stepped between Emeline and the vial. "Take one step closer, and I'll gut you like a fish," she snarled. The glow from the torches glinted off her enchanted steel. The vial sneered, her lips pulling back from sharp teeth. "Your magic steel can't bite me, shiftling." There came a grotesque cracking sound, like bones snapping and joints dislocating, as the vial opened her mouth, revealing layers upon layers of those needle-like teeth and blood-stained, rust-colored gums. Her dark maw widened like a cavern, as if to swallow Sable whole. "Wait!" Emeline's voice rang through the clearing. The vial turned her head, staring. "I'm the one you want. Let them go, and I'll be your prisoner." Sable shot her a startled look. "You'll do no such thing." Holding Sable's gaze, she whispered, "Trust me." She'd distracted the vial once before with her singing, and now that she knew who her father was, how there was a chance she'd inherited some of the song mage's magic, she was certain she could do it again. It would at least buy Emeline enough time to run after Sable and Hawthorne were safely away. But first and foremost, she wanted to find out what the vial did to her mother. She needed to know if Rose Lark was alive. The vial's pale blue eyes bore into Emeline. "If you can get him out of that cage before I eat your friend, they can both go free." The creature's attention shifted to Sable, and she grinned hideously. "Don't worry about me," Sable said as she lifted her blades, knuckles bunching around the handles. "Find a way to get him out of there." Emeline nodded, turning to the elm cage. "I'm the song mage's daughter," Emeline told herself. Her singing summoned the woods. It put a dragon to sleep and stripped back Hawthorne's defenses. It had even held off the vial, temporarily, down in that cellar. What else could it do? She pressed her hand to one of the trunks. A gentle thrum pushed against her palm, like the faint and sluggish pulse of a dying heart beating below the bark. Maybe these blighted trees hadn't quite given up yet. Maybe there was something alive in them still. Behind her, the air hissed with the swing of a blade. Emeline looked to find the vial mere steps from Sable, teeth bared, ready to strike. Her heart sped up. Focus. Emeline wrapped her hands around two elm trunks, thinking of the day she'd seen inside Hawthorne's mind. She'd wanted to defy him, wanted to break down the walls he erected to keep her out. She remembered singing Claw to sleep. She'd been thinking of Pa as she sang it, Pa, singing lullabies. Maybe intention mattered? Maybe, when her voice did strange things, it did them in tandem with what she wanted. Emeline. The voices of the trees whispered like ghosts. Sing us a true song. A true song.
But what did that mean? When Sable's steel whistled through the air again, Emeline stopped thinking and reached for the song she'd written to the tune of Rose's Waltz. The lyrics were her own. Did that make it true? She hummed the first verse, wading slowly into it, thinking about what she wanted. Hawthorne, free. The pulse beneath her palms quickened. She sang louder, letting the song grow. And as it did, the pulse locked away and sap grew with her, drumming loudly beneath her hands, matching the beat of her song, as if it were harmonizing. It was like singing with Hawthorne. That tuning fork feeling glowed within her. She could feel their feelings spilling into her, flooding her senses, like they were one, her and these trees. Unexpected sorrow and longing infected her. Weariness sank down to her roots. The forest was sick and tired and cursed, but holding on, determined to keep fighting. Suddenly, it wasn't just Emeline's song flooding out, but something else. A thick and shimmering power gushed out of her, like blood from a wound. Around her, the clearing changed. Pale, dead leaves cascaded to the forest floor like snow. The trunks of the trees changed from powdery white to deep browns and dappled greens, color spreading like a blush from their roots to their branches. New leaves began to bud and unfurl, teeming with life. Looking back to Hawthorne's unconscious form, Emeline sang louder. "Let him out," she told the trees. "Set him free." A moan filled the air, coming from above. At her command, the elms untwisted themselves, slowly, slowly, until they no longer caged Hawthorne in. The trees bent, arching away from each other in a V, giving their prisoner enough space to escape through. Her song fell silent as Emeline stumbled into the cage. Immediately, the forest spun around her. Exhaustion crashed like a wave onto her shoulders, making her collapse to her knees at his side. Emeline felt like an old rag, all wrung out. She tried to wrap her arms around him, tried to pull him up, but the strength had gone out of her. "Hawthorne," she whispered, "Hawthorne, wake up." Outside the cage, the wind sighed. The trees were quiet and calm, the starlight soft and twinkling. But then the air turned sour, and the rot returned, fast, faster, spreading like spilled ink. Emeline felt the trees try to fight it, felt their panic desperation. But the curse was too strong. It leached them of life, leaving them sickly white. Emeline hadn't saved them at all. What did she expect? That just because she was the song mage's daughter, she could counter the curse? Wrapping her arms around Hawthorne's torso, she gave a fierce cry and pulled, dragging him through the gap in the trees and out of the cage. As soon as his unconscious body was free, the opening closed behind them. Emeline collapsed to the earth, utterly spent, then looked up. Sable drew away from the vial, whose eyes were darkening with rage. Her veins blackened like ichor beneath her skin as she stared down at her like she'd never seen a more loathsome thing. "I thought so." The vial's voice scraped like wintry branches on a frosted pane. Pointing a clawed finger at Hawthorne, she hissed to Sable, "Take him and leave." A black ember mare came out of the trees, muzzled and ready to ride. Sable paused, reluctant. She clearly had no desire to leave Emeline alone with a monster. But Emeline needed answers only the vial could give her. So she said, "Get him to safety." When Sable still paused, Emeline forced herself to rise, despite her body feeling heavy as stone. "Either we all die here, or you escape and bring back help." Seeing the logic in this, Sable narrowed her eyes and said, "Promise me you'll stay alive." Emeline nodded. Together, they hoisted Hawthorne onto the horse. Sable climbed up after, holding him in place with one arm looped around his chest. "Sable," she heard Hawthorne's slurred voice say, "where are we?" Sable looked back once before the horse stepped into the darkness beyond the clearing, and then they were gone. The vial started forward, examining Emeline like a meal she intended to eat. Thinking of the cellar, Emeline started to sing, in an attempt to fend her off. But the vial seemed unaffected. She didn't back away this time, or try to shake off the spell of Emeline's voice, only scowled. "Song mage spawn," hissed the monster before her. He thought the poison in his voice was boundless too, but it wasn't. The vial lunged for her. Shakily, Emeline drew Sable's knife from her hip. Too late. The vial batted it easily aside, moving in.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. One bony hand grabbed Emeline's jaw, gripping her cheeks painfully, while the other wrapped around the wrist that held the knife and squeezed until Emeline dropped it. The steel fell to the ground with a thud. It's why he locked me in that cellar, to force me to stay. Because whenever the venom in his voice dried up, I remembered. Emeline frowned, confused. The vial was the prisoner in the song mage's cellar? The vial's pupils widened, swallowing up her irises until they were entirely black. Letting go of Emeline's wrist, she dragged translucent fingers down Emeline's cheeks, her touch rough as dried leaves, her sharp nails skimming dangerously against the skin. "I could never leave him," he said. "He loved me so much, you see." Her slitted nostrils flared angrily. "So I killed him." The vial was talking nonsense. The song mage loved Rose Lark, Emeline's mother, not this monster standing before her. But if it was the vial he imprisoned, she remembered the butterfly pin. A horrifying thought took root in her. No. Letting go of Emeline's face, the vial bent down, her fingers plunging into ashy leaves until they found Sable's blade. When she rose, she lifted the honed tip to Emeline's heart, holding the hilt with both hands, ready to plunge it in. "I know you're his. You have his eyes and his blood. I could smell it in that cellar, just as I smell it now." Her nose wrinkled in distaste. "And that song?" She bared her teeth. "Is that why you came to the manor, to finish what he started? To imprison me there for good?" Emeline's thoughts were spinning too fast. It can't be. It was too horrible. She shook her head blindly as images of Rose Lark rose up, laughing with her head thrown back, eyes bright with joy, smiling adoringly up at Tom. "You can't be her." The trees began to hiss around them. The elm tree cage pressed into Emeline's shoulder blades. She wrapped her hands around their thin trunks, leaning back, away from the knife, trying to stop the world from spinning. She thought of the sycamore, delivering her over the wall. Thought of all the other times the trees had assisted her, giving her warnings or directions. It reminded her of what Pa said the other night. He'd given an offering to the king on the day she was born in exchange for the forest's protection. Was that why the trees were always helping her? They were trying to protect her. She sent up a desperate plea to the woods. "Help me again now, if you can." The wind picked up, rattling through the brittle branches. That faintly beating pulse thrummed beneath the bark, pushing through to her. A soft rustling sound broke the quiet as something swelled in the earth beneath her feet. The vial paused, listening. She lowered the knife as the ground shifted, rising and dropping, as if something slithered under the newly fallen leaves. The vial turned, sensing danger. Twisting white roots surged upwards, reaching like fingers to wrap around the vial's ankles and twine up her legs. As they did, the vial stumbled, losing her balance. Fury flashed across her face.
She righted herself, then turned to Emeline, who was still within striking distance. "Run!" hissed the trees. Before the blade lashed across her chest, Emeline ducked out of the way. The vial screamed. Emeline ran, from the rage in that scream, from the edge of that sweeping blade, but most of all, from the realization slamming through her. The vial and Rose Lark were one and the same. That monster is my mother. 33. Something followed on her heels, or rather, many somethings. Emeline heard them crash through the thorny brambles behind her. Shadow skins set loose by the vial. The hooves of their captive ember mares pounded the earth in a furious tattoo, closing the gap. She counted a dozen nightmares in the darkness. Emeline waded quickly through the sighing river, its cold water filling her boots. Her legs burned, her sliced heel throbbed, her breath scratched her lungs. Her bad foot snagged in a patch of thorns, and she went sprawling. Emeline turned over, scrambling backwards. But it was too late. The monsters were descending from all sides. Before they seized her, the starry sky darkened. A raven cry pierced the night. Emeline looked up. Hundreds of black shapes blotted out the stars. Ravens, circling, readying themselves to dive. But the wolves arrived first. Emeline heard their growls before she saw them. The leader had russet fur and golden eyes. Sable? She wondered, remembering the fanged shape of the girl's shadow. The wolf snarled at the shadow skins, keeping itself between the monsters and Emeline. The others followed suit as the ravens plunged down from the stars. Wolves clashed with shadows. Ravens swooped and dived, keeping the monsters away. Beyond them, the trees hissed. "Run faster!" Emeline scrambled to her feet and kept going. She ran straight into one of them. The shadow skin grinned down at her from its sightless face. Out of its crackling mouth came Pa's voice. Pa telling her everything was going to be all right. The shadow skin's power curled like a snake through her mind until she no longer saw the monster before her, only her beloved grandfather. Pa's arms were outstretched, ready to soothe whatever was hurting Emeline. "Come here, my ducky." Her traitorous body rose to obey, bringing her closer to the Pa who was not Pa. A flicker of fear raced down Emeline's spine as he reached to pull her into his arms. And then a glimmering sword plunged through his chest. "No!" Emeline screamed, despite herself. Pa's lips parted in surprise, and his chin dropped as he stared at the blade protruding out of him, canted down towards the earth. His form dissolved into a shadow skin, falling to its knees. Emeline stumbled away and looked up to see Hawthorne drawing his blade out of the creature's chest. From atop Lament, who shone like black fire, Hawthorne gleamed in the moonlight, fury blazing across his face. If he was injured from his earlier capture, he showed no sign of it. Lament regarded her with wide, fire-red eyes. She whickered, nudging Emeline's cheek with her soft nose, as if to say, "Tell me who hurt you, and I'll trample them into the earth." That spent feeling was still heavy inside Emeline, making the world blur. She reached for Lament's saddle, using it to stay upright. Frowning, Hawthorne swung himself down. Sliding a warm hand behind her neck, he cupped the curve of it, his shadowed gaze drinking her in. "Did she harm you?" Emeline shook her head. "No, I'm just tired. Unnaturally tired." Sensing it, he reached for her waist and helped her into the saddle. No sooner was she mounted than Lament reared at the approach of a shadow skin, flashing her fiery hooves. Emeline held on tight to keep from falling, as Hawthorne plunged his sword through the creature's heart. "Ride straight to the city gate," he told her. No stopping. She was supposed to run and hide while he battled Shadowskins alone? No, she wouldn't leave him here, surrounded. At the ring of drawn steel, she looked to find he wasn't alone. Sable was there in human form, swinging her enchanted blade, beheading Shadowskins, as wolves and ravens lunged for monsters and claws and fangs collided. Meanwhile, a horde of hedgemen teemed from the silver trees, their bronze breastplates flickering in the starlight as their spears flew through the air. They drew swords and rushed the Shadowskins, swarming the clearing, armor clinking as they outnumbered the enemy, their enchanted steel blades ending the monsters swiftly. Sensing the turning tide, most of the remaining Shadowskins fled, and the rest were quickly overcome. When the woods fell quiet, Emeline scanned the surroundings from Lament's saddle, watching the hedgemen push outwards, searching for lingering enemies. Nearby, Sable ran her fingers slowly over the black wing of a raven perched on her shoulder, as if checking for broken bones. Though she couldn't say how, Emeline knew the raven was Rook. "I thought I told you to ride for the city gate."
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline looked down into gray eyes, one dark, one light. Hawthorne wiped his glistening forehead and gripped the back of the saddle, wanting up. She took her foot out of the stirrup and bent forward as he mounted. His arm came around her waist, and he dropped his forehead to her shoulder, breathing deep. She smelled the salty tang of sweat on his skin. "You shouldn't have come for me." He leaned heavily against her, letting her bear the weight of him. "But I'm glad you did." Emeline glanced to Sable, who met her gaze. The shiftling nodded, wordlessly telling her to take Hawthorne home. Lifting the reins, Emeline nudged Lament back towards the city, and together they moved through the cursed and dying woods. Except for Lament's labored breathing and clopping hooves, the ride back was utterly silent, leaving Emeline prey to her thoughts. The vial's words haunted her, circling inside her head. Whenever the venom in his voice dried up, I remembered. She remembered her life beyond the woods, Emeline realized. Remembered the things she'd been stolen away from. Remembered the man she truly loved, Tomas Perez. Not the song mage. "It's why he locked me in that cellar. He loved me so much, you see." It made Emeline want to cry. The song mage had enchanted Rose Lark. He'd used the magic in his voice to coerce her, to make her believe she loved him. And when that magic reached its limit, when he couldn't keep her enchanted anymore, he physically restrained her in his cellar to stop her from leaving. So she murdered him. And then she must have cursed the woods. Had she been a monster when she killed him, or had the killing turned her into one and the curse did the rest? If my mother is a monster, Emeline thought, the song mage is something worse. A monster masquerading as a gentleman. An accomplished singer, highly esteemed in the Wood King's court, hiding a disturbing secret beneath his house. Cursebringer, Claw had called him, because he knew. He'd seen. A terrifying thought occurred to her. Is this what I'm capable of? Bile rose in her throat. Because hadn't she used the power in her voice to coerce? First Claw, then Hawthorne, and tonight, the trees caging him in? She had made them all bend to her will. What if next time she did something worse? When they dismounted in the stable behind Hawthorne's house, Emeline kept her distance. This new knowledge made her feel like a plague, repulsive and dangerous. She didn't want Hawthorne around her, didn't want him to know what her father had done, what she herself was capable of. "Let me do this," she said, starting to unbuckle Lament's saddle from within her stall. "You're exhausted. Go inside." If he went inside, she could leave the woods without him knowing. If she left tonight, she could keep him safe from the dangers in her voice.
He would never have to know about her twisted inheritance. Leaving had always been the plan anyway. Once she ensured Pa's freedom, she'd always intended to escape and return to her real life. It was her search for Rose that interrupted her plan, but that search was complete. It was the only thing to do: leave. Besides, it was only a matter of time before the curse overtook the king's city. "I think I'll stay," Hawthorne said, watching her fingers fumble the buckle. The only light came from an oil lamp out in the wider stable, making it difficult to see. "Let me. I've got it." It took her twice as long as it would have taken him, but still, he stood there. When she finished, Hawthorne lifted the saddle and went to hang it on the wall outside the stall. In his absence, hoping he'd change his mind and go, Emeline pressed her forehead to Lament's flank, breathing in the smells of the stable around them: fresh hay and old leather and wood. Instead, Hawthorne returned with a wool blanket. His movements were slow as he tossed it over Lament's glistening back, making Emeline wonder he was in pain. "I can handle this," she told him. "Go inside." "I'll go inside when you tell me what has you so frightened." He reached for her hands. "You're shaking. What happened?" She remembered the hate twisting her mother's face, remembered those rough fingers grabbing her cheeks and the nails scraping her skin, remembered her mother lifting the sharpened tip of Sable's blade to her heart. Her mother hadn't recognized her, or maybe she had and wanted her dead anyway, because Emeline was his, a reminder of the horrible things he'd done to her. Of course Rose would hate the sight of her daughter. Tom would hate the sight of Emeline, too, when he found out what she was the product of. Tom would never be able to look at her again. And what would the rest of Edgewood think? That thought made her throat close up. Hot tears pricked her eyes. Pulling her hands out of his, she knotted her fingers together and walked out of Lament's stall to the edge of the stable, where a cold breeze blew in. She wanted to run far away from here. She wanted to outrun the truth. Emeline. The warmth of him moved up her back. When she didn't answer, he reached for her wrist. Emeline. But there was something else she wanted. Something deeper, humming like a pulse beneath her skin. She wanted to turn and burrow her face in Hawthorne's throat, breathe in his scent, pull his mouth down to hers, and drown in him. Is this how my father felt? The question scared her. She glanced to where Hawthorne's fingers gently encircled her wrist. "Please don't touch me," she whispered. He raised his hands, stepping back. "Will you at least tell me what's wrong? Perhaps I can help." She smiled a bitter smile, turning to face him. "You can't help. Let me try." Emeline swallowed, looking away. She shook her head. If she was leaving tonight, it wouldn't matter, would it? What if? But how could she tell him? Try. What if I told you the vial wasn't the real horror, that the real horror was the song mage? Hawthorne took a slow, small step towards her. "I would believe you." The brass buttons of his coat shone in the moonlight. Emeline fixed her gaze on them. "What if I told you that the song mage wanted his muse so badly he stole her away from everything she loved, enchanted her to want him and him alone, and when the enchantment wore off, imprisoned her in his cellar?" Hawthorne paused. "What if I told you," Emeline lowered her voice to a whisper, "that I'm the outcome, that she, the vial, is my mother?" Time slowed around them. The silence blared in her ears. He'll turn away now, she thought. He'll leave me here in the dark, disgusted. But Hawthorne only took another small step towards her. "I would believe that, too," he said. Hesitantly, he touched her hip, cupping the curve of it. It steadied her, rooting her in the stable and the lamplight and his solid presence. His hand glided across her lower back, warm and strong, then curled over her other hip as he drew her slowly against him. She wanted to give in to the strength of him, to press her cheek against the fine wool of his coat, to let his arms tighten, pulling her snug. But as his hands stroked her hair soothingly, Emeline remembered that day beneath the glass dome, when her voice smashed down his walls and took something from him, something he didn't want her to take. It had been so easy. What if I'm no different than my father? She wanted Hawthorne, even now. The press of his body woke a hungry fire in her, stoked with every caress of his fingers. Heat flickered and spread as his jaw grazed her cheek. She wanted so much more than to be held by him. How far would that want drive her? Her father wanted her mother and had done terrible things to have her. What if she didn't stop with Hawthorne? Emeline shuddered and stepped out of his arms. If he looked in her eyes now, he might see to the ugly core of her. She kept her face lowered and said, "It would be wise to keep your distance." Leave, she told herself, now, before you hurt him. Nothing held her here any more. Pa was safe. The Wood King had her father's songs. He could find a new minstrel to sing them.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating, and her mother was a monster that wanted her dead. More important, Emeline had a life to return to. It wasn't too late. Her tour started in 2 days. A major record label would be watching her first performance, and if she wowed them, they'd give her a contract, produce her next album, level up her career. Emeline simply needed to do what she'd always done. Pretend to be normal. Pretend none of this was real. Pretend there was nothing dark lurking in her depths. Emeline turned to go, her mind made up. She would head for Edgewood and, from there, drive to Montreal. She would go on tour, secure a record deal with Daybreak, save her dream. She would go back to faking normalcy. She would bury her secrets deep. All she had to do was run, now. She moved to step out of the stable. Hawthorne grabbed her wrist. Before she could pull free, he caught her face in his hands and kissed her, tenderly. His teeth scraped her lower lip, sucking softly, slowly, as his hands slid into her hair, freeing it from her messy bun. Heat licked through her. Her shoulders hit the wall. She inhaled sharply, pulling back. "What are you doing?" "Being unwise." He pinned her there, eyes glinting. He kissed her again. This time, her stomach tightened with desire, and a soft, hungry sound escaped her throat. No, she pressed her palms against his chest and shoved. The force sent him backwards, wincing. She stared at him, wide-eyed and breathless, a reckless need taking root in her. "My parents are monsters." "That doesn't make you one." Before he could kiss her again, before she could give in to her urges and take what she wanted from him, Emeline stepped back. "Go inside," she told him. He didn't budge. Could she use her voice to compel him? She winced at that horrible thought. But how else could she protect him? She thought of their first meeting, when he'd lied to her. He'd tried his hardest to stop her from reaching the city and confronting his king, knowing what would happen if she did, knowing the danger it would put her in. Lie to him. "Don't you get it? All I want is to escape before the king adds my skull to his growing collection." He paused, hesitating. "I'm leaving, Hawthorne, right now, tonight." She forged her voice into something hard and unyielding. "I don't want this. I don't want you." If she stopped now, he might see through the cracks in her words, so she kept going. "I want my singing career. I want my real life. I've worked so hard to get where I am. You think I'd throw that away? For this nightmare? For you?" She shook her head. "I barely know you." Hawthorne looked away abruptly. "Of course not. I would never." He ran his hands through his hair. "I would never ask that of you. Of course you should leave." He stepped sharply back. "You deserve to have all your heart's longings." The words lacked any bitterness.
as if he truly wanted that for her, happiness, or something like it. As if he'd already resigned himself, long before now, to her walking away. Here, take this. He tugged something off his hand. Stepping towards her, he reached for her wrist and slid a ring onto her finger. It will get you safely home. Think of where you want to be, and it will bring you there. The ring was white and thin, and, like a tithe marker, unnaturally cold. It made her skin tingle where it touched. It reminded her of something Aspen once said. You're the tithe collector. You can walk deep into her world whenever and wherever you want. Was this how he did it, using an enchanted ring? Without another word, Hawthorne turned away and walked towards the house, as if he'd always known exactly how this story would end. Wait, she thought, watching him leave. I didn't mean it. Heat rushed against her shoulder as Lament snorted, startling her. The mare had left her stall and now stood next to Emeline. The night wrapped cold fingers around both of them, but there was something far colder inside Emeline, a sliver of ice lodged in her heart. She leaned her cheek against Lament's, and when that didn't warm her, looped her arms around the horse's neck. They hadn't even said goodbye. 34. After pacing the stable for a good 10 minutes, trying and failing to talk herself out of what she intended to do next, Emeline followed Hawthorne into the house. I'm only going to say goodbye, she thought, twisting his ring around her finger. A true goodbye, and then I'll go. A fire blazed in the hearth. Down the hall, she heard rushing water from where he was drawing a bath. She remembered his hands in her hair as he pressed her up against the wall, remembered the way he turned her skin to fire. From the washroom, a buckle rattled as he undid his belt, followed by the whisper of fabric as his clothes fell piece by piece to the floor. The sound made her swallow. Water splashed as he stepped into the tub and sank down into the water. Emeline tugged off her boots and listened, thinking back to the stable, to the heady crush of him pinning her to the wall. He wanted her, that was clear. It was okay to take what she wanted, so long as he wanted it too. Just once, just tonight, and then she would leave. She and Hawthorne came from different worlds. His world was cursed and dying, hers held her beckoning dreams. They would never work. Of course she was leaving. There was no question. She just needed to say goodbye first. Emeline walked towards the sounds of him bathing, her shaky fingers trailing the walls. She paused before the door, staring down at the sliver of gold lantern light spilling through the crack beneath. Her heart hammered as she took the brass knob in her palm and turned it, pushing the door open. A window lay straight ahead, framing the white moon in a navy sky. Beneath the pane sat an aluminum wash basin, illuminated by the glowing lantern on the floor. Sitting in the basin, head tilted back, was Hawthorne. When Emeline shut the door behind her, he lifted his head. For a moment, they stared at each other. I thought you were leaving. She stepped away from the door. I forgot something. So you... Holding his gaze, she pulled off her shirt and dropped it on the floor. Whatever he was about to say dissolved into air. He swallowed instead. Her heart pounded as she undid her jeans, letting them fall in a heap. When she stepped out of the denim and glanced up, she found him fighting to keep his eyes on her face. Look, she thought, I want you to look. He gave in, his feverish gaze sweeping down her pale body. His grip tightened on the sides of the basin as she slowly stripped off her bra, then her underwear and socks. The cold air rushed against her, making her skin tighten. The breath shuddered out of him. Hearing it sent a wave of desire crashing through her. It drove her towards the tub, her bare feet patting against the floorboards. Warm, soapy water rushed up her legs as she stepped into the wash basin. With one foot planted on either side of him, she lowered herself down onto his hips. He inhaled sharply, muscles tightening with restraint. "Is this all right?" she whispered. "Or do you want me to go?" In answer, he cupped the wings of her shoulder blades and ran his trembling hands down her back. "Are you mad?" he murmured, into her throat, planting a kiss against her skin. His mouth was like a spell, unraveling her. She felt herself coming undone. She slid her hands firmly up his chest, over his collarbone, then along his shoulders. He half closed his eyes as she traced him, his dark lashes shadowing his cheeks. When she arched against him, his breath hitched, and his hands spanned her waist, clasping her tight, pulling her into him. "Emeline!" The agony in his voice made her ache. She bit his collarbone and clutched his shoulders, rocking against him. Slowly at first, then faster, insistent. Tension hummed through his body. His fingers dug into her hips. She was breathless with desire, urgently needing him. Hawthorne moaned low in his throat.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating scathe. One hand wrapped around her thigh, the other cupped her head, bringing her mouth down to his. He kissed her hungrily, seizing what she offered him, as their yearning built towards its crescendo, and he quietly called out her name. When it ended, Emeline fell against him, panting softly as she rested her head on his wet shoulder. Lying curled against his chest, she listened to the slow, steady beat of his heart. Her whole body hummed with pleasure. She couldn't remember the last time she felt so perfectly happy. As he leaned his cheek against the crown of her head, Hawthorne's arms circled her, keeping her close as his palms rested on her curves beneath the water. "Was that okay?" she whispered, tracing his lean edges with her fingertip. So new to her, and yet familiar, like a puzzle piece she hadn't known was missing. In answer, he tipped her head back and kissed her mouth, the warmth of his lips parting hers. Before she could return it fully, he rose from the tub, wrapped her in a towel, and carried her to his bed, where they did it all over again. 35. Emeline woke to the splutter and crack of a wood fire. Her nose was cold, but Hawthorne's bed was warm, and she snuggled down deeper. The smell of him on the sheets brought back memories of last night, of his capable hands and his deep warmth and his soft kisses. When she reached for him, though, her fingers brushed cold, empty sheets. Emeline opened her eyes. On the pillow next to hers, he'd left 3 anemones tied with twine. The delicate white petals trembled as she touched them. They reminded her of the anemone left beneath her stool that night at La Riveri. Had that really been Hawthorne standing at the bar drinking from her hydro flask? If so, what had he been doing there? Her mind wandered further back to the mysterious tailor sent from an anonymous fan. Wildflowers had been woven through the strings of the guitar. Buttercups and daisies and anemones. Was that Hawthorne too? Emeline frowned. It didn't make sense. Both instances were from before they'd ever met. She decided to ask him about it. Emeline stretched, preparing to rise. Beyond the bed was a faded blue armchair, her clothes neatly folded upon it. She had a hazy memory of him sitting in that chair with a notebook on his knee, watching her sleep. Sketching me, she thought. Or did I dream that? Emeline sat up, and there on the bedside table was the leather-bound notebook. A smudged gray pencil lay atop it. Sitting up, Emeline gathered the blankets to her chest, then reached for the book. Carefully, she opened to the first page. There, in soft gray shades, was lament. Hawthorne's lines had somehow captured the velvety softness of her nose and that impatient, fiery gleam in her eye. Turning the page, Emeline found a sketched scene of Sable and Rook leaning towards each other from across Hawthorne's fireplace. He'd drawn them deep in discussion.
The lines of Rook's raised hands were sharp and rough, as if he was waving them to emphasize his point. Sable's chin was propped calmly on her hands, as if she was plotting her rebuttal. The next sketch was of Grace, smiling and happy, her chin on her fist with the acorn bustling behind her. Emeline turned more pages and found more scenes. The tall grove where the Wood King sat upon his throne, the view from the crystal dome over the sweeping forest, a dark raven wing with each and every feather drawn in precise detail. Emeline turned page after page until she came to the last one. The sketch was a bare foot peeking out from beneath the covers at the bottom of his bed. He'd drawn each of her toes, the gentle curve of her arch, and the line of her ankle. Even his pencil marks were startlingly tender. Emeline turned the page, eager for more, but only blank ones followed. Dozens of others lined the bookshelf, though. She had the urge to take them all in her arms, dump them on the bed, and go through them one by one. Part of her recoiled. It would be an invasion of his privacy. Like going through a diary? Wouldn't it? Yes, obviously yes. Tearing her gaze away from the sketchbooks, she rose from the bed and started pulling on her jeans, then her shirt. She was about to go find Hawthorne when she glanced at the shelf. What would it hurt if she peeked at one more? She doubted he would mind. Giving in to temptation, she grabbed a particularly thick book in the middle of the shelf and pulled it out. Sitting down cross-legged in the armchair, Emeline hungrily flipped through it. The first dozen pages or so were tree studies, each one labeled with a name: chestnut, ash, sassafras, red cedar, and more. The leaves, flowers, fruit, and bark were drawn in detail, but the lines of these drawings were shakier, less confident. When she came across sketches of Rook and Sable again, they looked several years younger. She kept flipping, skipping through the tree sections, trying to find more personal ones. An image of another face caught her attention, but she passed it too quickly, and she had to flip back. When she found it, her heart thudded to a stop. There, rendered in dark lines, was a sketch of her. In profile, with her hair tied up in a bun and a guitar pick between her lips. She leaned in, staring. This Emeline had cheeks much fuller than they were now, and the lines of her face were softer. It's a younger version of me, she realized, from 3 or 4 years ago. An Emeline who hadn't met Hawthorne yet. A cold, prickling sensation spread over her skin. Her pulse beat hard at the base of her throat as she flipped more pages, and found more sketches of herself scattered among images of the forest. 2, 4, she counted 10 in all. Emeline snapped the book closed, trying to breathe. She stared at the brown leather cover for a moment, then reached for another. More of the same: trees, feathers, lament. Rook and Sable and scenes from the king's court. And Emeline, lots of Emeline. Emeline sitting with her back to the artist. Emeline laughing with her head thrown back, like the photo of her mother. Emeline with a ukulele in her lap, eyes closed as her fingers crept across the strings. Why were there so many drawings of her? The last one sent a sharp shock slicing through her, like a jagged blade plunged into her belly. Her fingertips dug painfully into the edges of the page as she stared in horror at the sketch. In it, a younger Emeline sprawled naked across a soft surface. Her elbow was bent, cushioning her head, and one pale arm rested on her bare stomach. There was a liquid gleam in her eyes as her head turned towards the artist and her lips parted sensually. She looked no younger than 17. His pencil rendered everything in perfect detail. Her hair fanning out around her head, the gentle curves of her small breasts, the dark curling hairs peeking out from between her legs. Emeline slammed the book closed, breathing too fast. The room blurred around her. The rest of the sketchbooks lay in a frantic pile on the bed. Emeline pressed her hands to her face, trying to steady her erratic breathing. But all she could see was her younger body, drawn in Hawthorne's hand over and over and over. What the fuck? Emeline rose from the armchair. Her legs trembled beneath her. Her heart hammered too hard as she made her way into the main part of the house, the last sketchbook still gripped in her hand. The front door was opening as Hawthorne stepped inside. Emeline froze as sunlight spilled into the room. Silhouetted by the morning glow, the young man whose bed she'd slept in stood in the doorframe, his arms full of wood for the fire. At the sight of her, his dark brow crumpled. What's wrong? She lifted the sketchbook in her hand, open to the nude drawing of herself. Her hands shook, making the pages shake too. What the hell is this? Hawthorne's lips parted at the sight of the sketch. He dropped the wood in his arms, and the logs fell thudding at his feet. Emeline threw the sketchbook furiously to the floor.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Why am I in all your sketchbooks, Hawthorne? Why are there drawings of me from before you ever knew me? Nude drawings. Standing in the midst of the scattered wood, he ran his hands raggedly over his face. You were going to abandon your dreams, he said, pressing his palms into his eyes. You were going to stay here for me. His hands fell to his sides. I couldn't trap you like that. What? She took a step back. What are you talking about? He stared at her like the world was falling apart around him, and not for the first time. He swallowed so hard she heard it. The girl I told you about? The one I betrayed? His voice cracked. She's you. The words made her go cold. An electric kind of cold, starting in her belly and moving swiftly outwards. That's not possible. Emeline suddenly remembered Sable singing to her last night. Singing a song there was no possible way she could know. One with a strange memory trapped inside it. 2 summers ago, said Hawthorne, you told me you were giving up on your dream. You said you didn't care about being up on stage because I couldn't be there with you. You were going to sacrifice it all and stay here, where there was nothing for you, less than nothing for you. He looked away miserably. I went to the king and asked him to make you forget. If you forgot me and everything else in the woods, there would be nothing to stay for, nothing to hold you back anymore. Emeline's heart dropped. She took another step away from him. Are you saying that you and I? He shook his head, then started again. That you've known me for a long time? Why else would you be in my sketchbooks? How else could I love Ewan like he's my own family? Why else would Sable be so protective of you? Sable, the song, the memory of the 2 of them up in the barn beams. They couldn't have been older than 15. In making you forget me and the woods, I made you forget her, too. I made you forget everything. It's a wrong she'll never forgive me for. No, it's not possible. I would remember. Except she wouldn't, not if her memories were stolen. She thought back to when she first arrived in the court. Sable had kept her distance, and Emeline had assumed the girl was simply shy. Then Sable intervened when the king tried to choke her to death, and Emeline hadn't understood why she would put herself at risk. But if they'd been friends? Realizing that her entire body was trembling, she hugged her chest to try to hide it. If everything you've said is true, why would Sable go out of her way to avoid me? She demanded. Hawthorne glanced away from her. For the same reason you avoided Ewan, I imagine. Emeline bit her lip. She had avoided Padre, refusing to visit or call him because it hurt so much to be forgotten. Still, a real friend would have told me the truth. And would you have believed her?
Emeline paused, remembering all of the times she'd told her grandfather the truth and how it so often twisted his fractured mind into further chaos, like the night she told him Rose had abandoned them. Upon arriving in the king's court, would Emeline have believed that a shiftling girl she had no recollection of was, in fact, a long-lost friend? No, she realized. It would have sounded crazy. Emeline thought of Pa's missing memories. Without them, a part of her grandfather was missing too. That's what Hawthorne had done. Taken a piece of Emeline, without her even knowing. As the truth flooded her, the walls of the house seemed to shrink, with Hawthorne standing between her and the only exit. She suddenly felt like the nymph Daphne, swallowed by the bark of a tree, closing around her, caging her in. It made her want to get out of this house, out of the woods, out of his life. She wanted to put as much distance as she could between Hawthorne Fell. Emeline strode towards the door, avoiding the spilled logs. Wait! Swiping a small crimson book off the harvest table, he held it out to her. Take it. Emeline stood frozen between him and the door, unsure. Please. His voice shook with anguish, and it was this that made her reach for the book, tucking it into the back pocket of her jeans. Goodbye, Hawthorne, she whispered, unable to look at him. And then she walked out of his house and didn't look back. In the yard, Claw's warning clanged through her mind. He betrays you in the end. If Claw mistook the order in which he saw things, the end he foresaw could have easily been 2 years ago. A storm of anger and confusion whistled through her body as she strode towards the creek. At the bridge, she remembered the white ring on her finger. Think of where you want to be, and it will bring you there. Emeline slowed to a halt. Home. Her throat burned with unshed tears. I want to go home. The second she thought it, the bridge and the creek and the trees disappeared. One moment, Hawthorne's house stood behind her. The next, she was stepping out of the woods and into Pa's rose garden. The ring had brought her to Edgewood. 36. The moment Emeline stepped inside the house, she found Pa, who stood at the kitchen window. Throwing her arms around his shoulders, she hugged him tight, breathing in his soapy smell and willing his familiar presence to soothe her. She was safe. The woods and everything in them couldn't touch her here. Her arms tightened around her grandfather. Now, Pa murmured, rubbing circles into her back. Everything's all right. Maisie looked up from rolling strudel dough across the kitchen table. Her frizzy gray curls were tied back, and white flour speckled her red apron. Baby girl. Those clear hazel eyes scanned down Emeline. The last time they'd seen each other, Emeline had slain a shadow skin in this very kitchen, then disappeared into the woods. Are you okay? Was she okay? She just learned that the boy she loved had stolen something precious from her. Pieces of her past. Pieces of herself. Emeline swallowed, then forced a smile. I'm fine. Wrinkles lined Maisie's tan face, like rings on a tree. She studied Emeline as if unconvinced, but didn't press her. Joel left yesterday. Emeline winced. Joel. She'd fled without telling him where she was going. Not wanting to date Joel didn't give her license to be a jerk. She would have to make her rudeness up to him somehow. He told me to tell you he'll see you in Montreal. Something about your tour? Oh no, what day is it? Maisie wiped her hands on her white frilly apron and moved towards the calendar on the wall in the kitchen. October 6th, the day before her opening night. Emeline's blood spiked. I have to go. Maisie reached for her hand, lacing her fingers through Emeline's. The smell of flour and cooked sugar wafted off her skin. When will you be back? She and Maisie had discussed Pa's care while making dinner the other night. While Emeline was on tour, Maisie would come twice a day to check in on Pa. And when Emeline was done traveling, she'd figure out the best way to keep him in his house. 3 weeks, said Emeline, as soon as my tour is over. In her bedroom, she packed up the few things she'd brought with her, then grabbed her phone from where she'd left it charging on the bedside table. If she could make it to Montreal tonight, she'd have all of tomorrow to go over her set. But in order to drive the 7 hours back to the city, adding an extra hour or two sitting in traffic, she needed to leave now. Never in her life had she longed for normal more. Emeline wanted her apartment full of roommates she barely spoke to. She wanted the lights and the noise and the crowds of the city. She wanted to be up on stage, stringing together chords and turning them into songs, fueled by the audience behind the lights. Their claps and stomps proving that she was, in fact, right where she was supposed to be. That was her life. She needed to get back to it. Forget the woods and the curse and the wood king. Forget the Vial, who hated the sight of her and wanted her dead. And most of all, forget Hawthorne, who'd betrayed her. The thought made her want to cry.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating dirge. After hugging both Maisie and Pa, Emeline slung her bag over her shoulder, grabbed her keys, and got into her car. She was pulling out of the driveway when Tom wandered up the dirt path from Eshe and Abel's farm, a bushel of yellow apples hoisted in his arms. Seconds, it looked like, from their bruised surfaces. Likely for Maisie's apple strudel. At the sight of Emeline, Tom's brown eyes crinkled, and he lifted his chin in greeting. Her chest twinged. I have to tell him about Rose. It would break his heart. The thought of it, how it would change things between them, opened a hole in her chest. It can wait, she decided, not wanting to ruin things yet. Until I finish touring. She didn't stop the car, only waved to Tom, watching him disappear in the rearview mirror as she turned onto the main road, heading towards the highway. Just before crossing the Quebec border, Emeline stopped to fill up on gas. As she stood at the pump with the nozzle in, something fell out of her back pocket and onto the pavement behind her. Thinking it was her phone, she turned to pick it up. It wasn't her phone. It was the slender book Hawthorne had given her before she left. 20 love poems and a song of despair. Emeline eyed it warily, then picked it up, still pumping. She'd first noticed this book at his house on the night he made her dinner. Curious despite herself, Emeline thumbed through the pages. It didn't take long to realize these were exactly what the title described, love poems. Love full of hunger and sadness and fire. The words made her temperature rise and her teeth clench. Emeline slammed the book closed. She couldn't keep this. A book of love poems from the person who stole her memories? It was too much. I'll throw it away, she thought, eyeing the trash can next to the pump. Excellent choice, said a deep voice from nearby. Emeline turned to see a bearded man wearing a black turban pumping gas into his car behind her. He nodded to the book in her hand. My wife loves Neruda. It's how I wooed her. Emeline glanced up into gentle brown eyes, which were crinkling in a smile. He had a sweet, grandfatherly demeanor, this man. Is she here with you? Emeline asked, trying to steer the subject away from Hawthorne's book. She glanced to the passenger side of his car, but the seat was empty. His face fell. "Ah, no, I'm sorry," she said quickly, realizing her mistake. By the white of his beard and the deep wrinkles of his forehead, he was probably close to Pa's age. He tusked gently. "Don't apologize. I love remembering her." So that's how Emeline passed the next few minutes pumping gas, listening to him tell her about the love of his life, whom he'd lost 5 years ago to cancer. As they went to pay, he opened the glass door for her. "Thank you," he said, "for listening." She hugged him. As she walked back to her car a few minutes later, her phone buzzed with a text from her manager. "Want to meet your tour mates tonight?" Her heart skipped. She texted back, "Meet the perennials? Tonight?" The thought made her break out in a sweat.
They're grabbing drinks at the Rev. I'll tell them to reserve a seat for you." 1,000 butterflies fluttered through her. In the terror and madness of the past week, there had been no time to be excited for her tour or think about what it would be like to meet the band she'd idolized for years. If she met the perennials tonight, they wouldn't be strangers in the green room tomorrow. She wondered what they'd be like. After 3 weeks on the road together, would they all be friends? I need friends. A wisp of memory flickered through her. Hot summer day. Dust sticking to her skin. Legs swinging from the barn beams. And a girl stretched out beside her, listening to her sing. Sable. The memory brought a rush of confusion. She tried to think backwards, tried to gather other, older memories of Sable from before she ever left Edgewood. But all that came was a fog, a gap, a nothing. It scared her. She pushed the feeling quickly down, then pocketed her phone. Just before she got into her car, the sight of that same trash can made her pause. Emeline looked from the trash can to 20 love poems and a song of despair, still gripped in her hand. She could throw it out right now. But as she moved to do it, all she could think about was the man at the pump and his poetry-loving wife. He spoke of her like she was a radiant sun, one that had set, but, like the dusk, still lingered on the horizon, where he kept his gaze fixed. Emeline couldn't help feeling that to throw Neruda's poems in the garbage was to defile the woman's memory somehow. So she opened her car door, shoved the book in her bag, then pulled out onto the highway and kept driving. El Reverie was loud and warm and crowded as Emeline's leg bounced nervously beneath the table. The members of the perennials bent their heads close together, making quiet conversation. They were a few years older than her, and since walking in and saying hi, not one band member had attempted to include her in their conversation, despite her several attempts to join. They had all just flown in from different parts of the country, she told herself. They were obviously a tight-knit group and needed to catch up. Emeline couldn't begrudge them that. Still, she felt like a third wheel. Joel wasn't helping. He'd given her the cold shoulder since she arrived. Not that she could blame him, seeing as she left him high and dry yesterday. He was currently outside taking a call. Emeline fidgeted with the ring on her finger, spinning it around and around before remembering who gave it to her. Hawthorne. Her hand tightened around her drink, then fell loose. She wasn't going to think about the king's tithe collector or anything else in the woods. Hawthorne was a thief. The woods were cursed, and everything in them wanted her dead. This was where she belonged. Tomorrow night, she would get up on stage and open for her dream band. It was the culmination of all her hard work. And if she was on her game, Daybreak would sign her. They'd produce her next album. She would have everything she ever wanted before she even turned 20. Her biggest, oldest dream was coming true. You ready for tomorrow? Emeline glanced up to find Edwin McCormick, drummer for the Perennials, watching her. Colorful sleeve tattoos decorated his pale arms, and his dark hair was slick, as if he hadn't washed it yet this week. She smiled. Of course, I can't wait. She immediately winced at the sound of her voice. It was too bright and fake. To hide her embarrassment, Emeline took a sip of her root beer. The carbonation fizzed on her tongue. Ever played a 14-city tour before? Edwin's arm was slung casually around the neck of the young woman beside him, Ashley Granger, lead singer. Her bleached blonde bangs were cut straight and short across her forehead, and the rest of her hair was pulled up in a bun, showing off a steep undercut. "This is my first," said Emeline, her stomach pinching. "I'm sure you'll do great," said Ashley, studying Ashley from beneath Edwin's arm. A sudden, cheerful voice interrupted them. "Emeline Lark!" The entire table turned to find a curvy blonde with a heart-shaped face and a lipstick-bright smile standing over them. Her dark blue jeans were ripped at the knees and tucked into a pair of cowboy boots. Chloe DeMarche. Emeline relaxed at the sight of her songwriter, her stomach unpinching. "I haven't heard from you in weeks. Where have you been?" Emeline's thoughts raced, searching for an answer that didn't sound completely bonkers. "I was taking care of my grandfather." It was somewhat true. The light caught in Chloe's bobbing golden curls as she dropped into Joel's empty seat, looking genuinely distressed. "Is he okay?" "Hey, Chloe," said Ashley, leaning across the table, her index finger pointing to the chair. "Oh," Chloe darted to her feet. "Sorry, my friends are over there anyway."
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. She waved casually across the room, where a group of people were rounding up chairs and taking over an empty table. Chloe turned her attention back to Emeline. "Did you get a chance to listen to those new songs I uploaded to Elegy?" Emeline had hundreds of unchecked notifications on her phone, all of which had accumulated while in the King's City. She shook her head. "Not all of them, but I will tonight, I promise." "No rush. When you do, let me know what you think." Chloe's cheeks dimpled. "Have fun on your tour." She lifted her hand in a wave, returning to her friends. When she was out of hearing distance, Ashley leaned in and said, "Did you hear she's recording an album?" "What?" said Heidi, their bass player. "With who?" asked Edwin. "Daybreak." Ashley snorted derisively. "Apparently she signed with them last week." Emeline shifted uneasily. She scanned the pub, looking for Joel. Heidi smirked. "Well, that's fitting." Ashley nodded, glancing across the room and wrinkling her nose. "God, she's so plastic, just like her songs." The words turned Emeline's stomach. Chloe's songs were her songs, too. She sank deeper into her chair. Across the room, Chloe and her friends chatted happily. "I wish I was over there," Emeline realized, watching the perennials lean in towards each other, gossip dripping like jewels from their mouths. This was one of the things she'd learned to adjust to when she first broke into the scene. Emeline remembered her first music festival and its after-party. How excited she'd been as she stepped into the bar after a hot day of stage hopping, hoping to befriend some like-minded newbie. She'd ended up at a booth sandwiched between 4 established musicians, with several more across the table. She'd asked how their sets went, how far they'd traveled, where they were staying, but the conversation quickly dissolved into petty gossip. How much so-and-so had signed their most recent deal for? Whose upcoming album was expected to flop? Who deserved to be on the Polaris shortlist and who didn't? Here, gossip was currency. The more you had, the more power you accrued. That day, Emeline was a little baby deer, thinking she was wandering into a meadow, excited to befriend all the other woodland creatures, when instead she was wandering into oncoming traffic. Her whole body had hummed with the need to escape that day. But in order to get out of that booth, she would have had to crawl under the table and make a run for it. She had the same instinct now. Except this was the Perennials, the band she was spending the next 3 weeks on tour with. And here they were, the night before their tour started, calling Emeline's songwriter a sellout. What do they think of me? With that upsetting thought, Emeline rose from her chair and made for the washroom. As the door shut behind her, the loud chatter of the Rev's patrons hushed, leaving her in near silence amid the faint smell of cigarette smoke. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead. Band stickers littered the walls and stall doors. The familiarity of it made her chest loosen. She let out a breath. "Okay," she thought, standing at the sinks. "Your tour mates are pretentious dicks. So what? You've dealt with dozens of others just like them. Was this why people weren't supposed to meet their heroes?" She ran a faucet, splashing cold water on her face. Someone had put out their cigarette in the ceramic bowl, and the butt lay soggy on the bottom. Planting her palms at the edge of the sink, Emeline stared at her reflection. "It's only 3 weeks. You'll survive." And at the end of those 3 weeks, she would, she hoped, have a whole lot of EP sales, a whole lot more exposure, and a contract with Daybreak, who would want her to start recording an album ASAP.
Remember why you love this, she told herself. It was the music she loved, the way the world went quiet and still the moment she started strumming. How she forgot everything she was running from when there was a song in her throat. I knew a girl once, Hawthorne's voice flickered through her. Singing was like breathing for her. When she sang, she went somewhere. No one could touch her. Emmeline's throat tightened. She clutched the sink harder, wanting to purge his rough, soft voice and his leather pine smell and his river rock eyes from her memory. Once she got up on stage tomorrow, it would be a whirlwind of catching flights and checking into hotels and recovering from jet lag, not to mention performing for weeks. She would have no time to think about Hawthorne Fell or anything else. Not the cursed forest or its cruel king, not the monstrous mother who wanted her dead, and especially not the dark power lurking in her depths. Good riddance, she thought, to all of it. Pushing away from the sinks, she headed out of the washroom. As she was on her way back to the table, the perennials clustered even closer together. Joel was still absent, as was Edwin. When she drew nearer, she heard Ashley say, "I give her a year before she drops off the map." Emeline gritted her teeth. Still? What was it about Chloe that irked them so much? "I don't know, Ash. I mean, she's touring with us." Emeline slowed. "Are you kidding me?" Ashley raised a thin, skeptical brow. "The only reason she's touring with us is because she's screwing Joel, and Joel is best buds with Edwin." Emeline halted, her mouth going dry as cotton. The words were ugly and cruel. They were also about her. Joel called in a favor. You know how obsessed he is with her. Emeline Lark has no talent, and everyone knows it. She uses a writer, for Christ's sake. Emeline stood frozen, several steps away. She told herself to keep walking, to head for the bar and order another root beer, then come back and pretend she hadn't heard. But Ashley's words had burrowed deep, immobilizing her. Emeline felt like the one wrong note in the middle of all the right ones. Discordant, unaligned, as if she was in the wrong song entirely. "No," she told herself sternly, "you belong here." She needed to stay strong and get through this. You've survived worse. Suddenly, someone bumped her shoulder. A rush of something wet and cold swept up her shirt, stunning her. "Oh no!" Clutching her now mostly empty glass, Chloe stared at the beer drenching Emeline. I'm so sorry." The conversation at the table abruptly halted as the members of the perennials turned towards them. Fighting down the lump in her throat, Emeline smiled at Chloe. "Don't worry about it. It's fine." And because they were listening, she touched Chloe's elbow and added, "Congrats on signing with Daybreak, by the way. I'm really proud of you." Emeline excused herself and walked outside, gulping in the cool evening air, waving her shirt to dry it. The parking lot was silent, except for some smokers huddled on the curb and Joel leaning against the trunk of his car, still on a call. Pressing her back to the brick wall, she slid down to the sidewalk and dialed a number on her phone. "Hello?" Emeline closed her eyes at the sound of his voice. "Hi," she breathed. "Who is this?" "Emeline, your granddaughter. I needed to hear your voice." 37. The next night, Emeline sat on the floor of the nymph's green room. She pressed her head to the cold plaster wall as fans lined up outside, waiting to get into the venue. Her bare legs were crossed at the ankles, her noise-canceling headphones covered her ears, and her fingers craved the strings of her guitar, which was waiting for her out on stage, along with her ukulele. She sat alone in this room, which smelled of old coffee and beer. Her foot bobbed nervously as the flirk flickered overhead, humming loudly. The perennials hadn't arrived yet, but they were notorious for getting on stage late. Emeline closed her eyes and breathed it all in. Her name on the nymph's marquee, a 14-city tour, and, hopefully, a new record deal with a major recording studio. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating.
After everything, after grinding out cover songs in dingy bars until 2 a.m., after being perpetually on the road, unsure if she could afford her next tank of gas, after busking in the street to make ends meet, here she was, making it. And if the perennials weren't the people she thought they were, so what? It didn't matter. This mattered. She was about to go out on stage at the Nympha stage, where so many of her favorite bands had played before her, and sing before a sold-out show of 300 people. She reached into her bag, looking for her phone, wanting to know how much longer she had before needing to be out there. Her fingers brushed something stiff and papery, the slender spine of a book. She pulled it out. 20 love poems and a song of despair. The cover was red as blood against her black dress. Emeline was about to shove it right back in when a folded piece of paper fell out from between its pages. She stared at the folded note, her heart thundering in her chest. Summoning her courage, she picked it up, unfolded the paper, and found a message scrawled in pencil down the lined page, difficult to read in parts from where the graphite was smudged and faded. Emeline, if you're reading this, it's because I've finally worked up the courage to tell you the truth, or you've figured it out for yourself. I dearly hope it's the former. I've tried writing this letter 100 times, and each time the words are inadequate. What I've done is unforgivable, and any apology insufficient. But please know that I never meant to cause you pain, only to save you from it. I realize there's no way to undo what I've done, and no going back to who we once were. But if there were some way to atone, some price I could pay to begin to heal the harm I've caused, trust me, I would pay it. There's a poem in this book that I never understood until you left. Now I understand it all too well. Hawthorne. Emeline's heart flickered in time with the lights. She glanced to the book of poetry where the note had been hidden. One of the pages was dog-eared to mark its importance. Reaching for it, she opened to the page and found a poem staring up at her. "Tonight I can write the saddest lines," it began. She kept reading. "To think that I do not have her. To feel that I have lost her." Emeline's pulse thudded hard in her throat. To hear the immense night, still more immense without her. She continued on, drinking in the sorrowful words, until one little line made the world go still. "Love is so short, forgetting is so long." They hit her with a dizzying force, those words. The book slipped from her fingers and fell to her lap. Forgetting is so long. It was the name of the locked folder on her Elegy app, the one that contained her old songs. What if the password is part of the poem? Emeline grabbed her bag and dug deep. Down at the bottom, her fingers closed around her phone. She drew it out and quickly opened Elegy. A notification popped up. "You haven't accessed Forgetting is so long in 553 days. Do you want to delete?" She hit no. Then tapped the folder. "This folder is password protected," a new notification read. "Enter the password now." With only 30 minutes before she needed to be out on stage, Emeline picked up the book, opened to the dog-eared page, and read the poem again. She tried typing in the title first. "Tonight I can write the saddest lines." The notification turned red and her phone buzzed. "That password is incorrect." She tried again, this time with no caps. Then all caps. More buzzing, more red. Emeline bared her teeth at the screen. She glanced at the time, 25 minutes before she needed to go out on stage. She scanned down the poem until her gaze snagged on that one little line. "Love is so short, forgetting is so long." Hunching over her phone, with the screen inches from her face, Emeline typed, "Love is so short." The folder opened. A list of her old songs popped up, dozens and dozens of them. Emeline sat frozen, staring at them all.
In almost 2 years of trying to guess passwords, she'd failed to open this folder. She hadn't been able to listen to these songs. With shaking hands, Emeline connected her headphones and tapped play. The songs transported her backwards in time to when she first wrote them. As each one melted into the next, as her voice sang lyrics and melodies from her past, memories burst like colors across a blank canvas. Because inside each and every one of these songs she'd written before she ever left Edgewood, memories were hidden. Emeline choked on them. Hot tears burned in his eyes as he tapped the next file, and the next, racing through songs and with them memories that had been stolen from her. Images of a younger sable flashed before her eyes, interwoven with a younger rook, and someone else. Hawthorne. He was everywhere with his dark hair and strange eyes. Her songs were so full of him, Emeline felt like she was drowning in him. Hawthorne, sitting next to the fire. Hawthorne, shucking off his shirt and diving into a moonlit pond. Hawthorne, climbing in through her bedroom window, kissing her in the dark. She'd embedded him inside her music, because songs were never just songs for Emeline. They were capsules, each one containing a moment trapped inside it. As the next one started to play through her headphones, an image of a tree rose up in her mind. Emeline could see its thirsty roots, the twisting, twirling gray-brown bark, the gnarly branches stretching towards the sky. A silent sentinel, standing guard at the edge of the woods. Her tree. As it rose there in her mind, something snapped. The forgetting broke. All her lost memories came flooding back. 38. Emeline was 13 when her tree went missing. It was a crisp April morning, and everything was frosted with dew. She woke to find Pa on the balcony, staring at the woods, his face marred by a frown. "They took it," he murmured. She couldn't tell if it was anger that tinged his voice or fear. When Pa left the house for the vineyards, Emeline didn't walk to the bus stop. Instead, despite the warnings of her neighbors, despite their stories clanging through her mind, she went into the woods, looking, as if maybe she could find the Wood King and convince him to return her special tree. But the deeper she went, the more the woods shifted and changed around her, until they were no longer the woods bordering Edgewood, but something else. The trees were too big and grand, the bird calls too strange, and the cloying scent of magic was everywhere. What if she never found her way out? She didn't find her tree, but something found her. Emeline was lost by the time it seized her, clamping its hand hard over her mouth to stop her scream. "Be still," her captor whispered, "unless you'd prefer to be eaten." Emeline couldn't see her captor's face, only felt him nod towards the river, where a long night-dark shadow was creeping along the dewy bank between the budding trees. It had no eyes and long, sharp talons. She decided to take her chances with the stranger at her back. Slowly, his hand fell away from her mouth. Just as slowly, his fingers twined through hers, tugging her quickly through the woods, silent as a tree, until they stepped through the hedge, back in Edgewood. "What's your name?" she asked, turning to memorize his features: maple dark hair, earth-brown skin, river rock eyes. He looked roughly the same age as she was. "Promise to stay out of the woods," he said, memorizing her back, "and I'll tell you." But now that Emeline knew there weren't just horrors in those trees, she wasn't so sure she could promise that. "There are things in this forest," he said. "You're in the forest," she pointed out, "and you didn't hurt me." "No," he agreed, "but other things will." Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline canted her head. "If I stay away, how will I find you again?" A smile tipped his mouth to the side as he ducked his chin, lowering his gaze. "I'll find you." "Then I promise," she said. "Now tell me your name."
He paused for a moment, as if he was thinking hard about it. Very softly, he said, "I'm Hawthorne." Hawthorne came back often. Soon his friends tagged along, a shy, sharp-edged girl named Sable and a mischievous boy named Rook. They were shiflings from the king's city, deep in the woods. They told her stories of fiery, stampeding ember mares, of a curmudgeonly dragon forged from stone. More quietly, they spoke about shadow skins and the vial and the stain, about a curse that was eating the woods. Their stories infected her. She wanted to see this world for herself. But every time she asked, they glanced down and shook their heads. Borderlanders aren't allowed anymore. It's too dangerous. Soon, Sable started visiting on her own. Emeline introduced the girl to all her favorite albums. They'd spend weekends listening to music in her bedroom, gorging themselves on Maisie's apple strudel. Sable especially liked to watch Tom in his forge, working with copper and silver and iron. Sometimes Tom taught Sable how to make things from metal, while Emeline wrote songs on the lawn. One day, when they were 15, Emeline invited Sable to watch her sing at a cafe not far from Edgewood. The owners needed someone to play live music, and Pa's friend Corny, who was their favorite regular, couldn't stop raving about Emmy Lark and her magic voice. So they asked Emeline to come and play. Tonight was a trial run. If they and their customers liked her music, she could come every Thursday night. They'd even let her put out a tip jar. Emeline was terrified. What if she fumbled her chords or forgot her lyrics? What if no one listened or clapped? What if they hated her songs? "I can't come," said Sable, looking forlorn. "I'm sorry." "Shiflings can't go past the borderlands," Rook explained. So Emeline went alone. She arrived at the cafe early to set up. The owners gave her free peppermint tea and ginger cookies. Emeline checked and double-checked her mic, then her amp. She tuned and retuned her ukulele. She was so nervous she felt like throwing up. All of a sudden, it was 7 o'clock. Time to sing. "Hi," she said a little too quietly into the mic, staring out at the tables full of people sipping coffees and digging forks into their desserts. Clearing her throat, she tried again. I'm Emeline Lark, and, I'll be playing some songs tonight." Obviously, that's why she was sitting on a stool with a ukulele. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. A few people paused their conversations to look up at her. Others kept talking. At the very back, Emeline saw Grace Abel sitting alone near the window. Her head was bent over a notebook, and her hand moved furiously across the page. Studying, probably. Emeline and Grace weren't in any of the same classes at school, because Grace was in the most advanced ones. "This song is about my best friend. She'd written it for Sable a few months ago. Oh my God, stop saying I hope you like it." More people looked away, resuming their conversations. "Maybe I can't do this," she thought. "Maybe I should say I'm sick and go home, save myself the humiliation, and spare these poor people." But there was someone at the back still watching her. Someone who hadn't looked away since she first started talking. A boy with dark hair. He leaned back, one elbow looped around his chair, finger marking his spot in a book, not taking his eyes off her. Hawthorne Fell. Emeline hadn't even told him about tonight. Had Sable? It didn't matter. She had someone to play for. Emeline started to strum, then sing. She stared at Hawthorne, the one person in the room who gave her his full attention, focusing only on the warm pleasure in his eyes as he listened. She immediately hit her stride. Her voice didn't falter. Her fingers didn't tremble. She flew through the songs breezily, as if she were back on the farm with Sable stretched out in the grass beside her. One after another, heads turned towards her. Conversations grew quiet. People started tapping their toes and bobbing their heads. Even Grace stopped studying to listen. Emeline kept her eyes on Hawthorne,
fearing that if she unhooked her gaze from the one steady thing in this room, she might lose her way. Halfway through her set, after she'd switched out her ukulele for her guitar, another arrival was marked by an earthy, mulchy scent blooming through the air. With it came the faint but steady beat like that of an ancient heart thudding beneath the soles of her feet, keeping time with her songs. The woods came gently, respectfully, like an old friend showing its admiration and support. Its looming presence kept to the edges of the room, listening to her play, and by the time Emeline finished her last song and set her guitar down on its stand, she noticed 3 tiny ferns growing up through the floor, unfurling around her feet. It was the first time the woods ever came to hear her play. By the time Emeline finished packing up her gear, the owners had asked her to come back next week. They even gave her cookies for the road. When she stepped outside, she found Hawthorne leaning against the hood of Pa's truck, waiting for her. Pa, who'd come to pick her up, was inside chatting with some neighbors. "Hi," said Hawthorne, his dark hair falling into his eyes. He wore pale jeans and a charcoal gray shirt. "Hi," she said back, feeling shy now that she'd spent her entire set staring at him from across the cafe. After hoisting her instruments into the back seat, she said, "Thanks for coming. You didn't have to do that." The corner of his mouth quirked up. "I wanted to." A fluttering warmth rushed through her, like startled butterflies. It had been like this for a while with Hawthorne. Strange and awkward, stilted conversations full of long pauses, lots of avoiding of eyes. She shut the door, blushing hard. "Do you want to ride back? Pa wouldn't mind." He hesitated, then pointed to a bicycle locked to a nearby tree. "I have one." "Right. Was that too forward? Offering a ride?" "I'll see you around then." "I guess." She opened the passenger side door. Hawthorne pushed off from the hood. But instead of stepping away, he stepped closer, his hand curling around the top of the door as she climbed in. "You were incredible up there." She looked up, but Hawthorne had already turned away and was walking towards his bicycle. "Thanks," she whispered, her heart beating fast. When she was 17, Tom bought Emeline tickets to see one of her favorite bands, Death Valley's Little Sister, play in Toronto. But he sprained his ankle a day before the show. She had an extra ticket, and since Sable couldn't come, she invited Hawthorne. As the thick crowd surged towards them, drawn to the stage where Death Valley played, Hawthorne bumped into Emeline. His chest pressed up against her back, sending a jolt down her spine. She looked over her shoulder to find him scowling at the drunk kids flailing all over the place. Positioning himself between them and Emeline, he leaned in. "Are you all right?" He'd never been to a concert before. But Emeline was used to shows where the crowd pushed in too close, and the only thing to do was hold your ground, or push back. She nodded. "I'm good." A few songs later, the tension in him eased. He stood so close now, Emeline could smell the forest on his skin. It overrode the smell of spilled beer and sweating bodies. She liked the heat of him behind her, warm as sunlight. She liked the way his heart pounding against her spine, louder than the drums. She was suddenly so aware of him, she stopped focusing on the music. She glanced at several couples around them, noticing how close they stood together. What would it feel like to have Hawthorne's arms wrapped around her like that? To be pulled snug against his body? To feel his chin rest on top of her head? She never found out. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Soon, the concert was over, and they were on the train heading home. Emeline wanted that moment back, so she invited him to the next concert. And the next. Each time, he stood a little bit closer. One night, they were walking back to Union Station from a small, cramped venue called Certain Dark Things. Drunk on the lights and sounds and electric hum of the city, Emeline declared, "I want to do that one day." Hawthorne looked away from the lit-up buildings around them, his face awash in colors.
He said, as if he'd been deep in thought. Make music my life. Traffic honked from the street as they waited for a stoplight to change. She lowered her voice to a whisper, as if admitting some dirty secret. I can't sleep sometimes. I'm so full of longing. To sing my songs up on a stage. To see my name on a marquee. Hawthorne watched her closely. You will. He said it like it was a fact, as if it were destined. The light changed. Stunned by his belief in her, Emeline started walking, then realized he wasn't beside her. She turned back to find him still on the sidewalk, transfixed by the sight of a storefront. A bookstore, she realized, coming back to his side. A used one. The open sign was turned face out. Books were one of Hawthorne's two great loves she'd learned from their train ride conversations to and from the city. The other was art. He pressed his forehead to the glass as he squinted, reading the spines of the antiquated books in the window. Emeline opened the door for him. But we'll miss our train, he said, glancing at her. There's another one leaving in an hour. He smiled like a kid who'd been given permission to pick out a treat. As he stepped through the door, his hand brushed hers as he passed. She followed him in. They split up immediately. Emeline wandering over to the music section, Hawthorne weaving towards the fiction section. Half an hour later, she found him in poetry. Listen, he said, reaching for her wrist distractedly, eyes on the page of the book as he pulled her closer. Holding the Dark, the title read, by a poet named Melanie Cameron. Emeline leaned back against the shelves, watching him. I didn't know it would go like this, he recited. I didn't know I would find you in the dark. Emeline stared at his mouth, captivated by the cadence of his voice. His expression was hungry as he read on, as if he'd discovered some delicious secret and wanted to feed it to her, like a ripe red strawberry dipped in chocolate. When I lie against you with my eyes closed, I bring your body with me into the darkness. I bring your whole body inside me. And in that darkness, I know you so much better than hands and mouth can know. I know you, as though you were the darkness inside me. He glanced up from the page, fixing her in place with that same hungry gaze. Warmth pooled in her belly. It's nice, she murmured. He raised an eyebrow. Nice? The corner of his mouth turned up as he lifted his hand, bracing it against the shelf beside her. She wrinkled her nose at him. Pretty, then. How about tender? And his eyes dropped to her mouth. Intimate. There was the oddest feeling in Emeline's chest, like a million tiny stars on the cusp of bursting. Sparks crackled in the air between them. Hawthorne seemed about to lean in, to close the gap, when the bookseller called from farther down the aisle, saying the shop was closing in 5 minutes. Hawthorne straightened and stepped back. The sparks fizzled out. One late October day, Emeline found Sable and Rook teasing Hawthorne on the grass beside Eshe and Abel's pond. Hawthorne's sketchbook lay open between them, and Rook was shaking with laughter as he flopped onto his back. Hawthorne rolled his eyes. It's not like that. Oh? Rook sat up, wiping the tears from his cheeks. What's it like, then? Emeline, who'd left to fetch a jug of homemade sun tea and Maisie's cinnamon buns, had clearly missed something good. Drawing a human model is no different than drawing a bowl of fruit. There's no... It's not like that, he repeated. Right, said Rook, elbowing Sable in the ribs as he winked at Emeline. Uh-huh. Sable leaned in towards Hawthorne, a smile quirking her mouth. You're saying there's absolutely no difference between an apple and a naked woman? A naked woman? At the edge of the Porn's bank, brown cattails rustled and bobbed in the breeze. It was mid-autumn, and likely one of the last warm days. Emeline set the basket of food down on the blue quilt, then wandered over to where Hawthorne's sketchbook lay open between Sable and Rook.
On the page was a youngish woman, extremely pretty and entirely nude. She was straddling a chair that was faced the wrong way. Her arms were crossed over the chair back, and her legs were bent on either side, with her bare feet pressed flat to the floor. Her bold chin tilted upwards as she half closed her eyes, looking down on the viewer. Emeline thought of Hawthorne's gaze tracing every inch of this woman's body, his pencil marking her every curve and hollow. Jealousy bit her, sinking its teeth in. She flipped the pages. There were more sketches of this same person in other poses. Sketches of other models, too, men and women, young and old, round and thin. But her thoughts kept going back to the first. "I've been taking life-drawing classes," Hawthorne explained, not quite looking at Emeline as he pulled the sketchbook away and shut it tight, holding it to his chest. Rook was trembling, trying to hold in his laughter. Hawthorne shot him a piercing look. "You're being awfully immature. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to draw the human form?" For some reason, this only made Rook laugh harder. Sable, too, burst into giggles. Hawthorne threw up his hands. "It's just practice. It's how you get better." Giving up on his two friends, he turned to Emeline. "Anyways, the class is over for the season. It won't start up again until January." "Oh, whatever will he do?" Rook crowed. Hawthorne shook his head. Suddenly smelling the cinnamon buns, fresh from the oven, Sable and Rook stood up, still howling as they wandered over to the basket on the quilt. Emeline couldn't stop seeing the woman on the page, staring her down, a challenge in her heavy-lidded eyes. When Rook and Sable were out of hearing distance, Emeline heard herself say, "I could pose for you." Hawthorne turned his head sharply towards her. Oh, God, why did she say that? I mean, unless that's weird," she stammered, feeling her face flame. "I just, if your class is over and you still wanted to practice." The wind whipped her hair. She tucked the loose strands behind her ears, wishing she could make herself disappear. Hawthorne turned fully towards her, his gaze tracing her face. "It's not weird." She glanced up, staring into those mismatched eyes. "Are you sure?" As Rook and Sable stuffed their faces over on the quilt, Hawthorne studied her. "Very sure," he said, voice quiet. The butterflies were back, fluttering through her. She chewed her lip and glanced to her grandfather's farmhouse in the distance. "We can't do it here." If Pa were to accidentally walk in on them, the thought of Pa accidentally walking in on them made her stomach twist. It would be very bad. Pa would lock her up and not let her out of the house until she turned 30. He would definitely murder Hawthorne, or at least chase him across the farm with a very big shovel. Hawthorne nodded, seeing her point. "You can come to my house." She frowned up at him, planting her hands in the cool green grass. "In the king's city? I thought it isn't allowed." She knew the king no longer permitted those from beyond the woods into his city on account of a curse. "It isn't allowed. We'll need to be careful. I'll have to sneak you in." A tiny thrill whooshed down her spine. "Are you available tomorrow night?" Emeline's stomach flip-flopped. "I'll make myself available," she thought, remembering the woman in his sketchbook, yearning to be drawn like that by Hawthorne. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. His pencil marking out the curves and hollows of her body. His eyes looking at her, all of her, for as long as he liked. "Hungry?" said Rook, holding out what appeared to be the last two cinnamon buns to Emeline and Hawthorne. She was hungry, but not for cinnamon buns. To Hawthorne, she whispered, "I'll meet you tomorrow night at the tree line." The next night, Hawthorne gave her a hooded cloak to wear over her clothes, then smuggled her into the city through a magical entry point. One moment, they were standing in a copse of trees. The next, they were stepping into an alley surrounded by cracked white walls creeping with green moss. He'd kept his hand pressed to the small of her back as they walked quickly through the lamplit streets. Emeline snuck glances at the dark city around them, her pulse racing with fear and excitement as she took in the white row houses, the rust-red rooftops, the cobbles beneath her feet. Hawthorne kept close to her whenever someone passed, pulling her hood farther over her face. And, suddenly, here they were, inside his house. A fire roared in the hearth, and before it lay a plush white carpet. Hawthorne stood to the side, setting up his easel, while Emeline hovered around the long table near the windows, humming with nervous energy. She took off her yellow cardigan first, folding it slowly and placing it on the table. After she took a deep breath, her fingers touched, then fell away from the buttons down the front of her sky-blue sundress. Is this a mistake? She wondered. What if it ruined things between them? What if they couldn't go back to being friends after this? I don't want to go back to being friends, she realized. Are you all right? She glanced up to find Hawthorne watching her. Her fingers froze on the uppermost button. Yes? But even she could hear the lie in her voice. He straightened, his expression softening. We don't have to do this. You can change your mind. He walked over, reaching for her folded yellow cardigan. Maybe this was a bad idea. In her mind, Emeline could see him folding up the easel and putting it away, taking her back to Edgewood, never bringing her here again. I want to, she said, undoing the first button of her dress. His eyes dropped to her fingers. Something flickered across his face. Do you want help? He sounded a little out of breath. Emeline's heart skipped. Yes, she thought, dropping her hands to her sides. I want all the help. Taking this as permission, he reached for the buttons. Emeline's breath quickened as his fingers brushed her bare skin, working downwards. When he'd unfastened enough to realize she wasn't wearing a bra, his breath drew in and his fingers paused. She could see the pulse in his throat pick up speed. The dress was loose enough now to pull over her head. Emeline could easily finish this herself, but she didn't. She liked watching him move down her, unfastening her clothes, liked watching the effect it had on him. When he undid the final button, he glanced up. As he held her gaze, his warm hand slid purposefully beneath the blue fabric and over her skin, along her collarbone, pushing the dress slowly off her shoulders until it fell down to the floor. When she stood naked before him, Hawthorne's gaze didn't drop, didn't greedily take her in. Instead, he kept his eyes on her face as he held out his hand. She took it. His palm was warm and strong and steady against hers as he led her towards the fire. But she could feel the ragged pulse beating beneath his skin. What do you want me to do? She asked when he let go, digging her bare toes into the fluffy white carpet. Try lying down? Nodding, she lowered herself into the softness and warmth of the carpet. They tried several poses. Hawthorne stood at a distance, looking for the best angle, making suggestions. Emeline shifted, crooking her knee, bending her elbow beneath her head. But she was too tense and stiff. I could strip off my clothes and stand here naked too, he said, sensing her nervousness. Emeline laughed, certain it would do the opposite, and glanced at him. There. His eyes darkened as his attention swept over her. That's perfect. She felt vulnerable suddenly, stretched out over the white carpet, with the firelight flickering over her pale skin and dark hair, laying her bare. But she felt powerful, too, watching him take her in. He drew over and over, from several angles, his charcoal whispering as it moved across the page. When she started to fidget, he lulled her back to stillness with poetry he'd memorized, lines from Mary Oliver and Sylvia Plath, Pablo Neruda, and Alfred Lord Tennyson. They did it again the next week, and the week after that. Every week he helped her out of her clothes, his hands lingering longer and longer each time, his expression growing hungrier and hungrier by the end of each session. As Emeline posed, his charcoal scratched in the silence. When she grew restless or itchy or bored, Hawthorne recited more poetry. When he ran out of poems, he recounted stories from the books on his shelves, tales of Beowulf and Antigone and the Lady of Shalott. He was an endless font of stories, bewitching her into stillness. She was growing addicted to the sound of his sketching, and to that moment when she slid off her dress or sweater or jeans and his jaw clenched with restraint. She was growing addicted to his voice soothing her in the firelight, to his ravenous gaze running down her spine and over her hips when she turned her back to pull on her clothes. It was her favorite secret, these nights. She never wanted them to end. On the last day of winter break, they sat side by side before the fire, their hands cupped around mugs of hot cocoa after a drawing session. Emeline, who hadn't dressed yet, was wrapped in a soft quilt from his bed. "I've been thinking." Hawthorne stared intently into the flames. "Maybe we should stop." Emeline turned sharply to look at him. "What do you mean?" He tilted his face to his mug. "You have 3 singing gigs a week now, not to mention school and a part-time job. You don't need to keep doing this for me." She shook her head. This was the best part of her week, and she didn't do it for him. "My drawing classes are starting again soon anyway." Oh, this was the real reason then. He was bored with her. He wanted other people to draw. That jealous, gnawing feeling was back, sinking its teeth in. "Don't be silly," she chided. Of course he wanted different bodies to draw. The human form came in every shape and size, and he wanted to learn them all. He wanted to get better. It was just like studying different kinds of music. But the thought of Hawthorne watching someone else undress made her stomach constrict. A cold sweat dampened her skin. Emeline didn't know how to make herself unjealous. Setting down the cocoa, she made her voice sound light and carefree. Sure, of course. Not wanting to see the thoughts in her eyes, she kept the blanket wrapped around her and rose to her feet, walking to the table where her clothes were folded. "What's wrong?" he asked from behind her. "Nothing," she said quickly. "It's late. I should get home." Except there was no one waiting for her at home. Pa was in Cleveland this weekend, playing music with his button box group. She could stay as long as she liked, and no one would even know. "There's another reason for stopping," he said suddenly. "The real reason." Emeline, who was about to let the blanket fall and start pulling on her clothes, turned to find him directly behind her. "You're not getting anything out of this." He looked to the darkened windows. "But I am. Far too much, I'm afraid." She narrowed her eyes. "What are you talking about?" His throat worked audibly as he swallowed. "I never should have accepted your offer. It was wrong of me." She frowned, holding the blanket closed at her throat. Wrong? Was he ashamed of drawing her? He wasn't ashamed of drawing those other models. Maybe she really had ruined things by volunteering herself. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. A panicked feeling clawed through her. She didn't want to go back to being only friends. She wanted this, whatever this was that they were doing. Her voice came out shaky. "Why is it wrong?" He ran both hands through his hair. "Isn't it obvious, Emeline?" It wasn't obvious to her. Seeing it, he stepped in closer. "You're not supposed to want the model you're drawing." He bent his head to hers. "You're not supposed to think of her every night before you fall asleep." His eyes were feverish as he reached to touch her hair, letting the black strands spill through his graphite-stained fingers. His other hand slid behind her neck as he slowly ran his thumb along her jaw, trembling as he traced her. "Oh, is it obvious now?" he whispered. It was becoming obvious, yes. Emeline swallowed. Hearing it, he froze. "Do you want me to stop touching you?" "No. Not ever." But Emeline was overcome by an unexpected shyness, and she didn't know how to answer. Hawthorne pulled away, trying to find the answer in her face. His absence was like a physical ache, and Emeline wanted him back. She suddenly knew how to answer his question.
Emeline released her grip on the blanket. The fabric rushed through her fingers, falling to her feet. As the cold air raised goosebumps on her skin, she shivered and stepped towards him, wanting his warmth. Tangling her fingers in his hair, Emeline pulled his mouth down to hers. It was a messy, fumbling sort of kiss, soft and hungry. Hawthorne quickly recovered from his surprise and pulled her tight against him, his palms sliding over her bare hips and up her back, his mouth tracing her jaw and throat. Emeline's heart pounded as she greedily traced him back. The next thing she remembered was staggering to the bedroom with him. And after? Her hands sliding beneath his sweater, tugging it up over his head, dropping it to the floor in a heap. And then stumbling into the bed. As Emeline lay beneath him, trying to unbutton his jeans, Hawthorne stopped her, bringing her hands up beside her head, trapping her palms beneath his. "Wait," he whispered, kissing her throat, her collarbone, her shoulder, then moving farther down to her hips and thighs. And Emeline went rigid. "Hawthorne? What are you doing?" His hands cupped her thighs as he looked up at her. "Do you trust me?" Emeline bit her lip. The thought of him kissing her there, between her legs, scared her a little. Did he know what he was getting into? "Hey." Hawthorne stopped and came back up, covering her with his whole body, his skin hot against hers, warming her up. "We don't have to do this, remember? Say the word and we'll stop." "No, it's just—" She wrinkled her nose and turned her face away, feeling embarrassed. "I'm afraid you'll be grossed out." He stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Still looking away from him, she nodded. He turned her face gently back to his, kissing her deeply, making her thoughts go fuzzy. But then he was gone again, moving back down her body. His mouth was warm as he kissed between her thighs. Emeline buried her fingers in his hair as he held on to her, kissing her until she gasped. The warmth went away as Hawthorne's head came up. "Are you okay?" She nodded fiercely. "Yes. Are you?" There was the hint of a smile. "Best day of my life." Emeline covered her face with her hands, biting down on a smile. Soon she relaxed. Hawthorne's mouth moved gently against her, not stopping until her breathing changed and she unfurled like a flower, glowing with pleasure. In the aftermath, Hawthorne came to lie beside her, his hands moving reverentially over her. "Where did you learn how to do that?" she whispered. He smiled against her collarbone. "I read it," he said, pulling her close. "In a book." That spring, she saved enough money to move to Montreal. It was June, and the city was calling her. Emeline was almost 18 and didn't want to stay in Edgewood any longer. She didn't want to sit in a classroom, watching the clock, waiting for her life to begin. She wanted to be a musician, to make her way in the world, writing and singing her songs, playing them beneath the lights. One night, she and Hawthorne got caught in a thunderstorm. They were waiting it out on the dusty steps of the barn stairwell. "I signed a lease," she said, her fingertips tracing his palms in the dark. "I think you should come with me." He pulled his hands out from under hers, saying nothing. They'd been through this before. Only now it was really happening. And Emeline was determined to convince him. "You could work in a library or a bookstore. You've read more books than anyone I know. Emeline! They'd hire you in a heartbeat. Or you could—" "Emeline, stop." His weary tone made her fall silent. The darkness was too dark suddenly. "I would follow you to the ends of the earth if I could." His voice broke on the words. "But I can't. We've been through this 100 times." Because Hawthorne had made a deal with the Wood King, one that tied him to his king and his court. Whatever Hawthorne was getting out of this deal, he never bothered to say. Balling her hands into fists, she said, "So that's it." His silence was stony, stretching on and on. When he finally spoke, it wasn't to answer her question. "I'm bound to the woods." His voice was thin and small. It scared her a little. "But you're not. You need to go live your life.
This is your dream, and I want you to chase it, even if I can't be by your side when you do." Her heart sank. "Is this—" Emeline's chin trembled as hot tears welled in her eyes. "Are you breaking up with me?" He pulled her to him. Cupping her neck, he nestled her cheek against his chest, resting his chin on the crown of her head. "I never want to be the thing that holds you back." That wasn't an answer to her question. Before she could say so, he whispered into her hair, "I'll be right here, always." "Emeline?" A voice shattered the memories, bringing her back to the present. She was in the green room of the Nymph, with its flickering fluorescent lights and old coffee smell. Joel stood over her, peeling her headphones away from her ears, as the perennials piled onto the couches behind him. "You were supposed to be out on stage 15 minutes ago." 39. Emeline walked across the stage towards the microphone. Her body moved on instinct, her footsteps automatic, like a confident, seasoned musician. At least that's what she hoped she looked like. On the inside, Emeline was a wreck. Her mind was a dizzying rush of memories, swelling like a storm. Beneath the bright white of the lights, she blinked, trying to find her bearings. She reached for the mic, her hands shaking a little as she adjusted its height. "Hello! Bonsoir, Montréal!" Her voice echoed through the speakers, the familiar amplification calming her enough to pull the strap of her tailor over her head. A round of cheering rose up beyond the lights. She sensed more than saw the faces in the crowd, heard the coughs and murmurs, felt the sway of warm bodies. But Emeline was only half there. Her other half was in the green room, knee-deep in memories she'd only just recovered. Sensing the chaos swirling inside her, Emeline's brain took over, putting her on autopilot, telling her body what to do based on all the other gigs she'd ever played. "Je m'appelle Emeline Lark," she heard herself say. "It's a pleasure to play pour vous tonight." If her voice quavered, no one noticed. The audience clapped and whooped out there in the dark. Somewhere in that crowd, A-Break reps were watching. Emeline fastened on a smile as her fingers quickly plucked strings and adjusted tuning pegs. Her set list lay at the base of the mic stand, in perfect view. The titles of the songs Chloe had written for her scrolled in bold black letters down the white. But before she could even start playing, Hawthorne's voice flooded her mind. "I knew a girl once whose songs helped her stand against all the forces stronger than she was." The set list at her feet blurred before her. "Sometimes you remind me of her."
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. "Don't do it," she told herself. "Stay focused. This is everything you've been working towards. Don't screw it up." And still she looked away from the set list and into the lights, remembering that not so long ago all she wanted was to sing her own songs up on stage. She still wanted that. Pulling her guitar strap back over her head, she set it down on its stand, then picked up her ukulele and quickly tuned it. Her voice was thick in her throat as she said, "This song is about forgetting and remembering." Emeline started to strum. It wasn't one of Chloe's songs, it was one of hers, the one she'd written about her grandfather. Except now, standing on this stage, she realized that wasn't really true. The song wasn't about Pa. It had never been about Pa. "Breathing slow and steady, sleep has settled in. I trace the pathways, midnight blue, that run beneath your skin. Some spirit I have lost somewhere, I search for it in vain. Some beauty I've forgotten, since you forgot my name. Every time I close my eyes, you're waiting there for me, rooted in my deepest dreams, strong and silent as a tree. Some spirit sleeps but never dies. Some beauty never fades. Some love lies dormant underground, since I forgot your name." And as she sang, one last memory crashed into her. That first year away from Edgewood, she did what she needed to make ends meet, playing in whatever venues would pay her,
cafes, dive bars, charity fundraisers. When money was tight, she busked in the street. She made an EP and used it to apply to music festivals in the fall. She started getting into those festivals, started seeing her name on their posters. One of the best managers in the business signed her as a client. But it wasn't enough. No matter how frugal she was, she fell further into debt. Her manager told her to hire a writer and change up her sound. Fearing this was her one and only chance to make it, she took his advice. Suddenly, she was getting better gigs, ones that paid her well enough to eat more than instant noodles. Suddenly, she was doing it. She was building a career. But there was something else building too. The woods. They came for her at every performance, but not like they used to. Where once their presence was soft and quiet, slipping in through the doors like any other adoring fan, now it was something else entirely. The woods no longer left tokens of appreciation in her guitar case, handfuls of acorns and feathers and maple keys. Instead, they came like a scorned lover, possessive and hostile, erupting through venues as if they couldn't let her go, as if they refused to let her forget. Emeline could ignore the woods if she was careful and clever. What she couldn't ignore was the ache they brought with them, putting down roots in her chest and spreading ever deeper, bit by bit. At first, she thought it was homesickness. The woods were reminding her of everything she missed. Edgewood. The stars and the quiet and the vast amount of space. Pa and Tom and Maisie and all her old neighbors. Her friends Sable and Rook. But you were supposed to get homesick when you moved away. It was a part of growing up. This was something else. A hole in her life. A deep, dark missing. She hadn't heard Hawthorne's voice in months, not since the last time she called home and he happened to be visiting Pa. She hadn't seen Hawthorne's face since Christmas, the only time she'd been back since leaving Edgewood last summer. Every night when she came home from a gig, there was an emptiness in her apartment, despite it being full of roommates. The people she lived with were strangers, polite strangers, but still strangers. There was a space where Hawthorne should have been, reading or drawing or cooking, and wasn't. More than this, with every new success, the hole in her seemed to widen. Her musical achievements should have fulfilled her. Instead, they left her hungrier than ever. Emeline might be living her dream, but dreams, she realized now, had shadow sides. Dreams came with costs. Hers had cost her something precious. That June, a year after she moved to Montreal, the ache grew into a cavern inside her. She was sitting in a booth at the back of a bar, squished between Joel and his bandmates after a show, watching them giggle and gossip over drinks. It felt like a carousel ride, the painted horses going up and down, around and around. Everyone smiling and laughing and having a good time. But all Emeline wanted to do was get off. Why am I here? She kept thinking. What am I doing? A few nights later, she packed up her belongings. She had so few, they fit easily into her car. And the next morning, she got up to drive all day until she got to Edgewood. She had no intention of driving back. It was early evening when she pulled into Pa's lane. Pa was standing on the front patio, looking confused as he squinted at her. She parked in the driveway, left everything in the car, and ran to him. "I came outside to do something, but I can't remember what it was," he said as she squeezed him. "Did you tell me you were coming for dinner?" It was odd the way he phrased it, coming for dinner, as if he thought she lived up the road. Emeline shrugged it off and shook her head. "I didn't tell you, no." "Well, you have good timing." He kissed the top of her head. "Dinner's almost ready." Emeline pulled back. If Pa was out here, who was inside making dinner? She hauled her suitcase from the trunk of her car and went to find out. Dumping her stuff in the mudroom, she kicked off her flats and headed for the kitchen, where the smell of fresh bread and frying onions wafted out. A young man stood facing the sink, soap suds halfway up his arms as he washed and scrubbed the dishes. Emeline paused at the sight of him, her heart leaping into her throat. Sensing he wasn't alone, Hawthorne turned, hands dripping. He looked different from when she'd seen him at Christmas. Taller, broader, his dark hair a little longer, curling gently around his ears. Emeline? She nearly burst into tears at the sight of him. Emeline ran and jumped into his arms. Hawthorne caught her, hiking her up onto his hips. She buried her face in his throat, breathing in his crushed pine smell. He pressed his face into her hair, doing the same. "You're mine," she thought. "You belong with me." "What are you doing here?" he breathed. "I couldn't stay there." Her arms tightened around his neck, remembering the feel of his body, the solid strength of him, now that he's in her arms. "I don't like cities." He let go. Forced to lower herself, Emeline's bare feet landed on the tiled kitchen floor. "You love cities." His voice sounded strange. She shook her head. "I changed my mind." He observed her warily. Sensing his skepticism, she said, "It's not my dream if you're not in it, Hawthorne." He turned away from her, his muscles tensing as he reached for a hand towel. "I'm moving home," she said more forcefully. "There's nothing for you here. You're here." He dried his hands on the towel, folded it neatly, but didn't set it down as he turned to face her. "That's not a reason to give up everything you've worked so hard for." But he didn't know what it was like, achieving success after success, only to be rewarded with an ever-growing emptiness. "I thought you'd be happy to see me." He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped himself. He turned towards the window over the woods. "Please don't do this." Emeline felt like a dropped spool of thread, unraveling across the floor. She'd been gone for too long, she realized. He'd moved on, moved past her. If that was true, she needed him to say it. "Why not?" She balled her hands into fists. "Why can't I do this?" He didn't turn to look at her, just kept staring out the window. "You'd come to resent me one day. You'd resent yourself. In 5 or 10 years, you'd come to your senses and realize you made a horrifying mistake, one you couldn't take back." "I'm coming to my senses now," she shouted at him. "I've already made the mistake, and I'm fixing it." He folded in on himself, like a wounded animal. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Staring down at his hands, he whispered, "I wish that were true." He wasn't listening to her. Why wasn't he listening? "It's my life, Hawthorne. I get to do what I want with it." He turned towards her, eyes sharp and piercing. "Fine, but do this, and I will never forgive you for it." Throwing down the towel on the counter, he walked straight past her and out the door, cleaving her heart in two. The next day, after she spent the entire night weeping, something strange happened. Emeline stopped crying, abruptly, and couldn't remember why she started. Nor could she remember why she came home. To visit Pa, because she was homesick? Was that it? Or was it to get away from the music scene for a while? It drained her, sometimes the gossip, the grind, the cutthroat competition. Maybe she should find some friends outside the industry, nice, well-adjusted ones. But why was her car packed full of all her stuff? Had she intended to move home? But that was absurd. Her whole life was in Montreal. Her career was on the rise. She couldn't move home. No matter how hard she tried, Emeline couldn't remember why she was here. What she did know was that she was booked to play at a music festival the following week. If she didn't head back soon and prepare, she wouldn't be ready in time. So, the next morning, she threw her suitcase into the trunk, kissed Pa goodbye, and drove back to the city, where her life was. Beneath the bright lights of the stage, Emeline's fingers stopped strumming. As her song ended, the crowd behind the lights clapped and cheered. Ever since she was a child, Emeline dreamed of singing her songs on stage.
But not long after she moved to Montreal, something changed. "Your songs aren't marketable," her manager told her, "and you won't be young forever." If she wanted to pay her bills, if she wanted a rising career instead of a tanking one, she needed to sing different songs, and she needed to do it immediately, before her youth ceased to be a selling point and the industry grew bored with her. So, trusting her manager, she locked her songs away, using poetry for a password. And then Hawthorne made me forget. Emeline glanced down at her set list. The music she'd prepared lay right at her feet. The daybreak reps were in the crowd somewhere. All she had to do was start and keep going. All she had to do was show them what she was capable of. This was her biggest, oldest dream, wasn't it? This was what she'd realized 2 years ago, right before Hawthorne took her memories. This, playing someone else's songs, touring with jaded musicians, living so far from what she loved most, was a twisted version of her dream. It was what the Woods had been trying to tell her when they stalked into her performances over the past year, demanding true songs. 19 years ago, her grandfather had asked the Woods to protect Emeline, and the Woods took that responsibility seriously. They were protecting her by reminding her of who she was and what was important. You were going to abandon your dreams. You are going to stay here for me. She understood why Hawthorne did what he did, not that this excused him. He was trying to save her from herself, believing that giving up on her dream would make her miserable in the long run, because he knew how desperately she had wanted a music career. I still want it. There was nothing else Emeline would rather be doing than singing on brightly lit stages or in darkened bars. She simply wanted to do it on her terms. Maybe I still can. She'd recovered her old songs. She could sing them right here, right now. Her manager would be furious, but so what? The question lifted an invisible weight from her, one she'd been carrying for too long. Emeline looked out over the silhouetted crowd behind the lights, emboldened. But as she chose her next song, one she'd written for Sable all those years ago, and started to play it, the atmosphere changed. The air thickened, dampening her skin, and the putrid smell of mold seeped up from somewhere nearby. Emeline wrinkled her nose and squinted into the lights, scanning the darkness beyond. It smelled like jagged. Silver thorns began to sprout from the microphone as something rasped across the stage floor. She looked down to see the floorboards buckle and burst as thick gray roots sprouted up from below, slithering towards her. With them came dozens of leaves, blown by an unnatural breeze, gathering in a pile around her feet. They weren't the vibrant green of healthy leaves, nor were they the crisp golds and reds of freshly fallen ones. These were sickly and ashy and gray, diseased. The Woods had come. They rasped, reaching for her. She stared in horror at the lethal-looking thorns growing out of the mic, at the snake-like roots headed straight for her. One thick root rose to her full height and, before she could flinch away, brushed across her cheek like a parting caress. We came to say goodbye. Goodbye? Emeline thought of the curse slowly consuming the forest, creeping closer and closer to the king's city. She thought of the shadow skins breaching the walls, thought of Sable and Rook forced to resume their true forms, unable to ever change back. The curse grows more powerful every day, Grace's voice chimed through her. You need to escape this place before it devours us. What had the curse done to the Woods, to her friends? Behind the lights, the audience's cheers fell to murmured alarm as more and more floorboards cracked and burst as twisted roots pushed up through the stage. I need to go back. Emeline flipped her ukulele over her shoulder, letting it hang on its strap across her back. As the dying woods erupted around her, she reached for the neck of her guitar.
Lifting it from its stand, she said, "Thank you, merci. This has been a dream." Taking one last look at the theater behind the lights, she lowered her voice to a whisper. "But there's somewhere else I need to be. Bonne soirée." One day, she'd return to this stage, on her terms, singing her songs. She might need to rebuild her career from scratch, but so what? She'd face down scarier things. With that thought in her heart and the woods in danger, Emeline strode off the stage and didn't look back. 40. As the door to the green room swung open and Emeline walked in, every member of the perennials stopped laughing. Ashley, dressed in black skinny jeans and a red shirt stitched with a barbed wire heart, sat up from where she sprawled across the couch, her bleached blonde ponytail swishing. And electric energy pulsed through Emeline as she realized what she'd done, what she was still doing. Saying goodbye to my tour and a record deal with Daybreak. No. What she was saying goodbye to was spending 3 weeks with musicians who didn't think she deserved to share a stage with them. She was saying goodbye to recording an album of songs that weren't hers. Emeline grabbed her bag, buckled her instruments into their cases, then shouldered the door to the green room open and stepped out into the hall. When it swung shut behind her, Ashley's muffled voice said, "Didn't she just go out on stage?" Emeline should have told them she was leaving, that she was sorry, that she'd find a replacement for tomorrow even. But she remembered the ugly words they'd spewed about her and Chloe last night and kept walking. "Adieu, jerks." In the hall, she started to run, past the merch table selling her EPs, past the fans in the perennials tees loitering against the walls. She ran all the way to the entrance of the Nymph, where a line of rain-streaked cabs waited at the curb. The air was heavy and warm. The city shimmered like glass. "Emeline!" Joel's voice. She winced but didn't turn, as the rain came down, speckling her face and hair. Opening the back door of a cab, she tossed her guitar and ukulele cases inside, then ducked into the darkness of the back seat. "Rue Sainte-Catherine Est," she told the driver above the thump of windshield wipers. "S'il vous plaît." She'd left Hawthorne's ring at her apartment. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Not only had she not wanted the reminder, but she never wore jewelry when she played. It only got in the way. Now that ring was her fastest way home. A hand grabbed the door, stopping her from shutting it. "What the fuck are you doing?" Emeline looked up to find Joel's face contorted with anger. He gripped the door so hard his knuckles were bone white. "You walked off stage in the middle of your set." "I know," she said, reaching for the door handle, thinking of the woods. "We came to say goodbye. There's an emergency. I have to get home." He grabbed her wrist to stop her. "I kissed ass getting you this gig, and you're just throwing it away? What the hell is wrong with you?" "I know, Emeline tried to twist out of his tightening grip. "Stop it, Joel, you're hurting me." From the front seat, the cab driver turned and cussed him out in French. Glancing to the driver, Joel hesitated. Emeline twisted free, but Joel still had the door in his grip. She couldn't shut it without slamming his fingers. "If you do this," Joel said, nostrils flaring, "my dad will cut you loose. I can promise you that." Once, those words would have wrecked her. A few weeks ago, being dropped by her manager would have been one of the worst things that could happen. Now she simply nodded. "I know. Tell him I'm sorry. Really, I am." Joel's mouth fell open. As his grip loosened on the door, Emeline grabbed the handle and slammed it shut. He withdrew his fingers just in time. "Imbecile," muttered the cabbie, putting on his blinker and pulling into the street. In the side view mirror, Emeline glanced from Joel to the Nymph's marquee boasting her name in bold black letters, watching it until it disappeared completely, and all that was left was the beat of her heart, thudding in time with the wipers. It was full dark when Emeline arrived back in Edgewood. The change was disorienting at first, stepping out of the stale air of her cramped apartment and into the crisp, cool breeze on Pa's front lawn. She'd been thinking of Hawthorne when she put on the ring, and therefore expected to find herself in the King's City. But maybe the ring could only take you places beyond the woods. She opened the door to Pa's house, intending to cut through it. Inside, a fire crackled in the wood stove, warming the room. Pa stood at the kitchen window, in blue flannel pajamas and slippers. "Maisie," said Maisie, her voice hushed. "Come and see." She stepped up next to them, looking where they did. The sight set her heart to pounding. Her tree, the one Pa planted on the day she was born. Illuminated by the house lights, she saw its knotted bark and twisting branches. Blood-red berries grew in clusters beneath its dark green leaves. It was rooted in place at the edge of the woods, right where it had always been. "Your Hawthorne," said Pa. Her stomach clenched like a fist. That can't be. But there it was, her Hawthorne. The curse turns everything back to its true form. Emeline didn't realize she was moving, running, tearing out of the house and down towards the woods, until she stepped across the tree line, avoiding the hawthorn like a horrifying truth she didn't want to face. The second she stepped inside the forest, she felt the wrongness of it. The trees near the edge, which had always been healthy and strong, were rotting. The moonlight coming through the canopy was soupy and gray. It no longer smelled like a forest, it smelled like decay. The stain had spread all the way here, to the tree line. If it spread this far, Emeline ran. She ran until her lungs burned and her breath was loud and ragged in her ears, and then she kept running. "Emeline," the blighted trees rattled, reaching for her. Bog guarded the closest entry point into the city, so she went to it first. But when she arrived at its swamp, the stagnant water remained still. Bog! No muddy head rose up from its depths. Bog! Only the heavy silence of the stain answered her. If Bog had succumbed to the curse, was the entry point gone? Emeline searched for the boardwalk normally hidden beneath the water. But if it was there, it was entirely submerged. And without the entry point, it was a 3-day walk to the gate. From behind her, something cracked softly, like a branch breaking beneath a footstep. Emeline's spine straightened. A cold sweat broke out over her skin. The knife Sable forged her was taken by the vial. If this was a shadow skin, she had nothing to defend herself with. Slowly, she turned around. But the thing waiting for her wasn't a shadow. It was a horse. Her black coat gleamed in the moonlight, and her eyes glowed like the twisting flames of a fire. The ember mare flicked her ears, staring at Emeline. "Lament," she breathed. At the sound of her name, the horse started forward. Emeline reached her arms around Lament's neck, pressing her cheek to that warm, soft coat. "Can you take me to the city?" Lament woofed into her hair, as if to say, "Get on." The once white walls surrounding the King's City were cracked and blackened with mold. At the entrance, the copper gate twisted back on its hinges like a broken rib cage. Emeline shivered as Lament took them through. The streets beyond were dark and lifeless. A thin sheet of gray dust, like crumbled leaves, caked the cobbles. No hedgemen marched, no faces peeked out of windows. The city was empty. Emeline nudged Lament into the gallop. They rode straight to Grace and Sable's house. At the entrance, Emeline slowed the ember mare, then slid down her warm back. The gate was open, and the sight of the broken latch sent a chill creeping across Emeline's skin. Emeline didn't bring Lament to the stable. She didn't want the horse trapped in case any shadow skins lurked nearby. The night pressed in close as she warily approached the silent house. Lament watched, ears flicking nervously. No plume of smoke issued out of the chimney, and the once beautiful willow in the yard was white and withered with rot. Taking the dust-covered steps quickly, Emeline knocked on the door. When no one answered, she reached for the crystal knob and turned, only to find it locked. "Grace!" No one answered. She banged, her panic rising. "It's me, Emeline!" She was about to bang again when chains clinked from inside and a bolt slid open. When the door swung in, Emeline relaxed, only to feel the cold, honed tip of a sword pressed to her throat. At the other end of the shimmering blade stood Grace, both hands clutching the pommel. Her thick black curls were a tangled cloud around her head, and her eyes were dark hollows. "Move," she said, "and I'll kill you." 41. Emeline gulped, raised both hands, and stepped back, wondering if the curse had somehow poisoned Grace too. "Hasn't she learned by now?" Grace's voice was rough with fury. "I keep killing you, and you keep coming back, pretending to be people I love. She thinks I'm a shadow skin." "You can't trick me," Grace said bitterly. "Everyone I love is gone." "Grace!" "Don't speak," Grace hissed, coming forward, onto the step. The steel of her blade pressed harder into Emeline's skin. "How do I prove I'm me?" She contemplated the glimmering steel, remembering the time she'd watched a shadow skin die, the way they dissolved like smoke. If Grace killed her, Emeline wouldn't dissolve. She would fall dead to the ground, her blood seeping into the dust-covered earth. With that image in her mind, Emeline reached for the cold shaft of the blade, gripping it hard, as if she planned to take it. Grace's eyes widened. She yanked the sword back, slicing Emeline's palm. Emeline winced at the sharp pain, then fisted her hand and held it out between them, letting her fingers slowly uncurl. Blood seeped up from the cut, illuminated by the starlight. "Shadow skins don't bleed," she said softly. Blood dripped onto the step between them. Grace sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the drops of red splattering the pale gray dust, then lowered the blade to her side.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. "Emeline, I'm so sorry." Emeline glanced behind her, checking to see if their voices had drawn trouble before nudging Grace into the house. "It's fine. Let's get inside." Emeline bolted the door behind them as Grace sheathed the sword, propping it next to the window, then lifted a candelabra whose flames lit the way. "Are you alone?" Grace nodded, silent, moving through the darkened house to peer out the kitchen windows, which overlooked the garden and stables in the back. Checking for threats. There's no one left. Sable, Rook, Hawthorne, they're gone. Even the king is gone. At these words, Emeline's anger at Hawthorne paled in comparison to the wave of grief that crashed over her. The thought of never seeing him again, of never seeing any of them again, felt like gasping for air and finding none. She was too late. She'd lost them. Her fingers curled and uncurled. Is there a way to, I don't know, undo it? Grace stared blankly. Her normally bright eyes were leaden, and her mouth was pressed into a grim line. "Well, you can't stay here," said Emeline, burying the horrible weight of it. "You might be able to manage 1 or 2 shadow skins, but what happens when groups of them come? When they realize you're the last living thing in this city and they decide to swarm the house? Sable might have trained Grace to wield a sword, but one girl was no match for a horde of shadow skins. And this house couldn't stand against the vial and her curse forever. I'm taking you back to Edgewood with me." Grace's brow furrowed. "And if Sable returns?" She shook her head. "I tithed that life. I'm not going back to it. This is my home. But there's nothing for you here." The silence following those words hung heavy as a stone between them. It was the same thing Hawthorne said 2 years ago. It was the reason he took her memories, thinking he knew better than she did. "I didn't mean that," she said immediately. "But we can't sit here and wait to be devoured." Grace jutted out her chin. "I wasn't planning on it." Spinning on her heel, she lifted the candelabra in her hand and walked into what looked like a dining room.
Emeline followed behind. Grace veered around a long dinner table circled by upholstered chairs, then stopped abruptly. Emeline came to stand on the opposite side. Between them, across the table's oaken surface, lay the map they used to find the Song Mage's house. Emeline, who hadn't gotten a good look at it before, paused as a symbol caught the light of the candle flames. She bent over the map, her gaze trailing past Edgewood on the northern border, past the King's City, to the symbol of a door nestled into the trunk of a giant tree. Beneath it were the words, "The Heartwood." Her brow furrowed. The Heartwood? "It's where the king brings tithes from the borderlands," Grace explained, "to strengthen the woods against the curse." She reached for the map and started rolling it. "It's where I tithed everything dear to me beyond the forest." "Okay," said Emeline, not understanding. "I have one thing left to tithe," Grace explained. "And what's that?" "My life," she whispered, still rolling. "The breath in my lungs." A chill went through Emeline. What? Grace gripped the rolled map hard in both hands, staring down at it. You didn't see how terrified Sable was. She felt herself disappearing. She knew she'd never be human again. When Grace looked up, tears shone in her eyes. If I can give that back to her. Her shoulders started to shake. Dropping the map, she lifted her hands to her face, trying to stifle her sobs. Emeline's heart cracked open. Moving quickly to Grace's side, she pulled her into a hug. She seemed so soft and small and lost. "Grace," Emeline whispered, swallowing the lump in her throat. "Do you really think Sable will want to return if you aren't waiting for her when she does?" Grace stiffened, then pulled away. "I've already decided." From the fierce set of her jaw, Emeline knew she would hear no more protests. "I'm going." Snatching up the map, Grace left the room, leaving the candle burning on the table. Emeline couldn't let her go out there alone, not with every horrible thing in the woods on the prowl. So she went after her, certain Grace would realize the folly of this decision. And when she did, Emeline would be there to bring her home to Edgewood. She may have lost the others, but she could still save Grace. They rode deep into the woods. The farther they went, the colder it grew, reminding Emeline of the Song Mage's house, of that eerie, bone-chilling cold. It stung her skin and made her breath fog the air. Only Lament was warm beneath her. Beside Emeline, Grace sat astride her own horse, with one of Sable's swords sheathed at her back, scanning the night-dark woods. Around them, pallid trees breathed their rattled, rasping breaths. Beneath the moon, the forest was frost-white, the color of corruption. Sometimes Emeline thought she saw a shadow keeping pace with them, darting in and out of the white trees. But when she looked closer, there was nothing there. Gripping the reins tighter, Emeline nudged Lament onwards. Too soon, they found it. A wooden door set into the trunk of a massive oak. Its roots plunged into the earth, thick and thirsty. Its pale bark curled like ropes, reaching upwards to where leafless branches clawed at the cobalt sky. Emeline dismounted. "I'll see if it's locked," she said, hoping it was, wondering if she could jam the door if it wasn't. She'd expected Grace to have come to her senses by now. Now she was scrambling to think of another plan. Grace kept watch as Emeline approached the door. Its copper hinges were rusted blue, and burned into the door's wooden surface was the symbol of a seed. Before Emeline could reach for the copper doorknob, Grace drew Sable's sword. At the sound, Emeline turned to find dozens of shadow skins stepping out of the trees, their black shapes stark against the silvery woods. As Grace backed towards Emeline, gripping her blade, Emeline felt the monsters prod at her mind, like dozens of fingers dipping into a still pool, about to plunge into its depths. Lament reared up, screaming. The unnatural sound pierced Emeline's ears like knives, making her flinch. The ember mare smashed her hooves against the earth, setting it ablaze with red fire. The shadow skins crept closer. When Lament reared again, Emeline moved to calm her, but an echoing scream in the distance made her pause. The sound was much louder, like a roaring sea. The earth began to tremble beneath their feet. Emeline turned. In the distance, the orange glow of wildfire swept through the pale trees, coming straight for them. No, not fire. Horses. The ember mares were running. Lament had called them. Emeline grabbed Grace's hand, pulling her towards the oak, hoping to use it as a shield against the flaming bodies barreling down on them from behind. They pressed their backs against the door until their shoulder blades hurt from the pressure. The earth shuddered and quaked. Their bones shook and their teeth clattered. Soon the fire was upon them, hot and roaring. The ember mares blasted past, parting around the giant oak that sheltered Emeline and Grace. Snorting fire and screaming fury, they formed a wall of flame around both girls as they surged over the Shadowskins, pummeling them with their thunderous hooves, drowning them in wildfire, forcing them to retreat. Emeline pushed away from the door, watching the sea of red gold wash through the white trees, awestruck as the horses swept into the distance, leaving no trace of the Shadowskins behind. When the woods fell silent, only Lament remained, trotting back to them. "Come on," said Grace, gripping her shimmering sword and stepping up to the door. It creaked as she swung it open, revealing brown earthen steps woven with thin white roots that disappeared down into the cavernous dark. "Grace, wait!" When Emeline stepped inside to stop her, the door swung shut, swallowing them like a hungry mouth and plunging them into blackness.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline turned, heart hammering, and reached out her hands, sweeping them through the air until her fingers grazed the wood of the door. Grabbing hold of the copper handle, she tried to turn it. It wouldn't budge. Locked. "No, it won't open until a tithe is given," came Grace's voice from much too far away. "Shit," thought Emeline, running shaky hands through her hair. "What have I done?" Emeline couldn't see her friend in the darkness, but she heard Grace's footsteps moving ever downwards. Using the dirt walls to guide her, Emeline followed her down the steps. How would she get Grace out of here now? As she descended, the air began to glow. Something pulsed through the cool, soft dirt beneath her palms, and a damp, earthy smell seeped up. At the bottom of the steps, the glow brightened, and Emeline saw the root-infested walls around her. Grace's silhouette shrank into the distance. Emeline hurried forward, following her through the glow until the strange pulsing swelled, filling up her chest, and the earthen corridor opened into an orb-shaped chamber, with pale roots trailing like ivy down to the floor. In the center of the chamber was the source of the glow and the pulse, huge and white and shaped like a teardrop. A seed thumped like a human heart, suspended in a tangled web of roots instead of arteries. Beneath it lay a black pool, rippling gently as drops of water fell into it. The heartwood. Emeline imagined the king standing here, offering up the power in Edgewood's tithes, helping the forest fight back the curse. She thought of her father, the song mage, making his own sacrifice. Had he stood in this exact spot? Was this where he was transformed from a talented musician into a monstrous mage? Emeline shivered. As Grace disappeared around the other side of that beating heart, Emeline felt her last chance slipping away. It was now or never. She would get them both out by force if necessary. She would break down that door if she had to. No way was she letting Grace do this. "You're making a mistake." Grace ignored her. "Don't you think Sable would want you to live your life?" Emeline pressed, a little desperately, coming around the other side of the suspended heart. "Don't you think she'd want to know you're alive in the world, sleeping beneath the same sky, thinking about her?" "She won't know," came Grace's answer, "because she won't." When Emeline came into view, Grace glanced up.
Her dark gaze darted to something over Emeline's shoulder, and her eyes widened. "Emeline, watch out!" When Emeline turned to look, a loud thud clanged in her ears. Pain sparked at the back of her head. She didn't even feel herself fall before the dark descended. 42. Emeline woke to a hazy glow. Her head throbbed, her vision blurred, and a steady drip, drip, drip sounded from somewhere nearby. She blinked, trying to clear her vision. When that didn't work, she reached for the painful bump at the back of her skull. Only she couldn't. She was standing upright while thick, scratchy rope bound her wrists securely above her head. Whoever had tied her hands had also gagged her. The fabric dug into the corners of her mouth, muffling her voice. Slowly, the room came into focus. The blur moved to the edges, leaving Emeline staring into a pale face with blue-green veins running like rivers beneath translucent white skin. Bloodshot eyes peered at her, and the same rotten smell of the stain issued out of the creature's mouth. The vial. My mother. Her stomach turned over. In one bony hand, the vial held a jagged dagger. Dried brown blood crusted along the edge, rusting the steel. In the other, she held a sharpening stone. Realizing what was about to happen, Emeline struggled, pulling at her bonds, trying to yank herself loose. Wait, where was Grace? Her gaze swept the cavern until it settled on a crumpled form several paces away. Grace! She was curled up on the floor, her wrists bound tightly behind her back. As Emeline feared the worst, her breath came out panicked and choked, until she saw the subtle rise and fall of her friend's chest. She's alive. But Emeline's relief was short-lived. How familiar this feels. The vial's voice was like wind scraping stone as she studied Emeline, who tore her gaze away from Grace. His flesh and blood, bound and trapped, unable to use that pretty voice. Fear crept down Emeline's spine. I made a mistake when I killed him. The vial lifted the sharpening stone and slid it slowly over the rusted knife. I forgot that wretched voice of his. He cursed me with it as he died, me and the forest. The words shocked Emeline. The curse is the song mage's doing? All this time she thought the vial responsible. I won't make that same mistake a second time. When I spill your blood, you will have no voice to hurt me with. The vial smiled, and it was an eerie, monstrous thing. Emeline saw rows and rows of teeth, so sharp they reminded her of icicles. By killing you, I'll silence him forever. You would kill your own daughter for the sake of revenge? Emeline wanted to ask, but the rope held her fast, and the gag muffled her voice. Besides, there was no recognition in the vial's milky eyes. It made Emeline wonder if she'd gotten it wrong. What if Rose Lark didn't hate the sight of her daughter, a reminder of the song mage's horrors, but rather didn't remember she had a daughter at all? What if, in transforming her into a monster, the song mage's curse made Rose forget her former self, remembering only him and the things he'd done to her? The thought sickened Emeline. To live life knowing only the worst that had happened to you and never remembering the best? Maybe there's a way to help her remember. Emeline looked beyond the vial to the massive seed suspended in a web of roots. The heartwood pulsed, sluggish and exposed beneath the earth, trying to pump life up into the dying trees above. If the song mage had cursed Rose here, in the heart of the forest, using nothing but the magic in his voice, could Emeline break that same curse, using nothing but the magic in hers? My voice is nowhere near as powerful as his. But her father hadn't always been powerful. He'd had to pay a price for it. He'd tithed something precious to the woods, and the power of that sacrifice poured out of him whenever he sang, transforming him into a song mage. The Wood King's reign was prosperous when the Song Mage was the court minstrel, Grace had told her. It was a golden age. She glanced to her friend's unconscious form and remembered the locked door they'd come in through. One that wouldn't open until a tithe was given. An idea was blooming through Emeline, threadbare and tenuous like the first line of a brand new song. But in order to test it, she'd need to get free of this gag. She pulled once more against her bonds, but the rope around her wrists wouldn't budge. The vial sharpened her blade, filing off the brown rust. Emeline drew back, trying in vain to put distance between them. As her shoulders hit the earthen wall behind her, the forest's heart thumped through the dirt and into her body. It was the life song of the woods, that heartbeat. The woods that always came when she sang, trying to protect her in the only way they could, by helping her remember who she was. Sing us a true song. She breathed in, glancing to the roots around her, rising up towards the trees above. Trees that had helped her several times before. Help me one last time, she thought, and I'll sing you every true song I know. The vial's hands quickened to an almost frenzied speed as she sharpened, honing that silvery edge. Hearing her plea, something surged in the earth wall behind Emeline, brushing against the back of her head like small fingers working at the knot of her gag. She kept herself still as the roots in the wall prodded and tugged. When her gag loosened, they curled around the fabric, grazing her jaw as they pulled it free. The gag fell loose against her neck.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. As more roots worked at the rope knotting her wrists, Emeline peered past the vial to the heartwood. She wasn't going to get another chance. Her father had used his power for his own selfish whims. He'd ruined things with it. What if Emeline could do the opposite? She didn't have to follow in her father's footsteps, nor did she have to run from the power lurking in her depths. She could take that power and walk a different path. She could use it to heal instead of destroy. But to do that, she needed to offer up something precious. Emeline swallowed. And once I do, what's to stop the vial from plunging her knife into my throat? She looked to the monster sharpening the blade. Instead of fear this time, pity swelled in Emeline's heart. The vial had been a woman once, kept from the people she loved, abused by a man everyone else esteemed, then corrupted by his curse and trapped here for 19 years. What if that woman is still in there, somewhere? As the rope around her wrists loosened and her gag hung slack around her throat, Emeline said, "I know what he did to you." The vial glanced up from her task with an unearthly swiftness. Seeing Emeline free of her bonds, her face contorted with rage. She raised the freshly sharpened blade in her clawed hand, coming closer. Emeline's heart beat swift and hard. It's not okay what he did. She held that furious gaze. It's not okay that no one came to help you. Something flickered across the monster's face, but the vial didn't stay her hand. "Stop talking," she hissed, raising the knife to Emeline's throat, "or I'll cut your voice right out of you." The steel bit the way frost bites, cold and ruthless. Emeline swallowed, knowing all it would take was one flick of that pale wrist. But she didn't stop. "I know who you are, Rose Lark." Her throat grew hot and her voice thick. "You're the daughter of Emeline Lark," she said, eyes prickling. "Beloved of Tomas Perez." Emeline bit down on her lip, hesitating. "And mother," she whispered, "to me." The vial hesitated. Those bloodshot eyes flickered over Emeline's face, studying her features, searching for the truth in these words, searching for herself. As if she feared what she found, the press of cold steel fell away from Emeline's throat as the vial drew back. "No, it can't be!" He broke things. "Emeline," whispered, "I'm here to mend them." Tugging her wrists free of the loosened rope, she thought of the words carved into Pa's copper tithing bowl. "The steepest sacrifices make the strongest tithes." Knowing what she must do pierced her with sorrow. But if it would save her mother and Grace and all her friends, if it would save the woods and undo the harm her father had caused, she would do it. Tilting her chin, Emeline fisted her hands and summoned all her courage. Glancing past a stunned vial, who any minute now might recover and strike her down, Emeline looked to the forest's heart. "I'm here to give a tithe," she told the heartwood. "I give you my voice, and with it, my dreams beyond the woods. I'll be your new song mage, if you'll have me." Breathing in sharply, Emeline thought of the cost. She would never again sing her songs beneath the lights, never walk out on a new stage or record an album she was proud of. She would never get the chance to prove she could make it on her terms. Emeline breathed out, letting it go. It hurt when the woods took her offering, like hands reaching in and plucking out her soul, severing her from her oldest dream. But when she breathed, something new flooded in. It felt like the night she sang to the elm tree cage, asking the trees to set Hawthorne free. She'd felt the power in her voice flow out of her that night. This time, though, it was the reverse. Power was flowing in, infusing her marrow and blood, folding itself into her skin. It was like Grace said, there was magic in sacrifice. Emeline had tithed the most precious thing she owned, and something equally precious was filling in the gaps. It coursed through her, thick as honey, bright as starlight, pulsing like a blazing hot sun, humming like a swarm of contented bees. Power. It tasted like sugared sunshine on her tongue. She laughed at the impossibility of it. And there, standing in the glow, bursting with magic, she started to sing, with both sorrow and hope in her heart. All of her old songs, the ones she'd kept locked away, were set free, flowing easily out of her. With them, power surged. The force swelled in her throat, far stronger than before. It brimmed in the air, heavy and thick with promise. When the first song ended, she sang another, then another. She didn't grow tired and weak. Emeline found herself an endless font of power. She poured it out, here, in the heart of the forest, for the roots of the trees to soak up. As her voice filled the cavern, the trees took what she gave them, healing themselves from the bottom up. They joined in her song, passing her magic on to the next and the next, moving all the way to the edge of the woods, driving out the curse. But it wasn't just the woods she healed. Emeline? Her mother's voice was no longer a rasp, but a soft, quivering thing. Emeline looked to find the vial glimmering like a mirage. The air shone, delicate as a cobweb, then changed. Like a butterfly abandoning its chrysalis, the vial fell away, until a monster stood before Emeline, no longer. In the monster's place was a middle-aged woman, beautiful as the moon. Her raven-dark hair fell in waves around her shoulders, her eyes were the bright blue of robin's eggs, and down her body spilled a silk dress the color of storm clouds. Emeline let out a shaky breath. "Mama?" Rose Lark dropped the knife and the sharpening stone. They hit the soft earth with a thud. The roots of the cavern immediately grew over them, pulling both blade and stone deep into the earth where they couldn't be retrieved. Staring at her daughter, Rose took a hesitant step before lifting shaky fingers to Emeline's face. "I'm so sorry," she whispered as tears trembled down her pale cheeks.
Emeline shook her head furiously, reaching for her. It wasn't your fault. She wrapped her arms around her mother's frail shoulders, pulling her close. Her hair smelled sweet, like rosewater. Her thin body shook like a sapling in a gale. Weeping, Rose held her daughter tightly, as if, this time, she didn't want to let go. When Emeline pulled away, both of their faces were shiny with tears. Lacing their fingers together, Emeline drew her mother into the glow of the forest's heart and kept singing. She sang her own true songs, and when the very last one spilled from her lips, Emeline sobered, thinking of the tree her grandfather planted on the day she was born, a hawthorn rooted at the edge of the woods. She thought of a boy who once quoted poetry to her against the bookshelves, grown into a man who stood at her side when she faced down a king. He'd gone where she couldn't follow. When her song ended, when her magic was all sung out, Emeline sent a message to him through the trees. Come back to me. 43. As the red sun rose over the winter wood, the song mage trod the quiet halls of the Wood King's palace, cutting through courtyards and promenades, her boots ringing on the tiled floors. Below, the king's city lay like a patchwork quilt, all rust-red rooftops and gray cobbled streets covered in snow. Beyond the wall, the trees were stripped bare. Every once in a while, Emeline caught a faint whiff of spring in the air. The smell of buds on the cusp of unfurling, of green things poking up through the snow. Spring was coming. Perhaps it could thaw her frozen heart. 5 months had passed since she'd sung to the heartwood and tithed everything that once mattered most to the woods. Since then, the forest had reclaimed itself. The Wood King sat upon his white throne once more, his eyes clear, his spirit uncorrupted. The shiftling court had slowly resumed their human forms, coming back to themselves one by one over the last several months. Emeline's life here had fallen into an easy rhythm.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. With her memories returned to her, her friendships with Sable and Rook were restored, and she spent most evenings with them and Grace. When she wasn't in the king's city, she visited her grandfather, who lived in his own house again, cared for by shiftling nurses sent from the king and visited regularly by his friends. She spent time at Tom's, where her mother lived, safe from the things in the woods. Her music career was over before it had even really begun. There were no more stage lights, no more late-night gigs, no more tours. But for the first time in a long time, Emeline was writing and singing her own songs, at the Acorn, for the king, for herself. For the first time in a long time, the woods no longer came to claim her. She had claimed the woods. And though she frequently missed the things she'd lost, more and more Emeline felt that she was where she was supposed to be. She only wished Hawthorne was where he was supposed to be. She slowed as she passed the crystal room, reminded of long-ago lessons with the king's stoic henchmen, thinking of a starlit dance beneath that sparkling dome. The memory pricked her with sadness. Emeline moved quickly on. There was something she needed to do before she rode Lament to Edgewood today. Finally, she arrived at an arching palace door bordered by thick green ivy. Painted across its surface was the king's crest, a crowned white willow sprouting from a seed. The hedgeman standing guard opened the door and let her pass unimpeded. Emeline stepped into a small forest clearing. Her boots left prints in the snow as the white birches gleamed around her. In the distance, she heard the soft hoo of an owl, and across the pond ahead, a man perched on a small gray boulder. 3 black ravens hopped through the snow at his feet, leaving tracks. He hunched over, murmuring to them, and from his back sprouted 3 green saplings growing towards the sky. Song Mage. His voice was still that of a wild, ancient thing. But in the wake of the broken curse, the Wood King seemed tamed, as if the curse had taken him out of himself, and he was slowly returning.
"Forgive my intrusion, sire." At the sound of her voice, all but one of the ravens scattered, taking to the air. The last hopped onto the boulder next to the king. The king scooped the raven in his hands, cradling it. "You're no intruder here." She felt like one. Emeline glanced down at her wet boots and torn jeans. She should have changed before coming. This was not the proper attire in which to address a king. "I came to ask about the hawthorn," she said. Around them, the wood quieted. The white snow glittered on the banks of the pond between them. From his perch, the king stroked the glossy feathers of his raven companion, waiting for her question. "It hasn't changed back," she continued. Said the king. "And you're wondering why?" Emeline nodded. Her next words caught strangely in her throat, and when she tried to force them out, a sound bubbled up instead. Like a sob she'd imprisoned for months now, trying to make a break for it. She swallowed it down. The Wood King lifted the raven to one of the saplings growing from his back. As the bird scrambled up into the thin branches, perching there to stare at Emeline, the king leaned forward. "Come here." The king pointed to the pond between them, and Emeline watched in wonder as a layer of pale blue ice crept across its calm surface, crackling and solidifying until it was thick enough to bear her weight. She stepped onto it, crossing towards him. "Once," the king began, "there grew a tree on the border of two worlds. It was an unremarkable tree, and if it had been planted anywhere else, it might have lived an unremarkable life. But there is power at the edges, that sliver between night and day, the place where winter touches spring, the boundary where forest meets field. Wild magic grows between the cracks in all things. On this same border lived a girl with an enchanted voice. She loved to climb into the tree's branches, telling it her secrets and singing it her songs. She did this so often, her voice woke the tree up." "Me?" thought Emeline. "Awakened, her spirit made him long to be human," the king continued. "I heard his pleas echo through the woods, begging me to transform him. So we made a deal. In exchange for my help, he would collect my tithes once a season. For as long as he collected the tithes, he could remain human. But to forsake his duty was to forsake his humanity." "I'm bound to the woods," Hawthorne had told Emeline 2 years ago when he refused to come with her to Montreal. This was why. Emeline's heartbeat quickened. If you changed him then, couldn't you change him again? The king studied her with those strange black eyes. The white pupils were waxing crescents today. "The hawthorn was awake the first time. He asked me to change him." She frowned. "And now?" That dark gaze fixed on her sadly, almost piteously. "I can't change a thing that doesn't want to be changed." Emeline frowned, but that meant, "He doesn't want to come back." "Maybe it's time to move on," the king said kindly. Emeline turned her face away, trying to hide what those words did to her. Moving on doesn't have to mean forgetting, Song Mage. Much later, Emeline sat in the silence of Hawthorne's empty house. She spent most nights here, despite the row house the king gave her in the heart of the city. At first, she stayed because Hawthorne's smell was on the pillows. When the smell of him left, she stayed to keep it warm for him. And if I'm keeping it warm for someone who's never coming home? Emeline sat cross-legged on the white rug before the small crackling fire. An oil lamp burned beside her, illuminating the book in her lap, a compilation of poems by Christina Rossetti. His books, these poems, they were a link to him. Her fingers touching pages he had touched, her eyes reading words his had read. Emeline promised to be at Pa's for dinner tonight, and the sun was already going down. But she couldn't stop thinking of the Wood King's story. Maybe the king was right. Maybe it was time to stop waiting, to put out the fire and turn out the lights and move on. But why would Hawthorne not want to come back? She glanced upwards to the painting over the fireplace. Fixing her gaze on the artist's depiction of Daphne transforming into a laurel, Emeline remembered the conversation they had last fall. At least she's safe, Emeline had argued. As a tree, her life is forfeit, he'd rebutted. She'll never be human again. She'll never laugh or sing, ponder or love again. If Hawthorne didn't want this fate for Daphne, how could he want it for himself? She thought of the note he'd written her, tucked between the pages of Pablo Neruda's poems. If there were some way to atone, some price I could pay to begin to heal the harm I've caused, trust me, I would pay it. She sucked in a breath. Was that his reasoning? Was he choosing this because as a tree he couldn't ever hurt her again? A sudden anger poured through her. Yes, Hawthorne had hurt her. Yes, he never should have stolen her memories, even if his intentions had been good. But he'd acknowledged the wrong he'd done and apologized for it. This refusal to come back to the world, to come back to her, wasn't honorable. It was cowardly. The thought made her rise from the rug. Angrily, she extinguished the lamplight and made for the door, stepping outside and almost forgetting to shut it behind her. Didn't she get a say in this? She was the one who'd been hurt, after all. Fetching Lament from the stables, Emeline mounted up. The ember mare's hooves clattered over the mossy bridge as they left the stone house behind. Lament took her to the edge of the woods where her tree stood rooted on the border. Its gnarly, twisted bark flew upwards, breaking into branches, sprouting dark leaves and red berries. Emeline swung herself down from the ember mare. Her steps thundered as she approached. "You're afraid of hurting me again?" she said to the hawthorn.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. I hate to break it to you, but that's what humans do. We hurt each other, we fight, and we fail, and we fall short of the standards we set. We're a little bit broken, every one of us. If you can't handle that, then maybe you don't deserve to be human. The hawthorn stood silent and still, unresponsive. Because, after all, it was just a tree, not a man, not her hawthorn. What did she expect? That a good scolding would change him back? Tears burned in her eyes. Enough of this. The king was right. The woods and everything in them might be saved, but the one she loved was gone. It was time to move on. The anger trickled out of her as she realized it, and something fragile and trembling rushed in to replace it. Slumping, Emeline pressed her hands to her tree and closed her eyes against the falling tears. When she stepped in close, her lips brushed the bark as, very softly, she started to sing. Just one last song, a song for goodbye. After dinner, Pa's house roared with laughter and conversation as the neighbors stayed late into the night. When she finished helping Maisie with the dishes, Emeline noticed 3 silhouettes sitting in chairs outside. Curious, she grabbed her notepad and pen, then pulled open the door and stepped out. The air was strangely warm tonight. A heavy fog settled in the trees, giving the sky a misty glow. Her mother and Tom sat close together on one side, sharing a blanket. Pa sat on the other. Emeline kissed Rose's cheek, then signed hello to Tom. Rose and Tom had been taking sign language classes ever since Emeline came out of the woods mute. They'd been teaching her, slowly, but Emeline was nowhere near adept yet. That's what the notepad was for. She sat down beside Pa, who sipped the brandy in his hand, the ice cubes clinking against the sides of his glass. "Tell me, who are you again?" Emeline looked to find Pa regarding her. She was so used to this question by now, it no longer bothered her. "She's your granddaughter," said Rose, studying Emeline like she was a small wonder. Emeline often caught her mother staring at her these days, as if trying to memorize the exact shade of her hair, every faint freckle on her nose, the precise curve of her cheekbones. Like an art student seeing Van Gogh's sunflowers up close for the first time. "Ah," Pa said, nodding to himself, leaning in towards Emeline. "I'm getting old, you know." He tapped his temple lightly. "My brain doesn't work like it used to."
"It's all right," she wanted to tell him. "I don't mind." But she couldn't speak the words. Instead, she reached across the space between them and took his hand in hers. He patted it gently, as if understanding her perfectly, and held on tight. He might not know her name or recognize her when she entered the room. He might not remember the day she was born, or all the nights he carried her to bed as a child, or that he'd planted a tree just for her. But it didn't matter. His forgetting didn't hurt anymore. He was her Pa, and she was his Emeline, and whether he remembered today or not, that didn't change. She remembered enough for them both. 44. The storm started as she said her goodbyes. After she hugged her mother tight, Pa helped Emeline into one of his rain jackets, which was 2 sizes too big but would keep her dry. She kissed his stubbled cheek, braced herself, then stepped out into the storm. The rain came down in sheets, drenching her as she moved towards the tree line where she'd left Lament to graze. A thick gray fog hung over everything, blocking her view of the woods. Unable to make out edges or shapes, she slowed her steps and followed the voices of the trees, which were calling for her. "Emeline, hurry!" They sounded frantic. Frowning, she reached her hand through the fog, trying to ensure she didn't walk into something. When her fingertips brushed against trembling cedar needles, she knew she'd reached the hedge. Following it along the tree line, she moved towards the spot where her hawthorn was rooted, calling for Lament. When the ember mare neither whickered nor trod towards her, Emeline started to worry. Lament always waited when she visited Edgewood, and always came when she called. Crack! Lightning flashed, illuminating an empty spot in the hedge. Emeline froze. Her hawthorn was gone. The earth was ragged and raw, a dark spot against the melting snow around it. As if the tree had pulled itself out, roots and all, leaving a gaping hole behind. Emeline's pulse quickened. A raven came out of the fog, soaring towards her through the trees. Rook! He flapped his wings against the deluge of rain, then flew around her head, screeching, "Onk! Onk!" He flew back into the woods. Emeline raced after him. The fog sank lower as she moved deeper in, clinging to her waist, then hovering below her knees. The rain had turned the earth to mud beneath her boots, and more than once she slipped. Rook flew ahead, fluttering from tree to glistening tree. Half stumbling, she followed after him, until a sound made her stop. Emeline listened, but all she heard was the rain battering the trees and the river gurgling nearby. When lightning flickered, she saw its shining banks through the branches. She was about to keep going when she heard it again, a voice calling out. Her heart beat like a wild animal in a cage. Blinking the rain out of her eyes, she turned in a circle, scanning. But all she saw were trees and rain and fog. Again, the voice called. Louder this time. Emeline bolted towards it. Her jeans were drenched and splattered in mud now. She ran and slid. She tripped and fell. And then she saw him. Hawthorne. He stood at the bottom of a steep hill, one that dropped off sharply into the river below, the water rising towards him due to all the melt. Lightning flickered above the woods, shining on his bare skin and dark hair. He was beautiful and naked and covered in mud. Surrounded by thorny brambles, he clung to a birch to keep from sliding farther. At the top of the hill stood Lament, pawing the ground, whinnying anxiously as she stared down at her rider. When Emeline screamed his name above the rain, Hawthorne looked up. Their eyes met, those eyes she loved so much, and Emeline saw he was quaking with cold. Hold on. Grabbing one tree after another, she slowly made her way down the muddy hill. Halfway down, she slipped and fell, sliding the rest of the way on her bottom. Planting her feet, Emeline rose unsteadily. Standing only a few paces away from him, she saw the scratches along his legs, places where the thorns had cut deep and left blood smeared across his skin. "Don't move, okay?" Hawthorne stood silent, watching her. She stepped towards him, tamping down arching strands of thorns with her boots, moving those close to him away with her fingers. Her hands shook, her whole body shook. "How did you get yourself into this?" she murmured. She wanted to throw her arms around him, but the thorns between them stopped her. Except it wasn't just the thorns. There was something else. Hawthorne was looking at her the way Pa sometimes did, when he was having trouble placing her, on his very bad days. When she reached to touch him, he flinched away. "Who are you?" he asked. A chill sliced through Emeline at that question. Her fingers quickly retreated. "You don't remember," she said, not believing it at first. But the wary look on his face remained. He didn't know her. Just get him out of the storm, she told herself, trying to ignore the panic lighting her inside. If he didn't remember, thunder rumbled. Emeline raised her voice above it. "We need to get you somewhere warm." She had no idea how long he'd been out in the rain and the cold, had no idea if hypothermia would or already had set in. She trembled and rushed, her hands shakily grabbing at Thorns, avoiding those empty eyes. The thorns pricked her, one after another, until her hands were slippery with blood and rain. She tugged and yanked, pulling fiercely, trying to get him free. "Stop!"
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. His voice was rough and soft all at once. "You're hurting yourself. It's fine." He reached for her chin with quivering, ice-cold fingers and raised her eyes to his, studying her as if she were a puzzle he was trying to solve. "It doesn't look fine to me," he said, his forehead creasing. Despite the chill of his touch, warmth bloomed beneath her skin. She slid her face out of his grasp and changed the subject. "How long have you been out here?" But she could tell he didn't remember. "We have to get you home." When she finally untangled him from the thorns, she unzipped Pa's jacket and put it on him. Together, they climbed the hill. Emeline grabbed onto the nearest tree, then pulled Hawthorne up. He reached for the next one and did the same for her, until they were at the top. She helped him onto Lament, then followed up behind, looping her arms around his waist. The whole way back to the city, their bodies convulsed with cold. Emeline clung to him, trying to keep them both warm. Lament soon flew through the city gate, swift as the wind. When they arrived at the creek near his house, they found the water risen beyond the bank. It rushed across the bridge, flooding over Lament's hooves. In the yard, Emeline helped Hawthorne down. "This way," she said, heading towards the house, unable to stop her teeth from chattering. Her wet jeans chafed her skin, her sweater was soaked through, and her hair hung in cold, wet clumps down her back. Wrapping her arm around his waist, Emeline pulled him against her, trying to lend him what little body heat she had left. He paused, hesitant, then slid his arm across her shoulders. "Doing the same? What are you doing in the woods at night?" he asked suddenly, his voice washing over her. "In the middle of a storm?" That voice! Her heart thudded at the sound. She'd thought she'd never hear it again. "I was looking for someone." "Someone?" "Someone I love." The thunder quieted as it rolled into the distance, and as the rain stopped, the silence grew heavy between them. She decided to ask his question back to him. "What were you doing in the woods tonight?" "I heard someone singing." Surprised, she glanced up to find him studying her. His voice softened. "It was a sad song, like a farewell." Wait, Hawthorne looked around them. "Where are you taking me?" Swallowing, she nodded towards the stone house up ahead. Home. It was no longer dark inside. Instead, the windows glowed warmly, lit from within. Odd. Emeline had turned down all the lamps before she left earlier. "Your home?" His teeth clattered loudly. Emeline pulled him closer, shaking her head.
No, yours. They were 10 steps away from the door, then 7, then 4. His muscles tensed with uncertainty. 3 more steps. With her cheek against his chest, she felt the strong thump of his heart through Pa's slick jacket. Her hand reached for the knob. Turning it, she pushed the door open. A fire already crackled in the hearth. Emeline searched for signs of rook or sable, but no one was there. The house was empty. She stepped inside. Hawthorne halted in the doorframe, his body going rigid with doubt. When Emeline looked back, she saw the confusion in him. He didn't know this place. He didn't want to come inside. "It's all right," she said softly, moving towards the heat of the fire, trying to coax him to follow. If he did have hypothermia, she needed to get him warm. He stepped back suddenly, out into the cold, wet night. "Are you sure this is my home?" Seeing his fear, she returned to him. They stood face to face on the threshold, drenched and muddy. Hesitantly, she reached for him, and when he didn't flinch away, she brushed the wet hair out of his eyes. "Everything is going to be all right," she promised. His uncertain gaze held hers. "How can you know that?" For a moment, the rain and the woods and the house ceased to exist. It was only Emeline and Hawthorne, standing in the doorway. "Because," she said softly, "I remember everything." Epilogue, 3 months later. Her voice. That was the first thing. He remembered the sound of it, shimmering in the air as she sang an old song from a time long before. The feel of her palm. That was the second thing. When she stopped to catch her breath, her hands, so soft and so warm, pressed the steady beat of her heart inside him, like a knock at the door. And the last thing? The absence of her. The space rushing in when she pushed away, leaving him behind. Even in her absence, though, the warmth of her flesh never left him. Instead, it lingered, radiating out through his limbs. And the song she sang, the sound of her voice, like the first bit of sunlight in the morning, it woke him up. The fire crackled in the hearth as Hawthorne refilled Aspen's cup. She was telling him about the visiting king from the winter court who'd arrived over a week ago. "Do you really think his mother died of natural causes?" They sat across the table from each other inside his house. His house. It was a fact he was still getting used to, if he were being honest. As Aspen spoke, a breeze blew in through the open windows. Hawthorne glanced outside. It was nearly sunset. The sky brooded, and the air blowing in felt heavy and moist, warning of rain. Lament loved storms, and would be itching for a ride. Perhaps after Aspen left Hawthorne? Huh? The Frost King. She lowered her voice and leaned in, her white blonde hair brushing the table like a curtain. "Some people think he killed his mother to take her throne. I'm not sure I have an opinion on the matter." Hawthorne knew little about the situation. What he did know, Rook had explained. Historically, the Frost Queen's court and the Wood King's court were enemies. Then, a few weeks ago, the queen passed away under somewhat mysterious circumstances. Now her son was here, trying to forge a more amicable relationship between the two courts, or so he claimed. The king is throwing a ball in his honor tomorrow evening. Perhaps you can form an opinion then. Hawthorne glanced at the small white envelope on the window ledge. The invitation had arrived 3 days ago, and he still hadn't RSVP'd. Mainly because she would be there. The girl who walked his dreams at night. A girl he didn't remember. Hawthorne's chest tightened at the thought of her. We could go to the ball together. Hawthorne had no desire to go to the Frost King's ball. And the look in Aspen's eyes made him wonder if perhaps she had the wrong idea about the time they'd been spending together. Guilt pricked him. He was using Aspen as a crutch, and he knew it. But being around her, an old friend, he'd been told, didn't confuse Hawthorne, nor did it fill him with self-loathing. Being around Aspen was easy. Unlike a horse whinnied. Lament. Hawthorne glanced at the window. Had she escaped her stall again? The ember mare whinnied again, just as it started to rain. The drops clinked against the roof. Hawthorne rose from the table. "I'm sorry, Aspen. I'll be right back." Striding for the door, he quickly pulled on his boots. The last time Lament got out, 2 evenings ago, she'd gone to the last place Hawthorne wanted to fetch her from. If he could prevent that tonight? He pulled open the door and froze. She stood in his yard, looking guilty and drenched. Her dark hair clung to her neck and shoulders, and a basket was slung over her arm. She seemed to be coaxing Lament back to the stable, or at least trying to. Was that why his horse escaped her stall? Because she'd heard the song mage in his yard? The sight of Emeline made Hawthorne's heart thunder in his chest. What is she doing here? Looking at her always brought a war of feelings. Awe, confusion, longing, self-hatred. He swallowed. "Hawthorne? Is someone here?" The door creaked behind him. He glanced back to find Aspen stepping up behind him, pushing it open farther. "Oh, hello, Emeline." Emeline seemed to wilt beneath Aspen's greeting. "I'm so sorry," said the song mage, getting more sodden by the second.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. If I'd known you had company, I wouldn't have... "Don't be silly," said Hawthorne, realizing how this looked him and Aspen, alone in his house. "Come inside and warm up." She shook her head. "It's all right. I should get back." It was a half-hour walk back to her row house. He knew this because when he'd first returned to himself, he'd walked it daily, desperate to see her, hungry for stories of the past, wanting to know so much more about this girl he was inexplicably drawn to. That was before Rook told him what he'd done to her. "Emeline, be reasonable. That long walk in the rain would be miserable." Hawthorne stepped out into the yard. But she was already turning. "Take Lament, at least," he called, getting wet as he walked towards her. "It's fine," she yelled. It wasn't fine. He could tell by the strain of her voice. But the closer he came to her, the more desperate she seemed to get away. The basket she carried hit the earth, and suddenly she was running. Her shoes pounded the wet stones of the bridge, carrying her across the creek. Hawthorne stopped walking and picked up her basket. Inside was a lumpy, slightly burnt loaf of bread. Clearly, she'd baked it herself. He glanced up, watching her disappear into the trees. This was all his fault. "I'm sorry," he thought miserably. Beside him, Lament blew her hot breath against his face, as if voicing her disappointment in him. Just before dawn, Hawthorne woke with a start, struggling to breathe. Sitting upright in the darkness, he gasped for air as the dream swelled behind his eyes. Her laugh as he caught her around the waist. His thumb brushing the flour from her cheek. His teeth on the curve of her bare shoulder. The dreams came every night, making him feel like a trespasser, like someone invading the intimate moments of another. And the worst part? He shook off the thought. It had been like this since he returned. He didn't remember her during his waking hours, but at night his dreams were full of her. At night the memories burned hot. At least he hoped they were memories. They could just as easily be fantasies. He had no way to know. Throwing back the covers, Hawthorne lit a lamp and rose from the bed, then went to stand over the kitchen table where the bread she'd baked him still sat. He thought of her in his yard last night, drenched and shivering. What would have happened if Aspen hadn't been here, if he'd brought her inside and warmed her up himself? He recalled his dream, thinking of all the ways he might have chased her shivers away. Hawthorne ran a shaky hand through his hair. These thoughts were unhelpful. The whole point of avoiding Emeline was so he wouldn't have them.
Ever since Rook told him the truth about what he'd done to her, Hawthorne couldn't face the song mage. He couldn't face himself. What kind of monster stole the memories of the girl he loved to make her do the very thing she didn't want to do? Hawthorne wished he could believe he wasn't that same person, that he would never do something like that again. But what if that wasn't true? How well did he know himself, really? It was why he'd been avoiding Emeline. The less time he spent with her, the safer she was, and the less he hated himself for what he'd done to her. It was why he'd stopped walking her home every night, why he kept declining her invitations to dinner. And when they found themselves at the same parties, it was why he kept his distance and let Aspen steal his time and attention. Picking up the loaf of bread, Hawthorne thought of Emeline wilting at the sight of his dinner guest. He knew the rumors circulating about him and Aspen. People thought they were courting because of how much time they spent together. Was that what Emeline thought? Is that why she ran? He should let her think it. It was one more layer of protection between them. But what was she doing in my yard? It bothered him that she'd run off before he could find out. At the very least, I should make sure she's all right. He got dressed and set out to find her. It was a little past dawn when Hawthorne and Lament arrived at the Heartwood. The forest was still dark, and the trees stood unnaturally still, as if listening to the same thing that drew Hawthorne to this place, her song. A door lay up ahead, set into the trunk of a massive oak tree. It stood slightly ajar, and from deep below the earth, the song mage's honeyed voice flooded out. The air shimmered with its magic. Hawthorne dismounted from Lament and released the Ember Mare, who wandered off to graze. He approached the oak, leaned against the bark, and lowered himself down, waiting for Emeline to finish. Listening to Emeline sing was like watching her walk into a room. It ensnared him like a spell. She made his heart race and his temperature rise, and he didn't know why. He had no memory of her, only what she and others told him. It was unsettling. When her singing stopped, the trees seemed to sigh, then go back about their business, hushing and swaying. Hawthorne got to his feet, waiting for her to emerge. He was about to step out from the shadows of the massive oak and into her line of sight, when the sound of not one, but two voices stopped him. "You do this every morning?" the first asked. "Almost," Emeline responded. Hawthorne frowned. Someone was with her. "Who'll sing to the woods when you're gone?" Hawthorne quickly withdrew around the side of the oak, out of sight, as their footsteps thudded up the earthen steps beyond the door. "No one," said Emeline, opening the door and emerging into the still dark woods with a lantern gripped in her hand. A young man followed her out. "That's why the king can only spare me for a fortnight." A fortnight? What was she talking about? The light of Emeline's lamp illuminated her companion, a handsome young man standing several inches taller than Emeline. His hair was so pale it looked white, and his eyes were blue as ice. Hawthorne recognized him immediately. The visiting Frost King. What's he doing with Emeline? "Perhaps there's a way to sing to the wood while you're in my court," said the king. "After all, this forest touches both our homes." Emeline glanced up at him. Her black hair was braided back off her face. "You think that's possible?" He shrugged, smiling at her. "We can find out." The Frost King called for his horse, which came trotting out of the trees. It was a beautiful thing, white as snow and nearly the same height as Lament. Hawthorne watched the king help Emeline up into the saddle, watched his pale hand linger far too long on the small of her back before he mounted up behind her. When his arm encircled her waist, pulling her snug against him, something burned in Hawthorne, scorching his insides. He emerged from his hiding place, suddenly wanting to make his presence known. But it was too late. They were already galloping away. "Ach!" Hawthorne tore his gaze from the white horse and fixed it on the raven overhead. The sight of his friend didn't cheer him. "You seem surprised," said Rook, materializing beside him. "How long has this been going on?" Hawthorne asked, his attention still fixed on Emeline and the visiting monarch. The Wood King introduced Emeline and the Frost King when he first arrived, Rook explained. They've been inseparable ever since. You might have noticed if you weren't so busy hiding. Hawthorne scowled at his friend. I'm not hiding. Running, then? He ignored this, recalling Aspen's suspicions about the Frost King at dinner last night. Why is he here? And why such an interest in Emeline? Rook lifted a shoulder, then dropped it. He says he wants peace. Does he really? What if Aspen was right, and his motives were less than noble? What if his aim here was to steal the Song Mage and weaken the Wood King's court? Emeline would be the better person to ask. Rook's mouth quirked. But that would require working up the courage to talk to her. Hawthorne let this barb slide, not wanting to discuss the matter. Perhaps there's a way to sing to the wood while you're in my court, the king had said.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. As if he was taking her home with him. They leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Hawthorne swung to face his friend. Was this why Emeline came to his house last night? To break the news to him? He growled, not liking any of this. Can I be honest with you, Hawthorne? Do I have a choice in the matter? Keeping your distance from her is how you fucked things up the first time, so maybe do the opposite of that. Before he could respond, Rook shifted back into his glossy raven form and darted into the trees. Scowling after his friend, Hawthorne thought of the white envelope still sitting on his windowsill. An unopened invitation to the king's ball tonight. One he hadn't RSVP'd to. He didn't want to go, precisely because Emeline would be there. But if this king posed a danger to her, Hawthorne didn't have a choice. He had to go. Your name isn't on the list. Hawthorne stepped aside so other guests, those whose names were on the list, could enter the ballroom's doors. Ivy climbed up the walls, creating an arch over the entranceway. But I have an invitation, see? He held out the envelope for the Wood King's assistant to take. The young woman didn't even look at it, only tapped the long scroll in her hand. You need to be on the list. Yes, and I would be if... One of the hedgemen guarding the doors, a burly man whose helmet shadowed his eyes, tapped his spear against the floor in warning. If I'd RSVP'd. The assistant rose to her full height. Her birch-bark dress rustled with the movement. Listen, sir, this is the last time I'll address you. You're not on the list, so I can't let you in. If you don't leave, you'll... He's with me, said a voice. They both turned to find a slender shifling dressed in a gown of owl feathers standing behind him. Her amber eyes were enormous, and her wrists were ringed in bands of gold. She smiled eerily up at them. Do I know you? He wanted to ask, but didn't dare. If this was his only chance to get in, he wouldn't sabotage it with questions that gave him away. He's my escort for the evening, said the shifling, who was nearly 2 heads shorter than Hawthorne. Right, dear? He looked to the assistant, praying this worked. Yes, that's right. If you look, you'll see I have a +1 beside my name. The young woman narrowed her eyes and glanced down at her scroll. Whatever she found there seemed to confirm the shifling's statement. Annoyed, she waved them both in. Hawthorne let out a relieved breath as he followed the owlish young woman into the busy ballroom, where she made a straight line for the bar. While she ordered drinks, he scanned the guests. Let me buy those, said Hawthorne, as his gaze sought one person in particular. It was after dark, and the only light came from the candles burning in sconces along the walls. The dimness gave the event an air of intimacy, but made it difficult to see faces. It's the least I can do to repay you. Nonsense. The shifling turned away from the bar, a glass of whiskey in both hands, and gave him one. I'm happy to help. Hawthorne didn't want to be rude, so he took the whiskey and drank it. As it burned down his throat, the shifling grinned that eerie grin, and for a moment Hawthorne felt lightheaded and a little sick.
The drink was somehow too spicy and too sweet, making him wonder if it was even whiskey at all. "Good luck," she winked before disappearing into the crowd of guests, which was when he realized he hadn't asked her name. Setting the empty glass on the bar, Hawthorne put the shifling out of his mind and returned to searching the room. He sensed Emeline before he saw her, like a fire in the darkness. She stood on the other side of the ballroom, dressed in silver, black hair pinned up in an elegant bun. As usual, the sight of her sent a whirlwind of feelings swirling through him. He wanted to go to her, but didn't know why. He needed to stay away from her because of what he'd done. What if he heard her again? "You made it!" Hawthorne ripped his gaze from Emeline and found Rook standing beside him in a tailored black suit, his hair slicked to one side. "It's interesting how you took no interest in the Frost King until you saw him with Emeline this morning." Hawthorne bristled. "The Winter Court has been our enemy for centuries," he said, as Emeline disappeared between the curtains of a palace balcony. "You told me that. It seems only right to be wary of its new ruler." "If you say so," said Rook, mischief in his voice. Hawthorne didn't bother excusing himself, just cut through the crowd, making his way towards the balcony. He might not be good for Emeline, but he could be a good friend. He could make sure she knew what she was getting into. Brushing aside the gossamer gold curtains, he followed her onto the balcony. Emeline stood at the balustrade, staring out over the king's city while the stars shone overhead. Her silver dress cut low down her back, drawing Hawthorne's gaze to the wings of her shoulder blades and ridges of her spine. A dream from 3 nights ago surfaced, flashing in his mind. She was in his bed, running her fingers through his hair, as his mouth caressed her velvet-smooth skin. His chest tightened. He shook it off. Emeline. She spun, clearly surprised to find him there. Perhaps she'd stopped expecting to find him anywhere. "Hawthorne, what?" She took a step away from the ballroom, closer to her. "I came to the Heartwood this morning." Her forehead wrinkled. "You did? I saw you with the king." She leaned back against the balustrade. "Oh, yes. He wanted me to show it to him. Why? What was the king's goal?" Hawthorne took another step. "You're not a tour guide. You don't have to dote on his every whim." "What?" She frowned. "I'm not—" She shook her head. "I enjoy spending time with him." Those words were a vice, squeezing his insides. "You don't even know him." She tilted her chin up, a little defiant. "Is that so?" "He's barely been here a week." 2 weeks, she corrected. "And you're wrong. I do know him. I know he's attentive and considerate and charming. All things you aren't," was her insinuation. It stung, but Hawthorne kept his face a mask. She couldn't know it mattered to him. She said a little bitterly, "You should at least have a chaperone when you're with him." Her eyebrows shot up her forehead. "A chaperone?" She laughed. He stepped closer. There was only a foot of space between them now. "How do you know he's not a danger to you?" From this close, he could almost count her long black eyelashes. Could lean in and kiss her if he wanted to. He'd certainly dreamed about her mouth often enough. "Why do you suddenly care?" she said, breaking up his thoughts. The sound of trumpets interrupted, heralding someone important. Emeline glanced over his shoulder. "That'll be Coyote. On a first-name basis, are you?" Emeline ignored this and stepped around him, starting towards the ballroom. He thought of the king's hand resting on her back. "They've been inseparable," Rook's voice echoed in his mind. That white-hot feeling in Hawthorne's chest flared, burning hotter. "Why does it matter?" asked a meddling voice inside him, "if she's not for you?" Because he didn't want her getting hurt. Not by him, not by anyone. Hawthorne went after her. He followed her through the curtains, then stepped in front of her. She halted. "What is your problem?" Her voice was sharp. Her gaze was sharper. "I'm trying to—" Something over his shoulder caught her attention, and the spark went out of her. Just like last night in the rain, she seemed to wither in front of him. "Aspen is here," she said, muted. "You should go dance with her." His brow furrowed. "What makes you think I have any interest in dancing?" Her dark gaze locked back on his. "It's a ball, Hawthorne. Dancing is the point." "Well, it's not why I'm here." He stepped forward, forcing her back through the curtains and onto the balcony. "And why are you here?" "To warn you," he said, walking her backwards. "About Coyote," she sighed. A cold gust of wind hit, and she shivered.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Hawthorne glanced down to find her bare arms covered in goosebumps. Unbuttoning his coat, he tugged it off and draped it over her shoulders. "Are you really leaving with him tomorrow?" Sheltered in his jacket, Emeline tipped her face upwards, narrowing her eyes at him. "Were you eavesdropping on us? Is it true? Are you going to the winter court?" Her eyes shone. "Coyote invited me. The king gave me leave. And you're going?" Emeline pulled his coat tighter around her. "Unless someone gives me a reason not to." A reason not to? He thought of her last night in his yard. Is that what she'd come for? What kind of reason? Her black eyes glittered. "You tell me, Hawthorne." Silence descended as he studied her, his gaze tracing every line of her face, cheekbones, eyebrows, lip, jaw, trying to force a memory, any memory. "I really should go," she whispered, turning to do exactly that. He grabbed her wrist, halting her. She glanced back at him. Her gaze flickered to his mouth. That was all it took to undo his resolve. He had no reason for her to stay. He only had his longings. Longings he'd been trying to suppress for weeks now, afraid they'd make him do the very thing he'd sworn not to. With his free hand, Hawthorne cupped her jaw. As his thumb brushed across her cheekbone, Emeline's breath shuddered out of her, telling him without words what she wanted. "This wasn't the plan," said that voice inside him. "You're supposed to keep your distance." But Hawthorne was caught in her spell, and he couldn't listen even if he wanted to. He pressed his mouth against hers. It wasn't a chaste kiss, certainly not the kiss of a stranger. It was desperate and wild and possessive. Hawthorne pulled out the comb in her hair, sending her dark hair tumbling down from its bun. He buried his hands in it, kissing her harder, like he was starving. Emeline didn't hesitate. Her hands slid up his chest, her arms looped around his shoulders. Just as hungry as he was. The taste of her triggered things buried deep within Hawthorne, things that surged upwards, flickering through him. Flowers woven through guitar strings, tomato soup on a wooden spoon, a white carpet before a roaring fire, like fractured light after a too long darkness. The memories, more like splinters of memories, came and went so quickly he could barely decipher them. But it didn't matter. He wasn't dreaming. He was awake. They were really in there. Pieces of his past. They weren't completely lost. His mouth moved down her throat, wanting more, losing control. His teeth scraped against her skin. A sound escaped her, and he liked it. Too much. This wasn't what he'd come here for. But when he captured her mouth again, Emeline went rigid, as if something was wrong. She pressed both hands to his chest and pushed, forcing space between them. "You taste like magic," she said, breathing hard. He frowned at her. "What? Did Nettle give you a drink?" Nettle? He thought of the owlish shiftling, the way she winked at him after watching him gulp down the whiskey. A whiskey she handed him. He could still taste the strange, spicy, sweet aftertaste. Emeline looked crestfallen. "You're enchanted, Hawthorne." He was about to deny it, but she cut him off. "You don't remember," she explained, "but her spells make you do things you don't want to do. Like kiss people you don't want to kiss," was the unspoken part. Except he wanted to kiss her.
He'd been dreaming about it for weeks now. That was the problem. She was already breaking away from him. He reached for her and missed. She darted through the curtains. "Emeline!" She was gone. Hawthorne stepped back into the ballroom, searching for her. He saw Aspen dancing with Rook. He saw the shiftling who'd given him the drink. She grinned, raising her glass to toast him. Hawthorne looked past her, searching for the girl he'd lost. There she was, standing with Grace, struggling to brush the tears from her eyes. Grace wore a soft pink gown and roses in her hair. She reached for Emeline's shoulder, trying to comfort her. Hawthorne headed across the floor toward them. Someone else got there first. Someone dressed in the frost blue colors of the winter court. Hawthorne halted, watching Emeline look up at the king. The young man held out his hand to her, his brow furrowed in concern. When she took it, he led her into the dancing. His head bent as he murmured something to her, his head resting gently on her hip. As Hawthorne watched them, he couldn't help but wonder, what if this king wasn't a danger? What if he was simply smitten? Worse, what if he was the man she deserved? Hawthorne spent most of the following day chopping wood. He was trying to exhaust himself, trying to drive the memory of last night, the taste of her lips, the feel of her hair, from his mind. Suddenly, a raven swooped down, interrupting his work. It dropped a note onto his chopping block, then squawked at him from the branch of a nearby maple tree. Recognizing the bird as one of Rook's compatriots, Hawthorne unfolded the paper to find a hastily scrawled message. "A shadow skin sighting at the old song mage's estate. Need your help." He frowned at the words. The song mage in question had been Emeline's father, he knew. A terrible man. Rook had told Hawthorne the worst of his crimes. A shadow skin sighting? Hawthorne sometimes dreamed of the monsters. Creatures with no eyes and with razor-sharp teeth. Creatures that twisted your mind against itself. But there hadn't been a shadow skin sighting since Emeline broke the curse. Hawthorne grabbed the axe, then fetched Lament and rode for the old song mage's estate. It was mid-afternoon when he arrived at the dilapidated manor. The rusted gate hung open, revealing overgrown gardens. The sun hung low, flickering through the trees. It was unnervingly quiet. Hawthorne saw no sign of Rook. He saw no sign of anyone. Until a horse whinnied from the trees. Going to investigate, he found Emeline's mare, a strawberry roan, waiting for her rider. Hawthorne frowned. Was Emeline in that house? The thought of it, Emeline trapped with a shadow skin, shredded his insides with fear. Gripping the shaft of his axe, Hawthorne left Lament at the gate and strode inside. The moment he stepped through the door, he heard footsteps overhead. He glanced at the moldy ceiling, then headed for the stairs, taking them to the second floor. Someone was up here, moving around. His heart raced. If it was one of those monsters, if it had Emeline, he needed to get to her. Hawthorne made his way down the sunlit hall. The floorboards creaked beneath his footsteps as he made his way toward the noise. Arriving at the room it came from, he raised his axe and stepped into the open doorway. A knife was at his throat before he could even take a swing. "Drop the weapon," Emeline hissed. Her eyes narrowed as she backed him up against the door jamb. Surprised, Hawthorne did as she said. The axe fell to the floor with a thud. "Why are you here?" she demanded, increasing the pressure of her blade on his throat. Beyond her, other than some overturned furniture, the room was empty. Hawthorne lifted his hands to show he meant no harm. "Why is she being so hostile?" "Rook said there was trouble, so I came," he told her. "What are you doing here?" "I got a note from Sable." "How do I know you're in a shadow skin?" Hawthorne frowned. He'd seen no sign of Rook or Sable since arriving. And now that he was thinking about it, if their friends were in trouble, would they have had time to write a note? Keeping your distance from her is how you fucked things up the first time, so maybe do the opposite of that. "Oh," They set us up, he realized aloud. What? Said Emeline. The cold burn of her blade reminded Hawthorne of the danger he was still in. Rook and Sable set us up, he said, catching her gaze. There's no shadow skin. He wasn't certain of it, but he had a strong hunch. How do I know you're not trying to trick me? If you remove your knife from my throat, I'll help you search the house and grounds. How do I know you're even human? Human?
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. The word clanged through him. I hate to break it to you, but that's what humans do. It was another sliver of memory. We hurt each other. We fight, and we fail, and we fall short of the standards we set. We're a little bit broken, every one of us. If you can't handle that, then maybe you don't deserve to be human. Hawthorne frowned, trying to recall who'd spoken the words, but the memory was gone as quickly as it came, disappearing back into the fog of forgetting. Emeline, who'd been watching him closely, must have seen something on his face that dissolved her suspicion, because she lowered her knife and stepped back. I'll finish searching the house if you check outside. We can meet downstairs when we're done. Hawthorne nodded. Call me if you need me. Emeline said nothing. He went outside to look around. But all he found were a few signs of wildlife, a family of deer, a young fox, several sparrows. Nothing malicious. When he returned to the house, he found Emeline standing in the main parlor, staring at the fireplace. She clutched her arms, hugging herself. Everything all right? She jumped at the sound of Hawthorne's voice, then spun to face him, which was when he realized it wasn't the fireplace she was staring at. It was the trapdoor in the floor in front of the fireplace, which was propped open. I checked the entire house and found nothing. The only place I haven't looked, her gaze wandered back to the trapdoor. I'll go down, he said, sensing she had no desire to. She shook her head. We can both go. Lighting a lamp, Hawthorne went first, leading them down into what appeared to be a cellar. It smelled like damp earth and old wine, and the farther they went, the colder it got. But it wasn't a regular chill. This was something else. As his feet hit the floor, he shivered. The light of his lantern swung over the cellar. Wine racks lined the walls, and across the room, Hawthorne squinted, trying to make it out. Were those shackles in the wall? He turned to Emeline, intending to ask her, and found her staring in the same direction. Her face was several degrees whiter than it had been a minute ago. He thought of the stories Rook told him, of the crimes the song mage committed against Emeline's mother, Rose Lark. This was where he imprisoned her, he realized, and Emeline knows it. Before he could stop himself, Hawthorne reached for her, pulling her against him. When she didn't resist, when her arms came around him, holding on tight, Hawthorne cupped the back of her head with his hand, turning her away from the sight across the cellar. She's safe now, he whispered, stroking her hair. He can't hurt her any more. With her face buried in his shirt, Emeline nodded, holding on to him. She was soft and warm and fit exactly right in his arms. It was the rightness that struck him, as if she belonged there. Hawthorne hummed a gentle tune, trying to soothe her. How do you know that song? She whispered, glancing up at him. Hawthorne's arms tightened. I'm not sure. It was just there in my head. It's one of Pa's favorites. Huh. Emeline had brought him to visit Ewan Lark a handful of times, but Hawthorne hadn't seen Ewan since he'd started avoiding Emeline. Can we leave? She whispered. He nodded. With no shadow skins lurking about, there was no need to stay. Weaving his fingers through hers, he led her up the steps and out of the house to where her horse waited. They rode back side by side and stopped at the city stable. Hawthorne dismounted from Lament as he waited for Emeline to untack her horse. Then he walked her home. She lived in a white row house with terracotta roof tiles, a gift from the Wood King.
and when they stood before the front door, Emeline turned to him. For a moment, he thought she might invite him in. Feared it, actually. If she did, he wouldn't say no. But all she said was, "Good night, Hawthorne." Disappearing inside, she shut the door behind her. That night, Hawthorne's mind was a riot of thoughts. Trying to quiet them, he took Lament on a long ride through the woods. They rode past the Song Mage's estate, past the Heartwood. They rode farther than he'd ever ridden since coming back to himself. They finally stopped on a cliff top overlooking a steep ravine. The lights of the King City glowed in the far distance. The night was quiet. The only sounds were his and Lament's breaths. Hawthorne wasn't sure what he'd expected to find here. The only thing waiting for him was himself. A man who wanted what he was afraid to have. Moping, are we? Hawthorne and Lament both turned their heads to find Sable approaching from behind, sitting astride her own horse. How had she found him? He didn't even know where he was going until he got here. Her horse stopped beside Lament. "Did you find the shadow skin?" He threw her a look. Was there one? The corner of her mouth turned up, but she said nothing. The sky lightened. Silence fell on the cliff top as they stared across the ravine, which was turning gold beneath the rising sun. Hawthorne ran a hand through his hair. "I did a terrible thing to her," he said. "Who's to say I won't do it again? Who's to say she's not better off with someone else?" "You were an idiot, that's for sure," said Sable. "But your intentions were noble. You thought she'd be throwing her life away on you. You did what you did because you felt unworthy of her. Frankly, you're doing the same thing now." "What?" He turned to find her golden gaze piercing him. "How?" "You took her choice away by cutting her off from her memories, and you're taking her choice away again by cutting yourself off from her. So, if you want to be better, all you have to do is stop being that guy." Sable turned her horse away from the cliff edge, heading back. "Trust her," she said, before disappearing into the woods. "Let her make the choice. But you'll have to hurry. The Frost King leaves at dawn." Hawthorne glanced at the sky, which was pink with the sunrise. Shit. Hawthorne and Lament raced back through the woods, straight to the palace. But not even an ember mare could outrun the sun. They were too late. "You might catch them if you ride hard," said one of the hedgemen at the gate. Lament seemed to take these words as a personal challenge, because she caught up with the king's entourage in less than 15 minutes, planting herself several paces in front of it and refusing to budge, shaking her mane and whinnying loudly. "Whoa!" called the driver, halting the horses, forcing the entire entourage, which snaked like a ribbon back towards the city, to stop. "What is this?" demanded the Frost King, glancing out of his carriage. "I need to speak with Emeline." A cloud crossed the king's face. "You've exhausted your horse for nothing, sir." "I'm not leaving until I speak with her." "The Song Mage isn't here." "What?" Hawthorne frowned. "Did you not invite her to return with you?" "I did, and she declined. Now get out of the way or my coach will be forced to run you over." He disappeared back inside, demanding his driver ride on. "Declined?" As the carriage rolled forward, Hawthorne moved aside, letting them pass. As they did, Hawthorne saw the king was alone in his carriage. He scanned the other horses, but none bore Emeline on their backs. "Is it true? Are you going to the winter court?" "Unless someone gives me a reason not to." "A reason? What kind of reason?" "You tell me, Hawthorne." He turned Lament back. They flew. But when Hawthorne tried to steer the ember mare towards Emeline's house, Lament refused. He dug in his heels, he yanked on the reins, but Lament paid him no heed. "Where are you taking us?" When Lament finally slowed to a stop, his question was answered. They stood in the Heartwood, facing the oak tree, because of course she was here. Hawthorne dismounted and headed towards the tree. He was halfway there when the wooden door opened and Emeline emerged, dressed in faded jeans and a t-shirt. Her dark hair was in a ponytail, and tucked under her arm was a stack of sheet music.
Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. At the sight of her, Hawthorne nearly fell to his knees in relief. At the sight of him, she froze. "You didn't leave," he said, coming closer. Drawn to her like a magnet. Why? His pulse increased with his pace. Every step he took felt right. Good. His mind might not remember, but his body did. His body knew. She glanced away, swallowing. "What do you want, Hawthorne?" He closed the gap between them. "You," he said, pushing her up against the door, cradling her face in his hands. "I want the girl who haunts my dreams." Her brows knit, as if wondering if this was true. The fingers of her free hand lifted, touching his hair as she studied him. "I couldn't go with him," she whispered, as if divulging some horrible secret. "Deep down, I didn't want to go with him. I just wanted to get away from never having you." Hawthorne lowered his head and smiled against her throat. "You have no idea how relieved I am to hear you say that." He was tired of trying not to want her. "Every day I don't see you feels like I'm drowning," he admitted. "Like someone cut off my air supply and I can't breathe." Emeline dropped her sheet music, which scattered across the grass. Neither of them picked it up. She kissed his jaw, his cheek, his brow, her mouth getting more urgent by the second. Her hand slid under his shirt, telling him he wasn't the only one with wants. Hawthorne captured her mouth, not wanting to stop. She grabbed his belt loops and pulled his hips against hers, then growled because it wasn't enough. Hawthorne laughed against her mouth. "I want you to come home with me," he said. Her teeth nipped his throat. "I want that too." His fingers lowered to the buttons of her jeans, undoing them. Tugging down her zipper, he dropped to his knees. "Hawthorne!" Emeline gasped, her fingers knotting in his hair. "What are you doing?" "Remembering how to breathe." Author's note. I was first introduced to the concept of ubi sunt in an 11th grade history class. The Latin fragment, which translates to "where are," or as Hawthorne interprets, "where have they gone," is a motif found in literature that meditates on the evanescence of life and our inevitable mortality. You can hear it, for example, ringing all throughout Beowulf, an epic poem about the loss of the things of the past, its heroes especially. When my grandfather, a man who raised me, first started forgetting everyone and everything he loved, the essence of ubi sunt rang through him. Standing at the end of his life and looking back, he wanted to know, where had it all gone? And now that it was gone, what was the point of it? As I watched this hero of mine become less and less himself, I began paying more attention to his questions. I knew then that I was saying a slow goodbye, not just to him, but to the family he held together, and to the home at the edge of the woods where I'd been raised. I knew most of all that I was losing my hero, not just a grandfather, but a guardian, a pillar in my family, as well as his community, a man who was the example I wanted to set in my own life. So, the day he first forgot my name, I started writing him into a story. Him and the family I cherished and the forest that kept drawing me back. I thought if I put him into a story, perhaps I could keep him, save him even. A few years later, as I was revising that early draft in his hospital room, I realized we don't get to save the people we love. Instead, we must become who they inspired us to be, and find the strength within ourselves to let them go. Only then can we take the candle they've passed us and carry it into the future. This story has grown and diverged significantly from that first version, but it's still inspired by my grandfather and his search for meaning. Acknowledgements.
An abundant amount of thanks is owed to the following people. Danielle Burby, for believing in this story when I had all but given up on it. Vicky Lame, for giving A Dark Forgetting the perfect home at Wednesday Books and helping me make it the best it could be. The team at Wednesday Books, most especially Vanessa Aguirre, Angelica Chong, Alexis Newville, Brant Janaway, Megan Harrington, Alyssa Gamello, Carla Benton, Lena Schechter, Barbara Wild, and Devin Norman. Sasha Vinogradova, for letting us use your stunning artwork on my covers. Carrie Resnick, for turning Sasha's artwork into drool-worthy covers. Tanaz Bethana, DJ DeSmitter, Joe Hathaway, Rosaria Munda, Eloise Andre, and Emily Smith, for your warm-hearted friendship, wisdom, and feedback. Evelyn Skye, Gita Treelise, Joan He, E.K. Johnston, Tricia Levenseller, and Isabel Ibanez, for reading A Dark Forgetting early and lending your kind words for blurbs. Emily Greff and Kelly Delaney, for taking a chance on the seed of this story all those years ago. Heather Flowerty, for everything. Rudy Klassen, for introducing me to Beowulf in 11th grade. Good teachers make all the difference. Speaking of good teachers, Dave Hunter, for always believing in me wholeheartedly. Valerie Mailhot and Annie Duheim, for correcting my error-ridden French. Merci beaucoup. Kate Goodwin and Laura Bauman, whose long-distance postpartum support helped me juggle a newborn and a book deadline. Melanie Cameron, along with the Muses Company, for letting Hawthorne quote Holding the Dark in the bookstore scene. And Jennifer Maines, for introducing me to Melanie's poetry. Looking forward to our next late-night chat by your wood stove. Canada Council for the Arts, for helping fund this project. My family, for your unconditional love and support. Special thanks to Jolene, Mom, Dad, and Nathan for watching Sybil while I got my edits done. Joseph Bauman, for writing the lyrics to Emeline's song and for reading this story more times than I can count. Your steadfastness is woven through all of these pages, and every time I read them, I find you in them, my love. Keep reading. Turn the page for an excerpt from The Crimson Moth. Available now. Mirage. N. The lowest and most basic category of spell. Mirage spells are simple illusions held for short periods that require little blood. The fresher the blood, the stronger the magic, and the easier casting will be. From Rules of Magic by Queen Calidora the Valiant. Lightning snaked across the sky. Rune stepped into her role. Pushing back the hood of her fine wool cloak, she shook out her hair, letting it fall in a sea of rust-gold waves. I prefer to miss the first act, Mr. Mercer. It's so tedious otherwise. All you really need to know is how it ends. Who cares about the rest? Indeed, Carson said, narrowing his eyes. One wonders why you go at all. He turned to lead her horse toward the opera stables. Not liking the edge in his voice, she called after him, "For the gossip, of course." When he was out of view, Rune anxiously tapped the secret pocket sewn into her gown, where her vial of blood lay hidden. Comforted, she forced the curmudgeonly stable hand out of her mind and entered the opera house, where members of the Blood Guard would be gloating about their recent capture. All Rune had to do tonight was keep her ears open and ask the right questions, and by the time the curtain fell, she'd have the information she needed to save Seraphine. She passed several children begging for coins or food on the way in. By the marks carved into their foreheads, she could tell they were penitents, the descendants of witch sympathizers, meaning someone in their family had refused to inform on a witch, or had hidden one from witch hunters. Instead of executing or imprisoning the descendants of witch sympathizers, the good commander carved the penitent symbol into their foreheads, letting everyone know what they'd done. It was a warning, a way of dissuading others from helping witches. Rune's fingers itched to dig into her money pouch and drop several coins, but it was illegal to directly aid a penitent, and with Carson nearby, she daren't. So she only smiled a little. Fantasy demands versatility.
Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. The children's echoing smiles twisted her heart with guilt as she passed them by. Inside, Rune discovered Carson was correct. The opera was half over. Before her, the ceremonial staircase, divided into two divergent and interwoven flights of steps, was mostly empty. But the cacophony of voices coming from the grand foyer far above was an unmistakable sign that intermission was well underway. Pressing her hand to the cool marble balustrade, Rune pushed the penitent children out of her mind and started upward. She felt aware of the men around her as she ascended the stairs, their attentive gazes lingering on her long after she passed, reminding her of a recent conversation she'd had with her friend Verity. "Don't you think it's time you picked one?" A suitor, she'd meant. One of the many eligible young men who lined up to take Rune's dancing ribbons at balls, invited her out on romantic dinners, and took her on long carriage rides. It wasn't Rune who tempted them. Sure, a few might genuinely be interested in the pretty face she presented to the world. Most, though, were after Nan's fortune, her profitable shipping business, and her vast estate. All of it gifted to Rune by the New Republic for her heroism during the Revolution. Rune had been stringing the useful ones along for over a year, all from well-connected families with access to secrets she needed, secrets she could often get them to spill in dark corners and shadowed alcoves. But she couldn't keep doing it forever. Their patience was limited, and Rune couldn't afford to make enemies of them. Verity had made a list of the most valuable suitors and left it on Rune's pillow the morning after their talk. She would need to choose one, and she'd need to do it soon. But not tonight, she thought, hurrying up the steps. Tonight she would mingle with the sons and daughters of the Revolution, stealing whatever secrets she could. When Rune arrived at the top of the interwoven staircase, the grand foyer stretched out before her, full of opera patrons dressed in muted silks and frothy lace, with cream-colored pearls strung through their hair, all of them illuminated by a dozen pairs of winking chandeliers hanging down the massive hall. "Rune Winters," came a voice that stopped her in her tracks. "Sneaking in late, I see. Out on a tryst with one of your lovers?" Several scandalized giggles followed. The voice belonged to Verity de Wilde, Rune's best friend. Verity stood beneath the lights with her hands on both hips and a playful smile tugging at her mouth. Wispy brown ringlets framed her white face, and her eyes were dark behind her spectacles. She wore a dress the color of sunflowers, with white lace sleeves and a low-cut back, one of Rune's hand-me-downs from last season. It had originally been sleeveless, but since sleeveless dresses were out of fashion now, Rune had enlisted her seamstress to add them before gifting it to Verity. Flanking Verity was a group of their fashionable friends. Young men and women who dined at Rune's table and danced in her ballroom hundreds of times, and would do so again tonight at her after-party. Friends was perhaps too generous a term, since not one of them would think twice about turning her in if they knew what she was. Or perhaps, came another voice, causing everyone to turn, Rune has been out rescuing witches all night. They say the crimson moth only works beneath the cover of darkness. The words chilled Rune, who looked directly into the piercing eyes of Lila Creed. Lila was several inches taller, which always made it seem like she was looking down her nose at Rune, and a member of the Blood Guard. She was also beautiful, with prominent cheekbones and raven black hair crowned high on her head. Rune recognized the design of the high-waisted peacock blue dress. It was the work of Sebastian Kahn, a popular dressmaker from the mainland whose wait list was almost a year long, and whose dresses were the envy of the season. It was impossible to acquire one unless you had considerable wealth and connections. Rune had two in her closet. That fact that Lila wore the rare dress and not her uniform meant she was off duty tonight. She likely hadn't been one of the witch hunters who'd brought Seraphine in. Rune's blood ran cold at the memory of Seraphine's empty house.
of how the Bloodguard soldiers found the witch right before Rune showed up. If she was being spied on, that spy could very well be Lila, who had never liked Rune, for reasons she could only guess at. Donning her mask, the one she hid the true Rune Winters behind, Rune threw back her head and laughed. Also by Kristen Ciccarelli, The Crimson Moth Duology, The Crimson Moth, The Rebel Witch. The Iskari series, The Last Namsara, The Caged Queen, The Sky Weaver. About the publisher. Australia, HarperCollins Publishers Australia, Pty.D Limited. Level 13, 201 Elizabeth Street, Sydney, NSW, 200 Australia. www.harpercollins.com.au. Canada, HarperCollins Canada, Bay Adelaide Centre, East Tower, 22 Adelaide Street West, 41st floor, Toronto, Ontario, M5H4E, Canada, www.harpercollins.ca. India, HarperCollins India, 4th floor, Tower A, Building Number 10, DLF Cyber City, DLF Phase 2, Gurugram, Haryana, 122002, www.harpercollins.co.in. New Zealand, HarperCollins Publishers, Unit D1, 63 Apollo Drive, Rosedale, 063, Auckland, New Zealand, www.harpercollins.co.nz. United Kingdom, HarperCollins Publishers, 1 London Bridge Street, London, SE 91GF, UK, www.harpercollins.co. United States, HarperCollins Publishers, Inc., 195 Broadway, New York, NY 1007, www.harpercollins.com. Dublin, HarperCollins Publishers, Mackin House, 3940 Mayor Street Upper, Dublin, DO1 C9W8, Ireland, www.harpercollins.com.